Chapter 351 Public Report As the capital of the whole country, the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government can be regarded as a relatively less free place, because here is the administrative center of the country, with the central mountain pressing on it. The Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government does not need to do anything. You must ask the central authorities for everything. And you must be cautious about any policy. Even if the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee is listed in the Politburo, he is far less free than other provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. The secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee is very famous and beautiful, but in reality, many things must be acted on the face of the central government, and he has to be like a grandson, unlike in the local area, where he is the boss and does whatever he wants. This is also the reason why people in many high-level institutions are waiting in line one after another for decentralization. Freedom below. It doesn't seem to have much to say about this matter, but in fact, even if you are locals in Yanjing, you have to ask them where the central government is. There is basically nothing you don't know, but you have to ask where the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and government is. I don't know. Even if I know it, I need to recall it carefully. This shows how difficult it is for the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and government to be in this power center. Like the central government, the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and government is also located on Chainan Avenue. It is an age-old compound. Next to it is the famous Great Hall of the People. Speaking of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, it can be regarded as a provincial-level unit, but for so many years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, few important things have happened. It's so reliable. Who will come to you? The Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. But for most officials of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, it is also a joy to have a leisurely time. However, the leisure of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government was finally ended by Zuming in the year of 1988. One morning, Zuming and Du Peng found some people, and they came to the meeting of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government with banners. Doorway. Several tables were set up to become a high platform. Zuming jumped up with a stride, holding a big horn in his hand, facing the crowded Chainan Avenue. He said loudly, "Comrades, I want to the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and government reported corrupt officials. Here is a letter of my report." A shout, like a thunder that suddenly sounded in the flat ground, shocked everyone. Everyone who passed by stopped as if caught by magic, and then surrounded Zuming involuntarily. Zuming wanted this effect, so he just opened his mouth and shouted out reports and corrupt officials. He knew very well the preferences of the people of the country, and no matter who it was, he would be very interested in this matter. Seeing people around, he went on to say, Dickens said in A Tale of Two Cities that this is the best time and the worst time. I think we are like this now. In this turbulent era, we should have responded to the call of the central government to join the wave of reform and opening up bravely, and dedicate my youth and blood for the modernization of the motherland. Whether we all do business or work in the factory, even if we move bricks on the construction site, we are working hard for the development of the motherland. Our work is great, our behavior is noble, and our thinking is very high. We are all the screws of the prosperity and strength of the motherland. Speaking of this, Zuming turned and continued, however, there are some hateful corrupt officials who are eating away our blood and sweat and the fruits of our labor. They use their privileges to illegally consume the fruits of our labor in their own pockets. Our original hard work was to build a better home and let our children and grandchildren live better and happier lives, but these corrupt officials, they are like locusts, lying on our bodies and sucking our blood and sweat. Let them lose their fat. By doing this, they are basically insulting our IQ and trampling on our dignity. Zuming said bitterly, everyone, can such a corrupt official be hated? Following Zuming's questioning, everyone below shouted hateful in unison. It can be seen that corrupt officials in everyone's minds are the rats crossing the streets that everyone shouts and beats. In fact, in Zuming's opinion, these words of his own are a bit naive, but in this era, The revolutionary spirit has not disappeared. Even the voice of the news broadcast is high-spirited, and many places are still chanting revolutionary slogans. Then my own remarks are very inspiring to everyone. Now that everyone's anger was aroused, with Ziming's ability to speak, he naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He went on to say, "You may all have heard of the billion-dollar fraud in Jiangnan. Shocked huge sums of money. But I don't know if you have ever thought about how an ordinary rascal can swindle so much money out of a province and a city. Is his so much money a scam, ordinary people's? Or is there some behind-the-scenes manipulating all this? Who is it? Where is the corrupt official?" Someone immediately asked the question below. It's the corrupt official, the finance director of our capital, Chengzu. He is the man behind the Jiangnan 1 billion fraud case. As far as I know, in the Jiangnan 1 billion fraud case, a lot of money was given to this Chief Chen. He also built a lot of villas for Director Chen in Yanjing, and each villa contained beautiful women. When they were okay, they would be happy in the villas, taking the money of our laboring people, and living their extravagant life in the wine pond and meat forest. And this director Wei Chen helped Xing Yuan form a company for fraud in the name of the government. Ziming paused here and then continued, "Let everyone say, should such an official be reported? Shouldn't it be investigated?" Ziming became more excited as he spoke, and in the end he waved his arms and shouted, and all the onlookers in the audience became excited with Ziming's emotions. Everyone, regardless of their age, was driven by Ziming's enthusiasm, desperately shouting with Ziming, "Yes, such a corrupt official will be strictly investigated, and such a corrupt official will be shot." Du Peng came out with Ziming. From Nanjing to Lianyang and now to Yanjing, Du Peng has seen too many stories about Ziming. It stands to reason that his psychological quality should have been devastated by Ziming to be very tough. But now watching Ziming shouting with a loudspeaker here, he still feels the blood beating in his heart. Ziming is really a born speaker. If someone knows his deeds in the future, he might be able to write a book of the great speaker of rebirth. Huh? No. Why is there a rebirth here? Regardless of Du Peng's random thoughts there, Ziming juggled a thick report letter on stage and said, "This is my report letter. I have recorded all Chengzu's criminal facts on it. There are some evidences that can support Chengzu's crime. Today, I will be here, in front of everyone, to submit this report letter to the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, and let the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government investigate this corrupt official." Everyone, "Okay, good." Everyone in the audience shouted in unison. However, there are many things in this world that are not what you want to do. When these people shouted out in unison, suddenly more than 10 police cars turned on the ear-piercing alarms, and dozens of police. The police officer jumped out of the police car and quickly surrounded Ziming and the others. A police officer walked up and covered his face with a question. "Which unit do you belong to? What are you doing here? What are your intentions? Who did you apply for? Who made you do this? Who else is standing behind you? What is the purpose of this? What is it trying to destroy?" The people are afraid of officials. No ordinary people have seen this posture. They were only provoked by Ziming's words before. Now seeing people from the Public Security Bureau, they are still in such an aggressive posture. They were a little scared. But Ziming's words soon aroused their confidence. "This comrade of the public security, we are here to report corrupt officials to the Municipal Party Committee and Government. It is a righteous act in support of the revolutionary cause. I report to Chengzu, the director of the Yanjing City Finance Bureau. I have a letter of report against him." Ziming said that at the same time he also raised up the report letter he had prepared. Hearing Ziming's words, the police officer frowned. But he didn't take a step back. He still said forcefully, "I don't know what to report or corrupt officials. I only know that you are seriously disrupting order here. You must leave immediately, or I will arrest you all." Comrade Public Security, we are all disciplined and law-abiding revolutionary masses. We are here today only to report corrupt officials to the Municipal Party Committee and Government and exercise our own power of mass supervision. Why are you arresting us? Are you also the same as corrupt officials? Man, I came here today under the instigation of the corrupt official. Are you here to protect the corrupt official? Ziming did not back down and pushed the police officer's words back. If Ziming's words are analyzed carefully, there are many loopholes, but most of these people at the scene are ordinary people, and they don't understand the twists and turns of politics. In addition, the previous enthusiasm has not faded, and they are still hot-headed. They immediately followed Ziming and questioned the police. Are you all with corrupt officials? Are you here to protect them? These people questioned loudly, while pushing toward the police. Perhaps it is that there is a disturbing and uneasy agitation factor in everyone's body, or it is that they are always bullied by these big caps, and now it is rare to have the opportunity to ask those big caps in turn, making them very excited. In short, follow the people in front of them, constantly rushing to the police officers who surrounded them. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The air was heating up, and a police-civilian conflict was about to break out. Chapter 352 The Dan Family's Problem? Ziming, you are so bold. Hearing Chairman Du Zongyuan's roar on the phone, Ziming took the phone away a bit, and then said to the microphone, I said, Chairman Du, can you keep your voice down? I know I am bold, and I also know that I think about things. If you don't have a big picture, you can only do things according to your own personal preferences, but your old man is not like that. I just prepared to take a nap, and your old man made a phone call, and it almost scared my soul. Listening to Ziming on the phone, this is a completely indifferent rogue remark. Du Zongyuan is a little bit dumbfounded. He is also the chairman of the country at any rate. Can you little bastard have the least respect? But of course Du Zongyuan couldn't say this. Of course, Du Zongyuan didn't really blame Ziming for asking him. After all, Ziming's remarks were not problematic. But this attitude made him very unhappy. Have a nap? Du Zongyuan couldn't believe his ears. This guy Ziming only caused such a big incident in the morning, and the entire capital was shocked. If he changed to an ordinary person, I was afraid that he would not be able to sleep at night. This guy was unexpectedly at noon, still thinking about taking a nap. To what extent can this be done by a heartless person? The reason why Ziming dared to say this is not because he really didn't want to. He thought that if he knew Du Peng, he could really become Du's family. He really dared not to put a president in his eyes. Speak. It was Ziming who heard the joy behind Du Zongyuan's roar, and knew that he was not really angry, and now he was just pretending to be a gesture of himself. And Ziming was confident. Or it can be said that I would only be happy if I said that to Du Zongyuan. On the contrary, Du Zongyuan would not be happy to say a lot of nonsense. Ziming, do you know the nature of what you did at the gate of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government? Do you know what kind of political consequences you will bring? The tragedy of Dongtan is still vividly remembered. You dare to gather crowds at the gate of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government to make trouble. Why is your little comrade's ideological consciousness so low? Du Zongyuan said in a tone of hatred for iron and steel. Isn't it all right? Ziming murmured. Although Du Zongyuan was getting older, he caught this sentence at once, and immediately reprimanded him. Ziming, what is your attitude? Are you such an indifferent attitude? Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise you Ziming the sinner in this incident. Ziming had been mentally prepared for Du Zongyuan's accusation. After all, he dared to do a public report at the door of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, and it caused such a big impact. If Du Zongyuan didn't talk about himself, then he would come out. Problem. As for his final remarks, Ziming thinks that his luck is really good in retrospect, because people tend to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. If the masses are forced to pass by the police officers, then the police officer would dare to give orders to arrest people. Those ordinary people who are not relatives to themselves, are afraid that they will flee in the first place. Ziming can't believe that they will really fight for themselves and all the forces of injustice to the end. But the final result was that the police were stunned. The police officer just frightened people and didn't have the courage to give orders to arrest people. As a result, a group of police officers were driven away by the masses. In fact, this kind of result was expected by Zhu Ming. After all, the biggest ethos in officialdom is conservative. Here, everyone is struggling for the position under their buttocks, and no one wants to make mistakes to give others back. Just imagine, if he ordered the arrest that day, and it really caused a conflict between the police and the people. He didn't know what would happen to Zhu Ming. Anyway, he would definitely not become a director. It is precisely because of this awareness that the director would rather be stubbornly stubborn, rather than be driven away by the dingy, and resolutely refuse to give this order. I think that in the later generations, when a provincial official went abroad for business, he was questioned face to face about the fact that there was no massacre. This was a lie made up by the Chinese himself, and he could hold back a smile without saying a word. Compared with some officials in later generations, this director is pretty good. After the police officers left, the group of people encouraged by Zhu Ming became more arrogant. The Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government had no choice but to immediately send someone out to receive the report letter submitted by Zhu Ming. I can't really let Zhu Ming and the others stay here for one day. That would be more than a simple report, and the political nature of the incident would directly escalate. Chairman, can I ask what happened to my report? Zhu Ming said. Du Zongyuan said with a cold snort, your report letter has been handed over to the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection has also begun to intervene in the investigation, and the relevant suspects have also been controlled by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Where is the suspect detained? There will be no accidents, right? Zhu Ming asked. Du Zongyuan didn't expect Zhu Ming to ask this, and he was a little impatient. In the hotel of the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, what will happen? Or is Zhu Ming going to do something more? Chairman, I don't mean that. I fully believe that the leadership of the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection will not do anything more. Zhu Ming realized that Du Zongyuan was really angry when he said this, so he immediately admitted that he was wrong. However, Zhu Ming's words were not groundless, because Zhu Ming remembered that in his previous life, things broke out in the Tan family. Starting from the Secretary of Finance. The Secretary of Finance finally committed suicide in the hotel of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Zhu Ming would have this question. Of course, Zhu Ming didn't worry that he would make such a move this time, because it was also the worst move. It's good for you, kid, to remember it. It's better to be safe during your time in the capital. Otherwise I don't mind locking you up or sending you out forcibly. Finally, Du Zongyuan threatened Zhu Ming with such a sentence and hung up the phone. Zhu Ming listened to the busy tone on the phone and shrugged needlessly to Du Peng, who gave him a thumbs up. On Du Zongyuan's side, after the president hung up the phone, he smiled bitterly at Yang Dingo and said, old Yang made you laugh. I can't help such a kid. Yang Dingo shook his head and comforted him and said, don't say that, Zongyuan, this kid is very slippery, even I feel a headache. But he is also called the newborn calf, not afraid of tigers. If he doesn't have this spirit, I am afraid, if we can't do so many things, we two old men won't have a chance to get to know him. After evaluating Zhu Ming half ridiculously, Yang Dingo said again, but from what he said just now, we can also understand that he did this deliberately. Yang Dingo looked at Du Zongyuan last and asked, Zongyuan, what do you think of this matter? Du Zongyuan groaned for a while and replied, I'm not old, but his vision is very vicious. Yang Dingo nodded in agreement, because Du Zongyuan's few words had clearly indicated his views on Zhu Ming and this matter, which coincided with Yang Dingo. First of all, after the incident, Yang Dingo commented on the current situation, saying that as long as Zhu Ming is long-term enough, he will definitely follow Tan Jiaqiu to settle accounts at this time, but he is not making a fuss about the incident. Sure enough, Zhu Ming started a new stove. Let's talk about the public reports made by Zhu Ming. I can't help but say that he was very thoughtful in doing this, because anyway, Ziming is always just an ordinary person without a backstage. He wants to fight against a Yanjings. It's impossible for a big political family. He can only report one way. But reporting ... even if it is a person like Yang Dingo, it can only be a sentence, which is doomed to be ineffective in ordinary reporting, so it can only be reported by extraordinary means. Ziming chose to report publicly to make matters worse. In fact, Ziming was playing with fire. Whether it was good or not, it would not do him any good. If he was a member of the system, he would never go like this anyway. Only Ziming dared to do it, and here, the smartest thing Ziming did was that he did not report to the central government, but chose the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, which was not good enough. This is very interesting, because once it gets to the central government, it will be a major national event. If people gather to make trouble at the gate of Zongnanhai, the nature will be even worse. No one can tolerate it. But now at the door of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, Ziming has avoided the possibility of escalating the incident. In the end, Ziming's doing this also posed a big problem for the Dan family. To check or not to check? These political families entrenched in the central government, if you want to really investigate, few of their homes are clean, and the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection must really investigate. What if it finds something out of bounds? But without checking, Ziming sang such a play at the door of the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, but they didn't care about it. Isn't it too shameful? Thinking of this, Yang Dingo smiled. Now the situation is really interesting and tight. Those people in the south are going to take the Dan family's operation. Ziming sang like this again. It seems that something is about to change. Du Zongyuan heard what he said, and immediately asked, "Lao Yang, what do you mean ... Is the central government intervening?" Yang Dingo waved his hand again and said, "No need. It's not the time yet." Didn't the little guy Ziming just ask that Yanjing finance director was taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection if there would be an accident? Du Zongyuan immediately understood. Lao Yang, you mean ... But isn't the Dan family digging their own graves like that? How can they not be like this? It looks like this. Based on what I know about Dan Lee, he wouldn't do this kind of thing, but on some things, the little guy Ziming judged that even we old guys can't refuse to accept it. Yang Dingo say. Du Zongyuan was a little stunned. As an old man who has been with Yang Dingo for so many years, he knows Yang Dingo very well. There are people who can be evaluated so highly by Yang Dingo, but none of those people is not a big figure in history. Could it be that Ziming is also the same now? Chapter 353 The Dan family's threat. Ziming is still your boss. If I dare to talk to my old man like this, he must take my skin off. In the Yanjing hotel room, Du Peng said to Ziming with a thumbs up, and shuddered with lingering fears, as if he really thought of Du Zongyuan's teaching him in the past. Then there is no way. Who made you the grandson of the chairman and his old man? In addition, beating is a personal curse or love. So many people envy it. Ziming said this to Du Peng, but his words are here. He then looked up at the clock on the wall and said to Du Peng, "Okay, don't talk about these extra nonsense in front of me. Hurry up and help me bring some people over. Now I am a thorn in the eyes of some people." Will someone really come to threaten you? The Dan family is also such a big family anyway, and now Tan Li is also the secretary of the city party committee of the capital and a deputy state-level member of the Politburo. Right. Du Peng said with some suspicion. This is not easy to say. Isn't there an old saying that if you want to perish, you must first make it crazy? Maybe it's the time when the Dan family is crazy. But we promising young people don't want to accompany those who are about to die crazy, so it's better to be safe. Ziming said. Okay, I get it, I'll do it for you right away. After Du Peng said this, he turned and left the room. After Du Peng left, Ziming followed the window of the room and watched Du Peng's car leave. But at this time, Ziming noticed that Du Peng walked on the front foot, and several cars drove downstairs on the back foot. Ziming shook his head helplessly and said to himself, "It seems I still overestimate that side. or say. Some situations are far more serious than I thought. As the saying goes, what you see is the result, and only what you don't see is the game. Zuming is true to his rebirth, but rebirth does not mean omnipotence. He can immediately make himself leap from a native chicken to a phoenix. Before his rebirth, Zuming was just an ordinary person, and many things were hearsay and speculations of so-called insiders on the internet. These things are all catching the wind. Although they are not unfounded, they are certainly far from the truth. Especially those political games hidden behind the incident are impossible to be known to ordinary people. Just like in his previous life, Zuming knew that the Dan family had fallen, and also knew that the Dan family was caused by the chain reaction caused by the Jiangnan fundraising case and the two incidents of the Communist Party. But behind these incidents, how many people were there participating, what kind of situation the Dan family is facing? But he doesn't know anything. Even if Du Peng is there, he is still young, and he is not involved in the layout, and it is impossible to know it. It is difficult to provide himself with anything useful information. Since I have a chance to do it again, I can't always be the one who sees the results. There are some games I also need to know, and I have to find a way to participate and become a participant in the game, instead of always being manipulated. Some of those, even if I don't belong to any party. Zuming said. After a while, the sound of rapid footsteps sounded outside the door, and a man in his 30s brought a few police officers to the door, but they were stunned when they came to the door, because the door of Zuming's room was when it was opened. There were 40 cups on the table in the room, and Zuming himself made tea in the living room calmly, as if waiting for someone, but they looked around, and no one else was here. Seeing the appearance of these people at the door, Zuming smiled slightly, made a pleased gesture and said, "You are here? Don't stand at the door, come in and sit." "But I'm sorry, I don't know how many of you will come." "Man, there are only 4 cups in my room, I hope to forgive me." Zuming's words stunned the people at the door. They looked at each other, and for a while, no one dared to move forward. It was as if Zuming's room had 800 swordsmen hidden in his room, and they would always follow Zuming's orders and don't know where to charge. "Come out and chop them into meat sauce." The hesitation of these people is very normal, because they originally took the order to come over aggressively to find Zuming's troubles, but when they arrived here, they found that Zuming was waiting for them. No matter who changed it, they would subconsciously feel abnormal. "I will be scared." At this time, the person in the lead said first, "Hello Zuming, I am Wang Jian from the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee. This time I made a special trip to talk to you." Zuming nodded and said lightly, "I know that you are Secretary Dan Li's secretary, and I also know the purpose of your coming this time." Wang Jian stayed for a while, hesitated at the door for a long time before gritting his teeth and leading people into Zuming's room and sat in front of Zuming. It's not surprising that Wang Jianhui made up his mind to come in Zuming, because he didn't expect his own style to really scare the other party. After all, it's a big deal. The other party will definitely give the order to choose the most trusted person, himself. It's not Zhu Liang. How can the empty city plan be as simple as Li? But having said that, Zuming could also feel the other party's tension from the other side's behavior. Wang Jian sat down, and before he could speak, Zuming took the initiative to push the teacup in front of him and said to him, "Secretary Wang has tea first." Due to the rush of time, there is no time to make tea for Secretary Wang, so he can only use it. The tea provided by the hotel has replaced it. After talking, Zuming first took a sip from his teacup, but Wang Jian didn't dare to touch the cup of tea in front of him for a long time, and he didn't know if he was afraid that the tea was poisonous or was thinking about something else. Regarding his situation, Zuming did not urge him or speak, but just sat quietly and watched him, waiting for his own decision. Facing Zuming's smile, Wang Jian suddenly felt that he was being ridiculed, and his IQ was suppressed. Nima himself came to trouble him, but now he was frightened by his cup of tea. "What's the matter? How can I say I am also the first secretary of this capital, followed by the head of the Dan family. And what is his Ziming? Isn't it just a nouveau riche who has exploited the benefits of national policies? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of yourself? Thinking of this, Wang Jian jumped up and pointed at Ziming and said angrily, Ziming, you don't want to hang around here. Do you know what you are doing today? What you did today not only disturbed the Yanjing Municipal Committee and City, the normal work of the government, and even more serious slander of important cadres of the Municipal Party Committee and government, had a very serious impact on his own reputation. Listening to Wang Jian's words, Ziming suddenly laughed happily, and Ziming couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed Wang Jian's actions too funny. What are you laughing at? Wang Jian asked annoyedly. Dr. Wang, please forgive me for being unreasonable. I think that what you said earlier, Director Wang, is totally unnecessary, because if I didn't guess wrong, Director Wang, you brought these police comrades to threaten me, so since it is a threat, Director Wang, why don't you be more straightforward? Also talk about the useless bullshit just now. Do you want to be a bitch and want to set up an archway? Ziming turned his lips and said disdainfully, you say that a legitimate report is disrupting the normal work of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government. The reporter has become an important cadre who slanders the Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. Director Wang, don't you think your remarks are very serious? Shameless. Enough. Wang Jian suddenly slapped the table and roared. At the same time, he immediately took a pistol from the policeman who came with him and held it against Ziming's head. You fucking believe it or not, I shot it today. Broke you? Wang Jian was really annoyed. Since childhood, he has never been as angry as he is today. Ziming was right. He was indeed looking for Ziming today with the task of Yanjing Municipal Party Secretary Dan Li. He originally wanted to threaten Ziming, but he did not expect to be preached by Ziming, especially Ziming. The last sentence of being a bitch standing in the archway was like a slap in the face. It hit him hard, making him feel a hot pain. Ziming frowned carefully. It seems that Tan Li has encountered a lot of things recently, making it difficult for the entire Tan family to do things inside and outside. Otherwise the capital's first secretary shouldn't have drawn his gun impulsively. That's right, because if something happens to him now, it will only make the Dan family's current situation worse. As long as the secretary informs that his brain is not really burned out, he will definitely not do it. But this is what he did now, which shows that his mood is very unstable at the moment. To say that Wang Jian dared to shoot Ziming at this time, he didn't believe it. After all, the capital secretary, no matter how frustrated he was, he would not do such a thing. However, even though he was determined in his heart, he was still unable to arouse him on the surface. After all, this place was still their turf. The Dan family hadn't really fallen yet, so Ziming could only raise his hands and said, Director Wang, don't you excited? We sometimes negotiate. Hearing Ziming's soft words, Wang Jian proudly cocked his tail. Ziming, you are arrogant, let me see if you are arrogant. When Wang Jian was speaking, he deliberately touched Ding Ziming's head with a gun, and then said, I've seen a lot of people like you. I usually drag the same as 2 to 5 to 80,000, but just give you something. The method is like a grandson. After all, people like you are cheap. Then what do you want me to do? Ziming asked. Fuck me, shut up. Did I let you talk? Wang Jian was very dissatisfied and said, Tell you, I came here today to tell you how stupid you are doing this thing today. And one more thing, is to tell you, don't think of yourself as being too capable. I don't have anything to do. If I don't say anything else, I just say that in Yanjing, even if this is the capital, it's easy to kill you. Do you understand? Ziming said that he knew. Wang Jian took the gun back and gave it back to the policeman, then straightened up and restored his style as the first secretary of the capital and said, I hope you really understand. Then please, get out of Yanjing right away. If I find you here tomorrow, I'm not sure about some things. After leaving these words to Ziming, Wang Jian led the police to leave Ziming's room. Chapter 354 More Important Accidents. Ziming, I'm back again. and I also loaned out my father's guards. These are all specially trained guards. They are always on duty in Zongnanhai to guard the chief. I told my father very seriously. It took support to roll for a long time before loaning it out. Du Peng hurried back to Ziming's room, opened the door with the key and said to Ziming, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room drinking tea. But Ziming did not respond immediately, he just looked up at him. Du Peng also suddenly found something wrong. He pointed to the 3 teacups on the table and asked Ziming, "Did you have any guests here just now?" "You finally found out," Ziming said. "Just now, our first secretary of Yanjing took the talents and left. So your performance at your chairman's was a waste of expression." Hearing Ziming's words, Du Peng jumped up and said, "I can't it. The Dan family really did this kind of thing? Still so fast? Is this still the Dan family?" "Ziming, the person you are talking about is Wang Jian. Only Secretary Dan Li can command him, but that is the head of the Dan family now." "How does this temperament feel worse than the Xioya in the county seat?" "It's a good thing that people of any status do what they do, but it also depends on the situation," Ziming said. Du Peng's eyes lit up. "Is the current situation of the Dan family really bad?" Ziming nodded and said, "Otherwise, why do you think Chairman Du is so easy to lend you the central guards?" Du Peng threw a reliance on. "I said, Ziming, your boss can't pretend to be confused." "Will I be a little bit confused?" Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, "No way. Who made Du Peng? You're acting so flamboyant." "If I don't say anything, I feel sorry for my IQ." Du Peng looked frustrated, and then asked Ziming, "Then what did Wang Jian say to you?" "What else can there be? It's nothing more than warning me not to do anything in Yanjing, otherwise he would pinch me to death as easily as an ant." Ziming said this, but if Du Peng was more careful, he would find out that when Ziming said this, his fists were clenched. This small gesture explained Ziming's mood at the moment. Ziming was born again, and his true age is indeed 50 years old. But this does not mean that he will not be angry, and will be like a stone Buddha forever without waves. On the contrary, after the melancholy of previous lives, he cherishes everything he possesses even more in this life, and he also cherishes his dignity even more as he continues to climb upward. I still remember that Wang Jianlei held a gun against Ziming's head and asked Ziming what he was. But this was actually what Ziming wanted to say to Wang Jian, because the name Wang Jian does not exist in Ziming's memory at all. This is not to say that Ziming is ignorant, but that Wang Jian is not a character, but now he is pointed at his head by such a person, even if Wang Jian had a convulsion in his brain at the time, and it was really possible to shoot himself to death. This was definitely a shame for Ziming. After finally being born again, Ziming may have just wanted to make a lot of money at the beginning, so that the people he cares about can live a better life. But as time goes on, Ziming's mind is constantly expanding, not to mention the future. What will happen? But at least for now, Ziming must do the Tan family, and it is still in the counterattack stage. He clearly thought of what the Tan family might do, but still exposed himself to danger. Although the final result was shocking and not dangerous, such a thing sounded a wake-up call for Ziming. In the future, he must think more and not have any hope for his opponent. Fucking, what is this Wang Jian so arrogant? Ziming, now my grandfather's guard is here, we can go find this place. Du Peng also exclaimed angrily. Where are you looking? Don't be so hot in your mind, Ziming said. Compared with Du Peng, Ziming's Qigong training is still very homely. At this time, he also wanted to find Wang Jian to avenge him, knock him a sap, or find a sack to put a set on his head, and beat him by himself. To relieve one's breath, with the skill of Zongnanhai guards, he can certainly do it. It's not time yet. If this time really troubles him and scares him, what should he do if he stops acting in the following scenes? Ziming said. Du Peng blinked hysterically, as if he didn't understand what Ziming was talking about, but fortunately, Ziming didn't try to mute him, and then said, Du Peng, you should remember what I told you before. I am worried about what will happen to Yanjing's finance director after being taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Du Peng nodded in a daze, but he immediately reacted. Ziming, do you mean that there will be any accidents over there? Now the Dan family has even threatened me with such things as ordinary people who have no back, stage and back. One can imagine how bad their situation is now. The situation has forced them to jump over the wall in a hurry. And what else can they do? Come out, Ziming said with a sneer. So, I want these very skilled on and high bodyguards to help me do a more important thing, and let me tell them what it means to make things big. Ziming said firmly. That look made Du Peng's heart jump unconsciously. At 1 o'clock in the evening, the whole city of Yanjing has fallen asleep. At this time, Yanjing is not the super metropolis that will never sleep 24 hours later. Although there are some places open all night at this time, in general, it is here. At this point, even on the most prosperous Chainan Avenue, it was deserted and there were almost no people visible. A car with a license plate of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee drove by on Chainan Avenue until it drove into a quiet alley, where there was a very inconspicuous hotel. There was no big fancy sign outside, it just hung up a small sign of a guest house. But people who know the inside story will understand that this is actually a special place for officials of the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Of course, there is no such thing as Shuangyi at this time. Shuangyi was originally called Liangyi, and it was officially proposed 2 years later, but at this time it was already the default procedure within the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chen Xu, the chief of finance of Yanjing City, who was publicly reported by Ziming, was detained here. The car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and 4 people got out of the car. If Ziming would be able to recognize the leader here, he would only go to his room in the afternoon to threaten his Yanjing First Secret King sword. After greeted the people of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection at the door, Wang Jian led the people upstairs and quickly came to a room, opened the door, and saw a fat man sitting inside. This person was detained here. Chen Xu. Seeing Wang Jian coming in, Chen Xu stood up and cried to Wang Jian with his nose and tears, "You can count on Secretary Wang. I know that Secretary Dan will definitely not give up on me. Secretary Wang, you must be Secretary Tan who asked you to rescue me this time, right?" Wang Jian glanced at Chen Xu in disgust and said, "Director Chen, please speak up. Don't look like this." It's no wonder that Wang Jian is disgusted, because Chen Xu does not look like a party member and cadre, and it is like a child who has run away from home begging the police uncle to take him home. But this is also normal. After all, Shuangyi's blow to officials is not even a little bit. Officials like Chen Xu have a lot of scenery outside. He is also the chief steward of Dan Li, secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee. He is under the care of the Tan family. In the officialdom of Yanjing, a center of power, he also wants the wind to get the wind and the rain to rain. Anyone who sees him is not polite and comforts him. However, I have been arrested by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. First of all, the scenery is gone. I was kept in a room all day. I was also unceremoniously questioned by the Commissioner for Discipline Inspection. How could this fall from heaven to prison? Did he accept it? Not to mention that at this time, the Commission for Discipline Inspection was not as regulated as later generations in handling cases, and there were also many shameful methods. Once these methods came up, people like Chen Xu who had never learned before would naturally collapse. Chen Xu didn't seem to see Wang Jian's disgusting eyes. Even if he saw him, he would treat him as if he hadn't seen it. He only pulled Wang Jian and said, "Secretary Wang, Chen Xu did a lot of things for Secretary Dan outside. Today, I was framed and fell into this field. Secretary Dan can't save him. No matter what I do outside, I still don't forget to honor Secretary Dan. Secretary Dan can't ignore me." As Chen Xu talked more and more outrageously, Wang Jian immediately shouted angrily, "Enough!" Chen Xu was taken aback for a moment, and Wang Jianping recovered his emotions, and then said to Chen Xu, "You can rest assured, Director Chen. When you are outside, you are Secretary Dan's most trusted cadre, so Secretary Dan will let you serve as Yanjing's finance director. This position is not something ordinary people can take." Chen Xu nodded hurriedly and said, "Of course, I was appointed by Secretary Dan as the Chief of Yanjing Finance. I have always been dedicated to this position. I will do whatever Secretary Dan says. They are doing things according to the words of Secretary Dan. I know that Secretary Dan is not such a shabby person. Today I am here. I know that Secretary Dan will definitely not ignore me and will definitely save me. Chen Xiuyu said incoherently, and he didn't notice that the disciplinary committee personnel who came with Wang Jian no longer knew when to leave the room. Wang Jian glanced back, and then said to Chen Xu, Director Chen, please rest assured, Secretary Dan will of course not be the kind of person you think. Wang Jian stood up while talking. Chen Xu raised his head and looked at Wang Jian in confusion. He didn't understand what he meant, but then he noticed that the people Wang Jian had brought came to him, and the people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection after disappearing again. He panicked and pointed to Wang Jian and said, Wang Jian, what are you going to do? You are murder, you are committing a crime. Chen Xu's words came to an abrupt end here, because the people Wang Jian had brought had already rushed over and covered his mouth. Only dead people can't speak. Director Chen, don't blame me, because it is Secretary Dan's intention to want you to die. Wang Jian said coldly. But everyone in this room didn't notice. On the windowsill of the room, there seemed to be something extra, and another van was parked outside the hotel. Chapter 355 This is killing people. At noon the next day, countless Chinese and foreign reporters rushed to the Yanjing Hotel, because there will be a very important press conference here. When it was about 11 o'clock, the reporters were allowed to enter the conference room. After all the reporters took their place step by step, the leaders of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee who attended today's press conference came out one after another. The leader is Dan Li, Secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee, the deputy state-level member of the Politburo. He still walks in the forefront very vigorously, but if you look carefully, you can still see the melancholy behind his expression. He can still see his unnatural frown. Although these things are very subtle, it can be imagined that the Fuyan of the imperial capital is not as relaxed as he looks, at least upset. Otherwise, with his 30 years of training in Huanhai, there will not be such a performance. Behind Dan Li were other leaders of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee. After they all sat in their seats, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee announced the official start of the press conference. First of all, it was undoubtedly the speech time of Dan Li, Secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee. He fiddled with the microphone in front of him, and then said, Hello friends from China and abroad. I should have been very happy to meet you here. But I am not happy anyway, because here today, I have a very heavy and unspeakable thing to tell you. Speaking of this, Dan Li paused, and then continued, just last night, Chen Xu, the former finance chief of Yanjing City, was found to have committed suicide in his room. Although many of the following reporters had learned about the news through various channels before they came here, they are still shocked to hear the news from the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee at the press conference. At the same time, the news also shocked everyone. Everyone asked questions. Hello, Secretary Dan, I would like to ask how this Chen Xu committed suicide. Didn't it have been said before that he was controlled by the Commission for Discipline Inspection in a special place? And was there a special person to watch him 24 hours? How could he be allowed to commit suicide? What's the problem? Does Chen Xu's suicide mean that this case is going to a dead end and cannot be investigated? Listening to the buzzing questions below like countless flies flying all over the sky, Dan Li hurriedly gestured to quiet everyone. Everyone please be quiet. I know everyone's urgency, but I have to ask questions one by one, so I can answer them. Dan Li said. First of all, Chen Xu's suicide was caused by the negligence of the supervisors of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Commission for Discipline Inspection has dealt with the responsible persons seriously. Dan Li said. Secondly, regarding the report against Chen Xu, we are pragmatic. The spirit of truth-seeking, of course, will be investigated to the end. All other persons involved in the case will be held accountable for their legal responsibility, and no one will be tolerated. But no matter what, Things that shouldn't have happened have already happened. Our comrades were not mentally prepared, did not expect the suspect's psychological changes, and were negligent in taking care of the suspect, Dan Lee said and sighed. As the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee, I have a great leadership responsibility. On behalf of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee and government, I want to apologize to everyone. Tan Lee actually stood up and took the lead and bowed deeply to the scene. Suddenly, the flash of the camera went off, and everyone was vying to record this precious moment. However, in the corner, someone sighed with emotion. It is said that the best actor is an official. This sentence really deserves its reputation. The person next to him also echoed, yes. Originally I thought that Uncle Dan could be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Yanjing. He is a great person, but now it seems that he is a person of inconsistency. The man shrugged and was non-committal. These two people are not others, but Ziming and Dupeng. Since the preparation time for today's press conference is relatively short, there are many domestic and foreign media invited, and the location is still in Yanjing where they are staying. Restaurants. It's too easy for them to get in. He can still be on stage now, but he won't be for long. Ziming looked at Tan Lee and said coldly, and recalled the day that Tan Lee sent his secretary to lead someone to threaten him. Ziming's words were like the sound of a starting gun. When he finished speaking here, there was a lot of noise on the scene. Tan Lee was still talking on stage. It seemed that the more he talked, the more vigorous he was. But at this moment, a reporter from Fujian and Taiwan suddenly raised his hand to ask Tan Lee, "But Secretary Dan, the news I got seems to be different." "That's not the case. Chen Xe's death was not a suicide like what you said, but there were other reasons." This sentence is like a blockbuster, and it blows up the scene. After all, for reporters, their nature is to dig news, and now at this news conference, what else is there to face such a case? Could the news be more attractive than the bizarre death of the Secretary of Finance during the custody of the Commission for Discipline Inspection? So after the Fujian Taiwan reporter took the lead, other reporters echoed and asked, "Yes, Secretary Dan, as the main suspect in this case, Chen Xu died accidentally on the first day after being controlled by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Are there any other doubts in the face, or is Chen Xe's death not a suicide, but for other reasons?" Listening to the chaotic question below, Tan Lee really wanted to give an order to drive the talkative Fujian Taiwan reporter out. Damn it! These people from Fujian Taiwan Island, lest there be no chaos in the world. At this time Tan Lee thought so, but he didn't know the next development of the matter. If he knew, he didn't just want to drive the Fujian Taiwan reporter out, but would just shoot him out. There is no basis for saying that Chen Xe's death is suicide. There is no other doubt, Tan Lee said categorically. At the same time, he also warned, "Comrade reporter from Fujian and Taiwan, I hope you can abide by the release, the rules and regulations of the association. If you are here to talk nonsense and spread rumors, I will let the security guards invite you out." Listening to Tan Lee's words, everyone at the scene focused on the Fujian Taiwan reporter, and as the audience watched, the Fujian Taiwan reporter shouted, "I'm not bullshit, I have evidence." While talking, the Fujian Taiwan reporter held up a tape, and then said loudly, "This is a tape that records the entire process of Chen Xe's death. This is the evidence." Seeing that tape, Tan Lee, who was sitting on it, suddenly jumped for no reason, and a very bad feeling hit his heart. This person must be driven out, otherwise there will be serious trouble. Tan Lee's subconscious mind was warning Tan Lee, but the Fujian Taiwan reporter below seemed to understand Tan Lee's inner thoughts, so he didn't wait for any reaction from Tan Lee. He immediately took out a tape recorder and used it as quickly as possible. I put the tape into the tape recorder at a speed of, and pressed the play button, and then as the tape turned, a voice came out, "Secretary Wang, I, Chen Xu, did a lot of things for Secretary Dan outside. I was framed and fell into this field. Secretary Dan can't help but die." Although this voice has lost its tone and changed its tone, some people can still hear who he is. This is the voice of Chen Xu. I am very familiar with it. Hearing Chen Xe's voice, Dan Lee was shocked. He looked at the tape recorder in disbelief. His eyes were full of fear, as if it was not a tape recorder but an abyss monster. Quickly, shut him down. Come here, blast this Fujian Taiwan agent out. Tan Lihuo stood up, patted the table and pointed at the Fujian Taiwan reporter. However, it was too late for Dan Lee to react at this time, because the next most important sentence was his secretary Wang Jian, who said to Chen Xu, "Only dead people can't speak. Director Chen, don't blame me, because it is Secretary Dan's intention to want you to die." As this sentence was faithfully played by the tape recorder, there was a deathly silence at first, and then after a short while, it exploded in an instant. All the reporters screamed inconceivably, because this thing was simply too difficult for people. Accepted it. It's almost the same. In fact, when the Fujian Taiwan reporter started playing the tape, and the voice of Tanlis Secretary Wang Jian came out, everyone thought of this faintly. But no one can believe it. After all, it might be Wang Jian's own idea. Until the event was actually played on the tape recorder, everyone still couldn't believe that a deputy national-level municipal party committee secretary actually did such a sordid thing. So it turns out that Secretary Dan did you do this thing? How do you explain the voice of Secretary Dan in this tape? Did you instruct your Secretary Wang Jian to murder Chen Xu? Please answer directly from Secretary Dan. The reporters below asked Dan Lee excitedly one by one, but where could he still answer? I saw him sitting sullenly, looking at the ceiling with blank eyes. Regardless of what the scene was like, he just murmured and repeated the sentence as if he had lost his mind. It's over, it's over. On the other side, Du Peng, who saw this scene, waved his arm fiercely, yelled yes, then turned his head and said to Ziming, "It's great. Things went so smoothly today. It's impossible for the central government to sit idly by, and the Dan family will definitely be over." Compared with Du Peng's excitement, Ziming let out a long sigh and said, "Isn't it? If this happens, everyone will be finished." Du Peng laughed and said, "But Ziming, your luck is also good. We didn't expect that we would just find a way to get the guards from Zongnanhai to record the sound. Some reporters from Fujian and Taiwan would send it to the door. For Fujian and Taiwan reporters, it is really a headache for us to find reporters. After all, this matter is too big, and it is not suitable for any of us to get ahead." But Ziming asked him back, "Do you really think it is a coincidence that we met this Fujian Taiwan reporter?" Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Du Peng was stunned. His eyes widened, as if thinking of something. Chapter 356. Things are as simple as that? Bow. Thank you Green Pants for your support and monthly pass support. Putting time back to yesterday afternoon. At that time Ziming and Du Peng were drinking coffee in the coffee shop of the Yanjing Hotel. Not only were the two of them, but there was also a person sitting with them. Although he was wearing a normal suit, whether it is his sharp face like a knife, or his upright sitting posture, people can quickly connect him with the soldier. There was a cup of coffee in front of him, but he didn't drink a sip. He just sat there. His falcon-like eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding vigilantly, and his whole body was ready to go like a cheetah, ready to eliminate all danger at any time. This person is the Zongnanhai guard assigned by Du Zongyuan to Ziming and Du Peng to protect their safety. Originally, this guard had a team, but several others had been sent by Ziming to perform another task, so they were next to them. Only this one guard is left. Ziming is not worried about safety, because first he was in the Yanjing Hotel, next to Zongnanhai, the power center of the country. It is difficult for any danger to happen here. Even if Danlis secretary brings people over again, he really wants to be frantic, doing something in the face of so many people. This guard, who has been specially trained in the central government to protect the supreme leader, will definitely have a way to protect their safety. If he didn't even have this ability, he would really be blinded as a bodyguard of Zongnanhai. Suddenly the Zongnanhai bodyguard stood up and stopped the two people who were going to come here. The man was taken aback, and he was immediately stunned, looking at the man in the flathead suit who was blocking him. After all, He didn't dare to move. The bodyguard of Zongnanhai has a breath of substance on his body. Who are you? Who are you looking for? What's the matter? Zongnanhai's bodyguard asked coldly. The man came back to his senses, and immediately replied with a trembling, "Hello, this comrade. I am a reporter from Fujian and Taiwan. I see these two comrades are a bit familiar, and I want to ask if they are called Zuming." Dupeng, Zongnanhai's bodyguard, turned his head to ask Zuming and Dupeng for instructions, but his foresight was still locked on the two of them. It is conceivable that if the two dared to make any changes, he would definitely react to them and take them down. "How do you know us? We don't seem to be famous," Dupeng asked strangely. The Fujian Taiwan reporter said, "If I didn't admit my mistake, this is Dupeng. You don't know if you ask this question. The stock market you are doing in Anjian is very much concerned by our Fujian and Taiwan, and you should do it together. The highway connects the two provinces without the authorities paying a penny. This is a rare feat in the world. Of course we have to investigate your identity. Unexpectedly we are still so famous." Dupeng was happy. He turned around and wanted to ask Zuming's opinion. Zuming, who had been silent before, simply said, "Comrade reporters, please sit down. I happen to have some very important news that I want to break the news to you." These are all what Zuming and Dupeng and the two Fujian and Taiwan reporters met yesterday. After the two Fujian and Taiwan reporters sat down, Zuming told them about the murder of Chen Xu by the city party secretary Tan Li Hui. By this morning, Zuming gave them the tape and tape recorder, and then there was the scene at the press conference just now. Thinking of all this, Dupeng frowned. Everything seems to be very natural, but it is also too natural. Why can we meet them? Why should we say that they promise to help us? Don't they know what it means to do this? It's so strange. Then Dupeng, have you ever wondered why this is? Zuming asked. Due to Zuming's point, Dupeng immediately realized, they were sent to approach us deliberately. It's not just that. They approached us for only one purpose. Their most fundamental purpose is to help us make this tape public. Zuming said. Dupeng was stunned and said, think about it as if this is the case. But why are they doing this? It's very simple. They are appointed by someone. Zuming shrugged needlessly and gave Dupeng a very cheap answer. Dupeng cursed angrily, and then analyzed it himself. Zuming, you just want to say that it is there to help us deliberately, right? But why are they helping us? How do they know what we are going to do? Facing Dupeng's string of questions, Zuming smiled, and then asked, do you think we too are smart? Dupeng had no idea that Zuming would suddenly raise such a question, and he was stunned at that time, completely wondering why Zuming would ask such a question. Zuming didn't plan to wait for Dupeng to think slowly. He first replied, in fact, it doesn't matter whether we are smart or not. The important thing is that there are too many people living on the 9.6 million square kilometers of our motherland. Regardless of whether they are in politics or business, there are always many smart people. These smarts are not only small but smart, but there are also many people with great wisdom. Zuming's words are very common, but they have given Dupeng a lot of inspiration, because everyone is very arrogant and feels that I must be useful when I am born. I feel that I can do everything, and I feel that others are inferior to myself, especially the more mediocre people. The more serious such thoughts. A simple truth is that the employees of the company often think that the boss is incapable and that the boss is inferior to themselves, because they are lucky to make some money, or the family conditions are good and they make some money. The clerks in the agency will also think that the leader is incapable, can't write materials, and may still stutter. Isn't it just that the qualifications are older, and then they become leaders? Of course, it can be said that the reason why they are mediocre is precisely because of their thoughts, because under such thoughts, they will never see the strengths of others, let alone extract and use the strengths of others. Just like when Liu Bang and Xiang Yu met Qin Shi. Xiang Yu said that I would replace him, but Liu Bang said that the man should be like this. Xiang Yu is very domineering, and Liu Bang agrees. Therefore, The result of the battle for hegemony between Chu and Han dynasty was that Liu Bang won the world and Xiang Yu was in a scene of tragic farewell my concubine in New Jiang. Indeed, with so many people in this world, who can say who is really smart and who is really stupid? No matter how good the boss is, he will always be the boss. Why can't you be a boss? If the leader is not able to bear him, he is also a leader. Why can't you be? It's easy for people to know others, but it's very difficult to correct oneself and affirm others. No matter in any era, there has never been a shortage of talents or even amazing geniuses. But these people have never been able to achieve Wang to hegemony. In the end, they are the kind of people who can be good at using people. Now Ziming's words, it sounds ordinary, but that's what it means when you think about it. Nima. Ziming was originally smart, thinking ahead and courageous, dare to think and do everything, and he was all right, and he was able to succeed. Now he can position himself so clearly and be sure of others' ability. This ability of the whole world is occupied by him alone. Is there such an evildoer? Does this give other people a way to survive? Lin Yang is not a special place of Feng Shui and Longxing, so why did such a character come out? Du Peng thought so in his heart. He didn't know where the Zaiwei Emperor star had gone, and felt a little depressed. What are you trying to say? Did they use us? Or did you use them? It's hard to talk about who is using whom, it can only be said that it is a mutual cooperation. Ziming said. Du Peng spread both hands and said, okay, we cooperate, but we haven't said hello to the other side. We haven't even seen each other until now. How do we cooperate? How do they know what we are doing? How do we know what they want to what? I said, they also have people with great wisdom. And many things may not really require face-to-face communication. In many cases, where we are, it will determine our approach. Ziming thought for a while and then said, actually, this is not complicated. First of all, we know that there has been a gangbang. We can be sure that they had a holiday with the Dan family, and we were chased by Master Dan all the way. It also hates the Dan family. Then according to the principle that the enemy's enemy is a friend, we don't have to play pranks on each other. It is the most important thing to deal with the Dan family together. In the end, they may not know what we are going to do, but they can guess it. Ziming said, how to guess? Du Peng asked hurriedly. It's very simple. Ziming asked Du Peng back. There is a group of 5 guards with us to protect us today. There were only a few of them yesterday. Where did the rest go? Ziming's question didn't need to be answered at all. It was not too simple. Du Peng knew the answer completely, but through Ziming's rhetorical question, he understood it all at once. Where did all the remaining guards go yesterday? Of course, it was appointed by Ziming to go to the hotel of the Yanjing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to record the crimes of Tanlis' death of Chen Xu. This job is usually the skill of a senior agent, but these Zhongnan high bodyguards are protecting national leaders and are needed. He can deal with all possible situations, so he has also dabbled in the agent, and he has also ordered talents, so it's no problem. Of course, to record criminal evidence, it is not enough to rely on a few Zhongnan high bodyguards. You must have special props from the intelligence department. This kind of props is not an ordinary thing. It must be kept on loan. Although this is kept confidential, it is not impossible for a caring person to check it. If others do not say, the force that wants to overthrow the Tan family is definitely there is this way. Now that I found out that I had borrowed this item, even if I couldn't guess that I was going to record the murder scene, I could guess that I was going to record something that was very detrimental to the Tan family. But it's not enough to record it here, and I still have to publish it, but I don't have this resource here, and I found this situation there. If I want to help myself trouble the Tan family, I will take the initiative to send this resource. It's that simple. Thinking of this, Du Peng shook his head helplessly. I really don't understand what you guys think. How can you make so many twists and turns? You really want to blow your head. That's not going to work. Then you don't even understand this news. Ziming said that he took out his pager and handed it to Du Peng. Du Peng took the pager and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly turned into a pair of copper bells, because it said, Ziming, please help me, Signed by Tao Juling. Chapter 357. You are the key. This. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Or is he crazy? Du Peng stunned and said, because this paging message was indeed something he couldn't think of. Who was Tao Juling? They used to be their opponents in the past. He has been silent for a while since Ziming resorted to methods to cause an accident in his family. Now as the Dan family retaliated against Ziming, he also intervened. Now he is even more fiercely fighting with Tan Qianjun. The deputy is closer than his brother. Such a person wouldn't be a friend no matter what. So how could he suddenly call such a paging? He asked Ziming for help if something happened. Didn't you have a problem with your brain? Ziming just smiled at this. I don't know if Tao Juling is crazy or not, but I think Du Peng must have no problem with your eyes, and there must be something we didn't expect in Nanjian. Then, do we want to go back to Nanjian to see what happened? Actually, let our famous Tao Juling put down his dignity and face, and turned back to our opponents for help. Du Peng said, looking eager to try, for fear that the world will not be chaotic. Do you think it is appropriate for us to go back now? Ziming asked Du Peng meaningfully. Ziming, you are not afraid that Tao Go ordered them to play some tricks? Don't worry, we also took such a group of Zhongnan High Guards back. They are protected. Unless the entire Lingnan military region is dispatched, they can use their skills to keep us safe. Any problems? When I borrowed them from the old man gave me the power of full command. It seems that it is within this range to bring out the capital. Du Peng said confidently, patted his chest. Moreover, we still have such a mess now. If Mr. Yang and Chairman do know about it, they will be angry again. At this time, we should go to Nanjian as a shelter from the limelight. Ziming added to Du Peng. Du Peng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. That's right. I don't want to be hung up and beaten by my old man. Looking at Du Peng's lingering fear, Ziming couldn't help feeling a little funny. God knows what kind of miserable childhood this child had spent in the red courtyard of Yanjing. Of course, there is one thing they are right about. It's Du. After Zhong Yiyuan learned about this, he was really furious. It's lawless. Du Zhong Yiyuan's angry roar came from an office in the southwest of Zongnanhai. Another old man sat on the desk in front of him. In contrast to Du Zhong Yiyuan's anger, the old man appeared quiet with a smile. Know who else is Yang Dingo, the de facto supreme leader of the country? Lao Yang. It was my negligence this time. I originally borrowed a central guard team to protect their safety. But I didn't expect them to take advantage of this loophole and use these central guards to do these things. It was daring. Don't take everything into consideration, Du Zhong Yiyuan said. After these remarks, Yang Dingo said to Du Zhong Yiyuan, okay, comrade Zhong Yiyuan, don't be too harsh. After all, young comrades like Ziming and Du Peng are still young and owe much consideration when doing many things. It is normal for them to do things with impulse of their minds and their own preferences, and it is normal for them to be ignorant of the overall situation. What's more, it is not wrong for them to do these things, but a kind of just exposing the facts of the crime, but the way is too intense. A little. Du Zhong Yiyuan got angry here. For one thing, he was really angry. After all, in front of so many Chinese and foreign media, he publicly exposed the deliberate murder of the secretary of the Capital Municipal Party Committee. The impact on the country is really bad. He is also a country anyway. Madam President, the nominal number one chief is not allowed. If you want to be replaced by someone else, I'm afraid that the administrative order will be issued on the spot. But the key is that one of the parties is his grandson. This is very difficult. Want grandpa to give an order to arrest his grandson? It's not that Du Zhong Yiyuan can't do things like righteous killing of relatives, but this kind of thing is unnecessary, because he still agrees with Du Peng's approach in his heart. It was wrong and could not be caught. Du Zhong Yiyuan, the chairman of the country, only had to fire up in front of Yang Dingo, scolding Ziming and Du Peng abruptly. As an old comrade in arms, Du Zhong Yiyuan knew Yang Dingo's temper very well. He thought the same as himself. He certainly didn't want to pursue the guilt of the two little guys. He would persuade himself to forget it. At this time, he could borrow the donkey from the slope. The result is just as he thought. With Yang Dingo's tone, Du Zongyuan also said, "That's right. This young man has no brains and never thinks too much about what he does. He will only act with a single mind. As a result, things get bigger and bigger. It's getting worse." After Du Zongyuan finished speaking, seeing that Yang Dingo didn't reply, he asked, "How should Mr. Yang deal with this matter?" Yang Dingo thought for a while and replied, "Let's find a way to suppress this matter first. You can't let the foreign media report this matter, and let the Central Discipline Inspection Commission intervene in the investigation of this matter." "What about Tan Li?" Du Zongyuan asked again. "Stop all his work first." Yang Dingo said, "This sentence set the tone for this matter, and it can also be said that the Dan family was sentenced to death. Hooray! The Dan family is going to finish it." In the room of the Yanjing Hotel, Du Peng yelled out happily after hearing the news on the phone. Ziming was not as excited as Du Peng by the side, and he was finally relieved. "Did you hear, Ziming?" This time it was an order from Mr. Yang personally. Not only did he stop Secretary Dan's duties, but also let the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection intervene in investigating the matter. "With our important evidence, Secretary Dan will definitely be finished. And once he loses power, the big tree of the Dan family will fall down." Du Peng was very excited and said to Ziming. Ziming waved his hand like a fly and said, "I heard it. Not only did I hear it, but I also smelled a stench in your mouth." Ziming teased Du Peng. Of course, he was also very happy in his heart, and he was happier than Du Peng. There is no reason for him. Du Peng still has his grandfather and his family to support him. In the age when the old man's politics prevailed, as long as his grandfather hadn't died, no one could shake his family's status and could not really do anything to him, but Ziming was different. He was alone. That's how others want to rub him. You can need the object just as you can, just as a small secretary threatened himself with someone that day. That kind of humiliation, once is enough. Ziming thought this in his heart. At this time, the eyes of the Zongnan High bodyguard who had been sitting on the sofa moved a little, and then there was a knock on the door, and a Zongnan High bodyguard walked over and opened the door. Opening the door, a slightly hoarse voice sounded, "This is Tan Li. Are Ziming and Du Peng there?" Tan Li. Hearing this name, Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that the head of the Dan family would come to the door. Ziming thought for a while, and only then did the Zongnan High bodyguard at the door let Dan Li in. When Dan Li walked in and saw Dan Li's appearance, Ziming and Du Peng were surprised again, because compared to yesterday's press conference, Dan Li seems to be 10 years old overnight. Ziming remembers yesterday his hair was still black, but today his temples are pale, and there is a heavy smell of smoke on his body. His eyes are bloodshot, and his vicissitudes of life is exhausted. God knows yesterday. In the evening, how did Master Yin from the Imperial Capital Government spend the night last night? Ziming asked him hello, but Dan Li smiled bitterly and said, "Ziming, you little comrade, you can really make a joke. Where is Secretary Dan now?" At this point, Ziming did not insist on anything. "Well, you are our elder according to your age, I will call you Uncle Dan." "Then I would like to ask Uncle Dan, what is the matter with you coming here to see us today?" Of course I do everything in the Three Treasures Hall. I know that my secretary did some very excessive things before. I want to apologize to you." Tan Li said. He really stood up and bowed deeply to Ziming. This situation made Du Peng's eyes widen. He couldn't believe what he saw, because the secretary of the Capital City Party Committee who was still in front of him yesterday was still a great figure in the Politburo, and he was actually a big man today. He took the initiative to come to Ziming to apologize. No matter how Du Peng understands Ziming's abilities, it feels incredible. Du Peng turned his head and glanced at Ziming. Ziming's face was still the same calm, but his heart was overwhelmed, and he really did not expect this. Because Dan Li is the secretary of the Capital City Party Committee anyway, the head of the Red family, he has infinite self-esteem. Even if the wind is not right for a while, it is impossible to put down his body to this point, especially if he has no identity like himself. People of Ziming feels unbelievable even if he is arrogant, but there is one more thing. Uncle Dan, don't express your stance first. I don't understand why you want to apologize to me. Do you think it is useful to apologize to me even if I forgive you? Ziming asked. Ziming's question was not asked at random, let alone groundless, because Ziming felt that no matter what he did, his strength alone would not be able to shake the big tree of the Dan family. It would definitely require the cooperation of other forces, such as that indulged the forces that broke out of the barracks and created riots on Chenan Street, and found themselves Fujian and Taiwan reporters. Ziming didn't know which force it was, but Ziming was certain that Tan Li, the head of the Dan family, must know it. But this is not understandable. He clearly knows who his opponent is. Why did he take the initiative to come to ask for an apology? Is your forgiveness so popular? Faced with Ziming's incomprehension, Tan Li gave him a more shocking answer. I am a very accurate person. If you weren't for Ziming, there would be no such thing at all. You are the key. Chapter 358, Ziming, you are a little god. Aha. Du Peng is finally back. At the exit of Nanjing Airport, Ziming and Du Peng and a group of 5 Zongnanhai bodyguards walked out carrying their luggage and looked at the blue sky above their heads. Du Peng suddenly stretched out and shouted, "Fortunately in this age there are not so many people flying by plane, otherwise Du Peng's voice will definitely attract countless people, thinking that he sneaked out of a mental hospital." Ziming kicked him in the back and said, "Then next, are you going to say whoever takes yours will be sent back to you, and whoever eats yours will be vomited for you?" Why do I hear these words so familiar? Du Peng asked in a daze. Because this is the record in the shining red star, it becomes the dialogue at this time. It is not me who said you are really sorry for Chairman Da's teaching, and you have become a landlord bully. Ziming's mouth hurt Du Peng so much, he even couldn't help but sing it out. But he was very happy because it was completely different from the situation when he left Nanjing a month ago. Even though Nanhui's Township Industrial Park and Highway were still in a state of semi-stasis, Nanjing Jinping Company has not yet relisted, but with Tanli's suspension, the battle to overthrow the Tan family has entered a stage of victory and pursuit. Even such a big Tan family is going to be finished. So what is the little Tan Qianjun afraid of him? Perhaps Tan Qianjun has managed many contacts under the name of the first brother in Beijing over the years, but these contacts are all based on the Tan family. Many people will choose to help Tan Qianjun or partner with him, and most of them are attracted to Tan. The golden sign of the family knows that cooperating with Tan Qianjun means cooperating with the Tan family. No matter what mistakes Tan Qianjun makes, as long as the Tan family does not fall, it can be settled. But the situation is different now. The Tan family is already precarious. Those so-called connections were immediately cast out of prototypes. In the place where the hustle and bustle of the imperial capital are all fame and fortune, there are a few of these connections that can be historians. Will it give Charcolin Snow? It is for this reason that Ziming would not take Tan Qianjun seriously. If he was a golden carp when he came to Nanjing with vigor, then he is at best a loach rolling in the mud. However, when he left Yanjing, Tan Li came to see what Ziming said to him. Ziming has not understood why he said that he is the key, because Ziming remembered clearly that he was in his previous life. At that time, he did not exist, but after 2 incidents of Jiangnan fundraising fraud and the incident, Tan Li still could not escape the fate of being punished, and the Tan family did not escape the fate of crashing down. This shows that these things have nothing to do with you. It is also not related to himself that Ziming dared to use these things with confidence, but now why the situation is completely different, and he has become the key? Ziming didn't understand. But it was impossible for Tan Li to come to the door for no reason and talk to himself about the call. What if he held himself up? This is unreasonable. Or is there any secret in it that you and the outside world don't know? Regarding this point, Ziming has no way to judge. After all, how can an ordinary person understand the internal affairs of the political family? Even Du Peng, He couldn't see it before he reached a certain height. Even though his grandfather Du Zongyuan was the president of the country and the nominal number one head, he would not talk to him about this, at least at this time. Will not say. Ziming did not deliberately ask, because Ziming knew that since he had come to this point, Tan Li also came to the door and said this to himself, then this means that the distance between himself and knowing this secret is getting shorter and shorter. Of course, compared with this secret, the most urgent task now is to figure out what Tao Juling's paging means. Thinking of this, Ziming walked to a telephone booth. Du Peng asked in surprise, Ziming, don't you still call Tao Juling? Du Peng is not afraid of asking this. You must know that in the movie, a Zongnan high bodyguard can block a group of people. Although there is an exaggeration in the movie, it is necessary to say that a Zongnan high bodyguard can easily knock down a strong man with one trick. It is still possible to protect safety under siege by a group of people. Not to mention that they are now coming out with a team. As long as no troops are dispatched, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to hurt them. It is precisely because they were carrying Zongnan high bodyguards that they were not afraid. The reason Du Peng asked this question was because after they received Tao Juling's paging, they played many times at the number left by Tao Juling when they were in Yanjing. But every time the result is not connected. At that time, they concluded that the matter was either Tao Juling's boring prank, or something happened again, and the phone could no longer be used. However, no matter which conclusion is correct, the final result is that this number is not as reliable as calling 110 to call the police. Now Ziming has to call that number, which surprised Du Peng. Ziming's explanation for this is quite simple. Since it's here, it's okay to call it the last time. What if it does? Ziming said these words completely with the mentality of giving it a try. But he didn't expect that after he dialed out, the phone that he couldn't get through would actually get through. Hearing the busy tone of the call, Du Peng jumped up in surprise. He said to Ziming, damn, Ziming, you guy is a bit godly. Can you guess that? There was a wry smile on Ziming's face, because he himself didn't expect that the call would really get through. But Ziming didn't have time to think about it. The call was quickly connected. Before Ziming had time to speak, he listened to Tao Juling over there. I'm here at Fangqiao in the West End. You can see me when you come. After talking about Tao Juling, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Ziming was stunned, and Du Peng next to him jumped and yelled, damn. Tao Juling takes himself too seriously, right? Just say so. I hung up with a word. Did he ask for help like this? Does he think he is the original Tao? Or is this guy playing tricks? I remember the chaos in Fangqiao in the Western District. Ziming frowned. Indeed, as Du Peng said, as the West District is a newly built industrial park, there are now many construction sites and factories there, and Fangqiao is the largest settlement area for immigrants. Due to the very high population mobility. Great. So everything over there is not good. It is really a good choice to organize a group of people over there to contain them. Ziming was just thinking about it. Du Peng's servant actually asked the Zongnan high bodyguard seriously. There is a concentration of migrant workers. The situation is very complicated. Are you sure? The group leader of several people actually thought about it seriously and then replied, as long as the other party has no weapons and is not a well-trained militant, the five of us are at least 80% sure. Hearing the conversation between Du Peng, a living treasure, and the responsible Zongnan high bodyguard, Ziming felt a little helpless. But Ziming didn't say much. They took a taxi to a parking lot, picked up their car, and drove. Arrived at Fangqiao. The rules and regulations on urban management have not yet been promulgated, and urban planning and management are all in chaos, even in cities like Nanjing on the frontier of reform and opening up. The situation here in Fangqiao reminds Ziming of the 30 in the movie. In the slum area of the Magic City, one word can sum up the situation here, that is, dirty, chaotic, bad. This was originally an ordinary village on the outskirts of Nanjing City. Since it was developed into an industrial park, workers from all over the country have poured in here. When the first person wants to rent a house here, business opportunities here are developed. Everyone began to rush to expand their own houses, so as to rent more people to live and collect more rent. Of course, there are people who can't pay the rent and set up shacks here, or several people rent a house. The specific situation is similar to that of the ant tribe in later generations, but the conditions at this time are more difficult. If you don't say anything else, just look at it. The wooden telephone poles that stand in various poses understand. Ziming and the others drove the car to the gate of Fangqiao and stopped. A few of them got out of the car and looked at the chaotic residential area in front of them. Du Peng frowned and asked, "Damn. How do you find Tao Juling? I am a man or not a god. How can I know?" Ziming said, "Unless he will find someone to pick us up." Before Ziming's words fell, a child ran towards them. A Zhongnan high bodyguard stopped the child and said to him, "Uncle, here is something. Can you go to other places to play?" The kid shook his head and said, "I don't." "Of course, an uncle gave me $10 and asked me to find an uncle named Zuming. He said he came in a car, right?" Hearing his name, Zuming immediately walked over and asked, "Little friend, do you know who called you over?" "Did that person say his name?" The child thought for a while and replied, "Tao Juling. That uncle said his name is Tao Juling." Even though Ziming had guessed what the answer would be before he came, listening to the answer the child said now made him feel dumb for a while. Du Peng next to him jumped up in surprise, and shouted at Ziming in surprise, "Damn! I didn't expect that Ziming, you fellow, had this supernatural power. If I didn't know you, I would really think you and Tao Juling it's a collusion." Following Du Peng's words, the 5 Zhongnan high bodyguards looked at Ziming in surprise, and seemed to wonder if he really had any special powers. Ziming felt a little helpless about this, because he really said it so casually just now. "I didn't expect it to be so simple." It was not so easy to buy lottery numbers for Mao himself in his previous life. It's unreasonable. But no matter what happens, it will be so coincidental. If you say that you are hit, you will be hit. Let's see what Tao Juling is doing. With this idea, Ziming took Du Peng and the 5 Zhongnan high bodyguards and walked inside with the child. Chapter 359 The Bane of Tao Juling? Passing through the street where all kinds of clutter were rampant, Ziming and the others followed the child to the depths of the alley, turning left and right, and finally stopped in front of a house. The child told Ziming that it was this place, and then ran away. Up. Ziming looked at the house, which had no signs and was not much different from other places next to it. God knows how this kid remembered this place. A Zhongnan high bodyguard took the initiative to knock on the door. In fact, anyone can do this, but in order to minimize the potential danger, they must do it. After all, be careful to sail the ship for thousands of years. What happened to them, with their ability to react and protect themselves, would definitely be much safer than Ziming and Du Peng. Except for him, the other 4 are looking around. It should be their vigilance that prompts them to remember their surroundings at all times, so that they can choose a retreat faster when encountering emergencies. It is from this subtle point that you can feel the conscientiousness and power of these legendary Nanhai bodyguards. With the sound of a knock on the door, a deliberately lowered voice sounded. "Who is it?" Ziming could hear that this was Tao Juling's voice, but this voice was now full of vigilance. Ziming didn't have time to think about what was going on, and first replied, "I am Ziming. Didn't you let me come?" When Ziming finished speaking, he heard a ring of iron chains inside. The door was opened, and a sloppy face appeared in front of them. He is unkempt. His clothes are not tattered but dirty, and he exudes an unpleasant smell. He is a standard beggar style. Even so, Ziming and Du Peng recognized it at first glance. Out of his identity, he is Tao Juling. There are still gunshot wounds left by Ziming on his palm, and the wound is covered with gauze, but judging from the gauze that is gray, yellow and bloodshot, it is obvious that he hasn't changed it for a long time. The wound inside. It must be shocking. I'm afraid it's already ulcerated and ulcerated. Recognizing his identity, Du Peng was the first to jump out and say, "Damn! What the hell is Tao Juling you doing? So mysterious. Why did you trick us into this place? How long hasn't you been? Have you taken a shower? What kind of smell on my body has killed me? Du Peng said while covering his nose. Ziming was not as exaggerated as Du Peng, and frowned displeasedly. Only the 5 specially trained Zhongnan High bodyguards still looked as usual. Tao Jueling was stunned when he saw several Zhongnan High bodyguards, and then said to Ziming and Du Peng, "If you have something to say in advance, I know that the taste of my place is not very good, but I can only wrong you for a moment." Experienced the life of a poor family. After that, Tao Jueling turned back to the house, limping. Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other, and they both saw the doubt in each other's eyes, but none of them said anything. After all, they had received Tao Jueling. The paging started, and the speculation about this matter has not stopped. Now that I have seen the master, I believe that the puzzle is about to be solved. Why are you in a hurry? Just lifted his heel and went in. I'm sorry that I don't have anything here, so please sit down here. Please forgive me if the hospitality is not good. Tao Jueling sat in a chair and said to Ziming and Du Peng, "I originally came from an ordinary worker's family, and the conditions are not much better than here. It doesn't matter, but I'm curious. Why did you Tao Jueling become where you are now?" Ziming said while sitting opposite Tao Jueling with Du Peng. On the bench, Ziming saw a cell phone with the battery removed on the table next to him, thinking that this was the reason why he had been unable to make calls to him before. "How can this be? It's not all you bastards!" Tao Jueling suddenly roared, his eyes bursting with hatred. If he had an axe in his hand at this moment, he would definitely not mind that he would beat Ziming and beat him into a hornet's nest. But his hatred was instantaneous, and then it turned into sorrow, and he said, "I can be regarded as taking the blame for this. Who caused my eyes to eat shit? Ha ha." Tao Jueling laughed loudly. His laughter was full of self-deprecating and sadness. From the momentary changes in his mood, it can be seen that his current mental condition might be a bit problematic, but it can also be seen from the first sight. I guessed it. He is the son of a chief of staff of a large military area. He is now doing the same thing as a beggar. He needs to be so strong to bear this kind of difference. The fields are gone. Du Peng glanced at Ziming, but saw Ziming sitting there without saying a word. He didn't even change his expression, but waited quietly for Tao Jueling to continue. Tao Jueling laughed for a while and then suddenly burst into tears. "Boss Ziming, I beg you to help me. I know I am not qualified to say this in front of your eyes, but I hope you can help me. I can only beg you now." Tao Jueling said to Ziming with tears that this kind of unwarranted change of emotions would make even the best actors astounded. And it is only possible in Tao Jueling's mental state. Ziming pondered for a while and said to him, "You can ask me to help you, but you have to tell me what happened and how can I help you?" "It's very simple to help me. It is to kill Tan Qianjun that dog day." Tao Jueling said, gritted his teeth. These words made Ziming and Du Peng both raised their eyebrows. They were not particularly surprised, because they had guessed that there must be a conflict here. Otherwise Du Peng would not be able to find Tan Qianjun no matter what. "Go to Ziming if you don't want to be near and far." What they didn't expect was that the truth that Tao Jueling told next was far more exciting than they thought. "Tan Qianjun and I met very early. They were almost the same group of people who came out to make troubles. He was bigger than me in the north and south. He also established a new company. It has penetrated into all walks of life in the country in just a few years. I have become a giant that straddles politics and economics. I am not as big as he does, but my main business is abroad, so there has been no conflict." These things Tao Jueling said Ziming and Du Peng knew. Since all economic systems were in the groping stage at the beginning of the reform and opening up, various laws and regulations were very imperfect, and many people took advantage of commodity prices in various economic systems. The imperfect speculative activities have resulted in a mixed reputation. These people have almost everything from egg train tickets to railway planes, especially officials like Tan Qianjun and others. Because of their family relationships, their connections and various resources are the most abundant. and they are more likely to go to the back door to approve notes and get all the scarce supplies that others can't get through racking their brains, even arms and nuclear materials. They wanted Du Peng to come to Nanjian back then. Isn't it also to take the old road of success? It was only after I met Ziming that he embarked on a semi-industrial and semi-financial road under the guidance of Ziming. Tan Qianjun established a new company and used his family relationship with his own business to form the country's largest official group. That's why he was called the #1 brother in Beijing. However, Tan Qianjun's nationwide business is not easy to develop here in Lingnan, even with Jiang Chunhua, a local snake, not only because the Cao family firmly controls the entire Lingnan, but also because Tao Jueling has already taken a step here. Lingnan is the first window of reform and opening up to the outside world. Close to the free port of Hong Kong City, Tao Jueling's deal is foreign trade. In this era, because the country has been poor for so long, most people feel a little inferior in their hearts. This includes the red descendants of Tan Qianjun. Tao Jueling can deal with foreigners and do business to earn foreigners' money. This is among other red children. In his eyes, they are all very remarkable. Even a brother like Tan Qianjun in the capital will give Tao Jueling a lot of face. And it is precisely this way that Jiang Chunhua would consciously be short of Tao Jueling. Tao Jueling was cautiously speculative at first, just to earn the difference, but people's hearts are very greedy. After Tao Jueling learned through a Hong Kong City trip that some commodities can have more than 200% tax exemption, he started his own business smuggling career. Of course, he smuggled together through some Nanjiang smugglers. Later, after several times his smuggling ship was destroyed by border guards, causing him to lose tens of thousands of yuan in goods. He felt that this was too risky, so he wondered if there was any. In a safer way, he realized that he could use the troops to engage in smuggling through his father's relationship. Under the big brand of military missions, his smuggling was very safe, and no one would dare to investigate. Because of this idea, the entire Tao family fell into a situation where the entire Tao family was in a desperate situation. Because the People's Army is sacred and its duty is to defend the people. It is not someone's private soldier, not to mention using the army to engage in smuggling. This is definitely a severe blow. Yes, no one can let it go. But at this time Tao Jueling was already interested in gaining greed and would care so much. So later, when Ziming helped Cao Jianing, he caught this point and asked the armed police to destroy a den of Tao Jueling and expose the smuggling of the troops. The central authorities were furious. In the face of this kind of violation of the state, the central government will not have any room for change, even if it is a general chief of staff like Tao Nianqing. It is said that if it is one, it must be one. However, since Tao Jueling has always been doing business with foreigners, he has more than half of his money in foreign banks. Even if the central government has nothing to do, he let it go. Tao Jueling also took the money. In Ziming's Nanjian nightclub, he was drunk and dreaming every day. How much is this money? I am afraid that no one but Tao Jueling himself knows. But there must be a lot of smuggling in the past few years. If it is an ordinary person, as long as there is no such kind of special prodigal, it is okay to hold this money to keep the family rich for several generations. But Tao Jueling is not an ordinary person, he is a noble person who fell from the position of a red child, for no reason. From a powerful child to an ordinary citizen, this made him very unwilling. He wanted Ziming to avenge him, which laid the root of the disaster for himself today. Chapter 360, I won you Ziming. Tao Jueling wanted Ziming to avenge him. He must not do it on his own. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't have been so miserable when he was still a son of a wealthy man. Tao Jueling himself knew this very well, otherwise he would not have been drunk in Nanjian nightclub. In fact, he was there waiting for a chance to avenge Ziming. If it weren't for this, if he really give up on himself, when Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua came to him later, they wouldn't be so stinky to hit it off. Although the process was a little bit hypocritical, the result was the same. Ziming not only pitted Tan Qianjun's millions of funds in the stock market, but also exposed the huge fundraising case in Jiangnan, defrauding a generation of giants, and artificially creating a counter-revolutionary incident in Jining. This incident destroyed Dai Jinshan. This knife was not only slashed on Tan Qianjian's body, but also on the entire Tan family, which made the entire Tan family hate Ziming. It is precisely because of this that this time Tan Qianjian should seek revenge from Ziming. I easily borrowed the power of the entire Tan family to chase and kill Ziming in Nanjiang in Line Yang from all directions, so that people like old Yang had to consider the overall situation and let Ziming find a way to go abroad first to avoid the wind. Forget it. Because of these thoughts, Tao Jueling got on the big ship of the Dan family and relied on the Dan family to retaliate against Ziming. Of course, this was only wishful thinking of Tao Jueling himself. In fact, Tan Qianjian wanted to retaliate against Ziming, but he wanted to help Tao Jueling. But it was nonsense. He took Tao Jueling's line. The picture was only the money Tao Jueling stayed abroad. It is for this reason that Tan Qianjian and Jiang Chunhui have persuaded him more than once. Tao Jueling wanted Ziming to avenge him, but he didn't lose his sanity completely. He also guarded Tan Qianjian's hand. No matter how Tan Qianjian became angry, Tao Jueling wouldn't hand it over. For this reason, the quarrel between them became more and more tense. This is the last thing. Eventually, it erupted like an active volcano accumulated over the years. Speaking of this matter, it also has a lot to do with Ziming. Tan Qianjian had an absolute advantage in dealing with Ziming. Although he was greedy for Tao Jueling's huge amount of money abroad, he still wouldn't let go of his brother in Beijing. Clearly robbed, but since the incident happened, and then Ziming openly reported the Yanjing finance director Chen Xu, the Dan family's originally good situation suddenly became dangerous. This moment made Tan Qianjian no longer able to sit still. This brother from Beijing also understood in his heart that if the Tan family fell, he would be nothing. It is precisely because he understands this that he has to grab the Dan family and be defeated. Before, I had accumulated enough resources for myself, so whether I was starting anew in Lingnan or going abroad, I would have more choices. So Tao Jueling's tragic time came, and on the day Ziming reported Chen Xu, Tan Qianjian attacked Tao Jueling. Good guy, our first brother in Beijing prepared more than 100 people for me that day. He also brought guns and besieged me. He really wanted to kill me. But I'm afraid that the old man, Dan, couldn't even think of it. I only used the price of one leg to escape. Tao Jueling said. Hearing this, Ziming could not help but praise Tao Jueling. You must know that even if a person is surrounded by more than 100 pigs, it is not easy to get out, let alone so many people, especially Tan Qianjian, who is still thinking about the huge amount of money he has in his hands, and there will be some arrangements. However, this is the case. Tao Jueling rushed out. Tao Jueling was not Ziming and the others. He also brought Zongnan high bodyguards. He was only a person and only used the price of one leg. How could this not be said to be a miracle? So you are hiding here for fear of being found by Tan Qianjian? Ziming asked. Tao Jueling nodded and replied, yes, there are a lot of migrants here, and the composition is complicated. Even the film police here can't figure out how many people there are. It's safest for me to hide here. Indeed, Ziming said with emotion. I didn't expect that. I have been away from Nanjiang for so long. Tao Jueling actually has so many stories, so you called me to ask for help in the end? Tao Jueling nodded again and said, yes. And I have been paying attention to the news in Yanjing. I know that at the press conference the day before yesterday, a reporter from Fujian and Taiwan broke the news that it was Tan Li who instructed his secretary Wang Jian to go. The murdered Chen Xu. I knew it was Ziming's handwriting. If you count the flight from Yanjing, I knew that Ziming would definitely call me. We couldn't get through the phone before the relationship. This time the phone can get through. That's how it is, Ziming said helplessly. He didn't ask Tao Jueling what to do if he didn't make this call, because there were many ways to do it, such as calling him. Of course, the most important thing was that Ziming felt that he couldn't figure out Tao Jueling. Such a crazy idea. So you found me because you wanted to give me all your money, and then let me help you deal with Tan Dasao? Ziming asked. Tao Jueling nodded and said yes. Ziming asked again, Why do you think I will help you? Because I still have 30 million. Tao Juling stretched out 3 fingers and said, and I don't want to use the money to let Ziming do things for me. I know that there is absolutely no middle ground between Ziming and Tan Qianjun. Maybe, either you die or he perishes. I will give you this money to make your life better in the future. Anyway, as long as you live well. He can't stand it, and I will be very happy. Haha. Even if Ziming has the experience of being a human being in the past and present, he can't understand his logic at all, and don't understand what he meant by giving him the money. In addition, Ziming did not expect Tao Juling to have a huge amount of 30 million yuan. You must know that when he opened the smuggling cover of the troops, the Tao family had already been looted. Later, Tan Qianjun also wanted to take it against him. Money. With Tan Qianjun's caution and layout, even if Tao Juling ran away, he must have received a lot of it. After so many losses, he can actually put out 30 million yuan. God knows how rampant this guy smuggled during this period, otherwise, how could he leave so much money? Then you are not afraid that I will use your money like Tan Qianjun? You know that 30 million is not a small sum. I have worked hard for a whole year, but I still can't make this figure. Ziming said, if it's someone else, I'll be afraid, but Ziming, you won't do this. Because I know you, Ziming, and you have a big heart, and these 30 million can't be seen by you. Tao Juling say. Ziming shrugged helplessly and said, I really don't know if I should be happy or sad to be judged by an enemy like you. Tao Juling didn't seem to hear Ziming's ridicule. When he suddenly moved, he knelt down to Ziming. He only heard 3 bangs. He banged his head 3 times, and then just stomped like that. There he said to Ziming, Ziming, I beg you to help me. I only want the bastard of Tan Qianjun to die. As long as he is still outside, I wish I could kill him with a knife. After speaking, Tao Juling raised his head, and saw that his forehead had been knocked to pieces. Scarlet blood mixed with tears, and his fists were also tightly clenched. The gauze-wrapped hand seemed to be red. Something went out of the ulcerated wound. But no matter what his physical condition is, his eyes are full of firmness. Ziming thought for a while, then stretched out his hand to him and said, give me 30 million. I don't think my answer is important, because you know the grudges between me and Tan Qianjun. Tao Juling grinned. Although his smile was 10,000 times more terrifying than crying, he kowtowed his head again to thank Ziming and then clicked on a box on the table next to him and said, what you want is in that box. All the bank account passwords. I have already prepared them. Ziming nodded his head in a sensational way and said, so, it seems that today I have to decide what to do and what decision I will make. You have already thought about it for me, and I finally lost in your hands. Yes, I finally won today. I won you, Ziming. Tao Juling yelled first, then cried again and said, but what if I won? I won, but today I cried till the end. The one at the end, you Ziming lost today. But you are the one who laughed last. What the fuck is this logic? After Tao Juling finished speaking, he recovered calmly and said indifferently, you know Ziming, I have finally understood why my father asked you to let me go. Ziming raised his brows and asked, why? Because Ziming, you are a person destined to accomplish great things, so you will not care too much about some things. You are worthy of my trust. Tao Juling said, it's a pity that I didn't realize this at the beginning, otherwise I'd just be my rich man, just start a company and follow Ziming with you, and find a girl to get married. Just live a life of peace and stability. I will avenge your mother. Ziming shook his head. He was not interested in watching Tao Juling's crying and laughing performance here. He asked his Ongnanhai bodyguard to take the box to check that it was indeed Tao Juling's things and put them in the bag. After putting things away, Ziming stood up and said to him, well, if you have nothing else, I will leave first, and I will also take these things. Whether it is true or not, it will be the same. Anyway, it's like this now, I don't have anything to care about with you. But as I said just now, I won't promise you anything. As for Master Dan, just read the newspaper. Thank you. Tao Juling thought of something and then said, by the way, Ziming, I can remind you that there is a contact information there, which is more important than the 30 million, if you are lucky enough to go abroad. This made Zhu Ming stunned for a moment. Didn't understand the meaning. Tao Jueling didn't say much. Zhu Ming shook his head and left without taking this matter to heart. It was not until later that Zhu Ming realized that Tao Jueling was indeed a man who could be crazy to this level. The courage of the matter is really big. Walking out of Tao Jueling's room, Du Peng let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fucking it, it's not a place for people to stay there." Zhu Ming smiled. "Well, someone gave us 30 million for free. Staying there for a while is worth it. But next, what matters most to us is to find young Master Tan. Afterwards." Chapter 361 Revenge with Life. In the evening, the setting sun was bloody. In the afterglow of the setting sun, a Santana and several vans drove to Fangqiao in the West End and stopped at the intersection. Jiang Chunhua walked down to Santana. Behind him, a group of people in leather and jeans jumped. Getting off the bus, a child was waiting for them at the intersection. Jiang Chunhua went up and touched his head. Then the child took them to Tao Juling's house, turning left and right. The child nodded affirmatively to Jiang Chunhua and said that it was here. Jiang Chunhua gave him 100 yuan, and the child ran away excitedly. He didn't think that he had helped Tao Jueling send Zhu Ming and sold Tao Jueling in a blink of an eye. The $100 in your hand is right. Compared to Zhu Ming and the others, Jiang Chunhua and the others are not so particular. Jiang Chunhua asked people to go up and kick the door open, but they were smoked open by the smell in the room, and they shouted one by one, "Damn! Is this a smoking or a garbage dump for hundreds of years? What does it smell like?" In the room, Tao Jueling was still sitting on the chair. He watched indifferently at the cursing of a group of people at the door, with a contemptuous smile on his mouth, because compared to the silence of Zhu Ming and Du Peng this morning, it was obvious that these people were too absent. Used a little. After shouting and cursing outside for a long time, Jiang Chunhua covered his mouth with a handkerchief and walked in with a few people cursing. "Tao Jueling, you really make us easy to find. I didn't expect the son of a dignified military commander's chief of staff to hide in such a smelly place. You can really do it," Jiang Chunhua said to Tao Jueling. Tao Jueling grinned and said, "Huashao has overwhelmed the prize. I didn't expect that a young man like you Huashao would condescend to come here. Why? It's the Dan family that is going to fall, and even bring your Jiang family, so something is wrong no matter how unwilling you are. Do you have to do it?" When Tao Jueling hit the painful spot, Jiang Chunhua immediately yelled and cursed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Tao Jueling, you don't have to be smiling and hippie there. I ask you, you still have half of your foreign deposits, and where do you hide that thing?" Hid? I have never hidden, no matter it is money or that thing. I have always kept it in this room of mine. Tao Jueling said this sentence. Jiang Chunhua hurriedly asked people to search in his house. Tao Jueling coldly watched these people rummaging through boxes and cabinets, and said nothing. He smiled and said, "Little flower," he said, "Xiaohua, you are always so impatient. What are you eager to find before I finish speaking?" "Tell you, Zhu Ming came here just before you came, and he has already taken the money and that thing away." Jiang Chunhua immediately caught fire when he heard this, and when he went up to Tao Jueling's face, he kicked it and yelled, Damn you uncle." Hearing a garba sound, the chair Tao Jueling was sitting on let out a painful moan. One can imagine how cruel Jiang Chunhua's kick was. Tao Jueling was kicked for the first time, completely unaware, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He felt his nose itchy, and he reached out and wiped it. It was scarlet. "Ha ha, a good kick, great." Tao Jueling was not only not angry, but laughed and applauded. Jiang Chunhua was stunned. He didn't understand how Tao Jueling could still laugh now. Of course, more importantly, Tao Jueling's laughter was in his ears, which made him panic. Jiang Chunhua thought for a while, and then said softly to Tao Jueling, "Go Ling, I know you are tantrums now. This is not a time for tantrums. There are many places where we are sorry for you, Tanj and I, But we really Ziming's enemy is Ziming, isn't it? How can you forget how he treated you? How can you still give him the wealth that you've accumulated so hard and that thing? Don't you retaliate with virtue? Your thoughts, it's great, but the problem is that Ziming will only laugh at you stupidly behind his back, and won't thank you anymore. Fart. You are the ones who are really hurting me. Before Jiang Chunhui had finished speaking, Tao Juling interrupted him with a roar. Ziming? He did use the means to make me miserable at the beginning, but I also admire him. At least he was open and upright. We were also hostile at the time. No matter what he did, it was correct. But what about you? Shamelessly smile at the villain who hides the knife. Tao Juling opened his mouth to define Jiang Chunhui and Tan Qianjun. You pretend to approach me on the surface, but in fact you have no idea of helping me retaliate against Ziming. Your purpose is to try to save me foreign money and that thing. I know all. That's why I haven't given it to you. Haha. Are you unwilling and angry? I want this effect. I thought you were more or less able to put Ziminkian down before turning your head to focus on me. If that's the case, it doesn't matter if I give you all the money and that stuff. Speaking of this, Tao Juling sneered and sighed. As a result, you really disappointed me. I was turned over by a white boy like Ziming. The Big Dan family can't handle even a small Ziming, and I will come in the end. This has nothing to grab my last point, man of wealth. Will you this ability, to Ziming shoes do not deserve. So I rather would like to give him these things. I would rather give you watched him dry out and die, all dry dead. Tao Juling got more and more excited when he talked about it, and at the end he laughed wildly, but if there was not so much blood on his face mixed with a sticky thing, through the light, he would definitely be able to see that he was actually crying. But Jiang Chunhui couldn't see it. He could only listen to Tao Juling's laughter, as if the laughter was hitting him with countless slaps. Stubborn with your dad. I've heard enough, okay? Since you fucking want to die, Lao Tzu will fulfill you, and Lao Tzu will kill you today. Jiang Chunhui, who had been broken down by a series of incidents in the Yanjing Dan family, now he could not control his emotions at all. He yelled at Tao Juling, and then drew an iron rod from the hand of a person behind him and followed Tao Juling. His head stretched over and heard a few muffled bangs. Looking at Tao Juling, there was no movement. His head was deformed, and some red, white things flowed out. It is said that life is a matter of life, and many people can do it arrogantly, but not everyone dares to kill. Seeing Jiang Chunhui kill Tao Juling, the people he brought with him were shocked. Everyone looked at everything in front of him in a daze. Their faces were full of shock and inconceivability. It took a while for them to react and support each other. The wall retched, including Jiang Chunhui who had done it. After all, Jiang Chunhui was arrogant. After all, he was still a spoiled and powerful child. Where did he see a dead person, let alone kill someone himself, that would make him sleep nightmare? Today, it's just that the smell here is too unpleasant. Being in such an uncomfortable place has interfered with his normal emotions, not to mention that Tao Juling has been agitating him so much. In addition, all kinds of things have been in his mind these days. He made such an impulsive decision. But after the passion, looking at the corpse of Tao Juling who was already ill-formed over there, Jiang Chunhui immediately panicked. He felt cold in his hands and feet for a while, and then let out a strange cry and led the others to escape the room in a hurry. Jiang Chunhui walked in a hurry. He did not dare to observe Tao Juling's body, otherwise he would have seen a more weird scene. Tao Juling's mouth rose up, showing a smile. This is because in his hand, holding the pretended a good mobile phone, if there is a radio signal measurement, it will also be found that this mobile phone is still in a call. At the same time, on a road not far from Pangqiao, Ziming and Du Peng's car parked on the side of the road. 3 Zongnanhai bodyguards were guarding outside the car. The other 2 Zongnanhai bodyguards were following Ziming and Du Peng. Inside the car, I was fitted with a small recording device. This recording device was borrowed from the intelligence department. It made a great contribution to the disclosure of Tan Li, and it has now been taken out of Beijing by Ziming. Ziming was holding a mobile phone, and there was the sound of many people's footsteps running farther and farther. Ziming nodded to a Zongnanhai bodyguard. He immediately stopped recording, then rewinded to the end and played it again, just listening to the transmission. The sound of the door being kicked open, then the dialogue between Jiang Chunhua and Tao Juling, and finally Jiang Chunhua was so excited by Tao Juling that he lost his reason, and he picked up an iron rod and beat Tao Juling to death. All the voices were clear and clear. After the broadcast, Du Peng smiled bitterly next to him and said, "This Tao Juling is also really pitiful. He can't escape from left to right. He died in Jiang Chunhua's hands." Ziming shook his head and said, "I think this is because Tao Juling is afraid that we don't care. He specially sent us welfare and wanted to add a whip behind our ass." Du Peng thought for a while and said discouragedly, "It seems that this is indeed the case." Ziming Yui's saying this is not groundless, because when they left Tao Juling's room, Tao Juling had explained to keep Ziming's phone open, or try to go to places with mobile signal coverage. At that time, Ziming felt very puzzled by Tao Juling's remarks, but soon after they left, Tao Juling's call was quickly chased out. Before Ziming could connect, he heard Jiang Chunhua's voice inside. Ziming guessed something right away, so later Ziming stopped immediately and asked Zongnanhai bodyguards to get the recording equipment and record the entire crime scene. "Then what should we do?" Du Peng asked. "In fact, this question is not difficult. It's just that Tao Juling deliberately pitted Jiang Chunhua, and he felt a little uncomfortable." "My mother, a half-dead person, is it interesting to use it like this? He is really using his life to avenge." Ziming sighed with emotion, and then replied, "We are good citizens who abide by laws and regulations. Knowing the facts of such crimes, of course we have to call the police and keep our mouths on the basic justice. No matter what the reason is, well, then we can be regarded as standing on the highest point of morality," Du Peng said, and then instructed a Zongnanhai bodyguard to call the police. Chapter 362 Arresting Jiang Chunhua. At the beginning of the night, the lights are on. This is when the nightlife begins. As the largest nightclub in Anjiang City, this time is also the most explosive time for business here. At the door, a few young men in uniform squatted in the corner and smoked. They looked like a fool. One of them had dyed hair. They would whistle frivolously when they saw the exposed girl. This is the security of the nightclub, but unlike Ziming's recruitment of veterans at the Nanjiang nightclub, the veterans hired here are basically the gangsters nearby. A few well-dressed girls saw them rushing into the nightclub, causing them to laugh. "I said, Brother Wolf, if we treat those girls like this every day at the door, will they be scared by us? Then we are going to be scolded to death. I don't want to lose 200 jobs this month." A security guard asked, and was immediately slapped by the yellow hair, and said, "I said you guys like to worry about JB. There used to be an Nanjiang nightclub competing with us. Look at the same Nanjiang. The nightclub has been closed. We are the boss of Nanjiang City with magnificent magnificence. As long as these ladies want to play, they have to come or not." "That's what you said. According to Brother Wolf, wouldn't it be good for us to pick a girl to play in the alley over there? I can see that many people have done this." Another security guard said that immediately attracted cheers from other people. Only at the beginning, the security guard was a little worried and said, "Then if someone calls the police, shouldn't we be unlucky?" The yellow-haired security guard said, "You know what a shit. Let Brother Wolf tell you. Do you know who the owner of our nightclub is? That's a descendant of the central leadership. I didn't see that he was the one who drove 4 circles. Do you know how powerful these people are? Even the secretary of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee has to call brother when he sees him. Where else would the police dare to come to the door? I don't think the police chief would want to do it. But in reality, sometimes I like to slap my face, especially for some scumbags." Here when the yellow-haired security guard called Brother Wolf finished speaking, the sirens from the road over the screamed. With this sound, more than a dozen police cars galloped up, and nearly 100 police officers jumped out of the car. A police officer rushed into the resplendent nightclub under the order of a police officer. The security guards at the door were stunned. and didn't respond at once, especially the yellow-haired security guard, who looked at the police car over there in a daze, and didn't even notice the cigarette butt burned in his hand. Nima. What's the situation? Isn't it that our boss is very good? He is a big man from the capital? What happened? Only the most courageous security guard seemed to see the logic. He pointed to a car over there and exclaimed, "Look at the car, that is also 4 laps. It seems to be the car of the owner of the Nanjing nightclub." In the nightclub, nearly 100 police officers quickly took control of the scene and turned on the nightclub's headlights. The public security gates were identifying people one by one, looking for people in boxes one by one. At this time, suddenly the door of a box was opened, and a figure rushed out. "Catch him!" a police officer yelled. However, the police officer's yelling was obviously still a step slower, because the man was obviously more familiar with the terrain than the public security gate, and he ran to the side gate in a few steps. But at this moment, a man in a suit rushed out from the side like a ghost and grabbed one. He took the person who was going to run. Then the police rushed to catch the man and immediately reported to the police officer, "Report. This man is the suspect Jiang Chunhua." This report shocked everyone like thunder. It made it impossible to recover for a while. Everyone talked to each other in whispers, because they knew the owner of this nightclub was very backed by the same knowledge as the security guards at the door. Jing, how could the police come to arrest him? How could he be a criminal suspect? Are you kidding me? However, the questioning at the scene could not change anything. The police did not stop after catching Jiang Chunhua, and immediately closed the team. Nearly 100 policemen came back quickly, and even when they were almost on the scene, everyone couldn't recover. Jiang Chunhua had already been taken away. It wasn't until the police all left the nightclub that the scene regained its senses as if waking up from a dream. And then it exploded in an instant. Everyone yelled and discussed inconceivably, and the sound was about to crush the whole house. Of course you can't feel the atmosphere inside. Jiang Chunhua was held by 2 policemen. He kept struggling and shouting, "Why are you arresting me? I didn't commit a crime. I am innocent. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to arrest me? I will take your skin off one by one tomorrow." Jiang Chunhua yelled, but in the end he uttered a painful oops, because the police officer slapped him unbearably and scolded him angrily, "Be quiet, or you will suffer." I don't know whether this slap awakened Jiang Chunhua or slapped Jiang Chunhua. Anyway, after being slapped, he became more honest, but his honesty did not last long. When he was slapped when he arrived at the door of the nightclub, he suddenly widened his eyes. Ziming and Dupeng. As expected, "It is you 2 assholes, what have you done?" In front of him were Ziming and Dupeng. Dupeng was very upset and slapped again. "Hua Xiao, at any rate, you are also a person from 49 City. Can you be a little bit educated?" However, Dupeng's slap was obviously not as effective as the previous police officers. Jiang Chunhua still cursed, "I'll raise your family." Xiaoping, you should continue to kneel and lick him. Ziming, you are a spineless dog. Think about it. You all came out of the 49 City. I just fucking feel sick. Fucking, can't you still call? Dupeng was very upset and slapped Jiang Chunhua's face a few more times, but it still didn't work. Dupeng had to call the man in the suit who caught Jiang Chunhua to help him teach him. But the man in the suit was embarrassed because of him. It is the Zhongnan High bodyguard who was ordered to protect Ziming and Dupeng. It is fine to help arrest people, but if you want to help him beat people, it falls into the category of lynching. Ziming stood up very empathetic at this time, and initially let a Zhongnan High bodyguard into the crowd to ensure that there would be no arrest accidents. The fact is indeed as Ziming expected. Jiang Chunhua was about to escape from the back door he prepared. It was the skill of the Zhongnan High bodyguard who rushed out and caught him in the first place, ensuring that the arrest was foolproof. You won't be able to slap him like that. Well, have to be cruel to come. When Ziming said this, he suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked under Jiang Chunhua. Jiang Chunhua cried out in pain. Not only did he kneel to the ground unsteadily, but even his face became distorted and deformed. The funny look made everyone around laugh out loud. This stopped Jiang Chunhua's abuse, but couldn't stop him. He said to Ziming, "I don't accept Ziming. What did you slander me?" "Well, I will let you die today," Ziming said. "You will not forget you if you kill someone, then I will remind you." Tao Juling in Fangqiao, West District. Originally, when Jiang Chunhua heard Ziming's murder, his body twitched involuntarily. When Ziming finally proposed Tao Juling's name, he immediately became particularly excited, struggling and shouting to Ziming, "Ziming, what the hell did you fart? How could I kill people? You are spraying dung, and I and Juling are very good friends. How could I kill him? You must be the one who did it, you." And then blamed me. Ziming quietly listened to Jiang Chunhua's words, and sneered disdainfully. "I said that if I will let you die today, if you understand, then you will die." Ziming took out a small tape recorder and pressed the play button, which immediately played the recording of his murder of Tao Juling. Hearing this recording, Jiang Chunhua was shocked at the time. He murmured, "How is this possible? How is this possible? If people don't know what they can do, nothing is impossible." Ziming pointed to the people around and asked him, "You are also a person with status. I think you should be familiar with these people, right?" Jiang Chunhua glanced blankly in the direction of Ziming's finger, and suddenly understood. "Zongnan High Guard, you actually invited Zongnan High Guard. Why is this happening? Why can't this happen? This is the guard sent by our old man to protect us. Is there a problem?" Du Peng said to him impatiently. This news was the last straw that crushed the camel. After learning of this news, Jiang Chunhua, who was still clamoring just now, finally lowered his head and his face was ashamed. Because, as Ziming said, as a child of the powerful, he certainly understands the ability of these Zongnan High bodyguards. If he had prepared in advance, it would be too easy to get this recording. Jiang Chunhua knew that he had been completely eaten to death by Ziming. There is no chance. "Ziming, you are cruel, you are really cruel." Jiang Chunhua gritted his teeth, not knowing whether this sentence was regret or something else. Of course, this is none of Ziming's business. Ziming nodded to the police officer, and the police officer waved away and took him away. Ziming and Du Peng returned to the car. Du Peng leaned on their seats comfortably and said, "It is a big victory to catch Jiang Chunhua today, because Dan Sha mainly relied on Jiang Chunhua's ability in Lingnan, and his hand was still stretched out. If you don't come here, now we have cut off his hand directly, and he is about to finish playing. Yes, so we will have a good talk with him next," Ziming said. Du Peng opened his eyes and said, "Talk?" "Ziming, you are not mistaken. We have such a big advantage now. Why should I talk to him when Yi Jiang is chasing the poor?" Ziming spread his hands and said, "I'm not interested in talking to him, but I think he will definitely be interested in talking to us." Ziming's words seemed to have prophetic attributes. As his last word fell, his mobile phone immediately rang. Chapter 363 You are so naive and cute? Early the next morning, Ziming and Du Peng drove to the tea house in Dongmen Commercial Plaza. A young man in his 30s was waiting for them at the door. This young man was not someone else but Tan Qianjun. This young Master Tan wears a blue-gray tunic suit, and matches the temperament he has cultivated in a wealthy family for more than 30 years. He is a handsome prince. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng get out of the car, he immediately went over and smiled. They say hello. Meeting Tan Qianjun with such a posture surprised Ziming and Du Peng. After all, the situation of the Tan family is very bad now. Last night Jiang Chunhua, who was regarded as the right-handed man by him, was also arrested by the Nanjian Public Security Bureau. It can be seen that Ziming's revenge against him is unfolding step by step, and his current situation is precarious. If you change this to a normal person, you don't know how much hair you have to worry about, but Tan Qianjun can still smile so easily. Whether it's that he really has this mood of having fun in hardship, or that he is very good at raising chi, all are enough to show that Tan Qianjun is not simple. As the saying goes, not hitting the smiley people with their hands. Tan Qianjun puts on such a posture, Ziming and Du Peng must also pay their respects to him. In this way, the three people greeted at the door for a while, and Dan Qianjun asked Ziming and Du Peng to enter the tea house in a timely manner and came to a box he had already opened. They all sat down and the waiter had prepared the porridge and refreshments. Tan Qianjun picked up the teacup and said, "I came to Lingnan and heard that they all have the habit of sighing for morning tea. So today I, a northerner, will go to the countryside and follow the customs, with the habit of here and the two drinking a cup of tea instead of wine." After talking, Tan Qianjun immediately took a sip of tea. Ziming and Du Peng also took a sip. Ziming said with a smile, "I didn't expect Dan Xiao to learn this habit very quickly, at least better than me and Du Peng." "Ziming, you are scolding me because you say that morning tea is a good habit, but you still have to have some leisure time." "When you say this, Ziming, don't you just say that I am in disguised form all day long." "Is Lingnan idle and idle?" Tan Qianjun said. "How can Tan Xiao have nothing to do, from the ban of Nanjing nightclub to Taojuling? If it is said that Tan Xiao is still idle, then I really don't know what it is." Du Peng ridiculed Tan Qianjun in an angry way. Tan Qianjun didn't respond. Unlike Du Peng, Ziming laughed. "I haven't thought about it this way. It seems that Xiao Dan is more particular than me in this respect." "It's not very particular, it's just that I am inherently more sensitive," Tan Qianjun said with emotion. "Think about me and Ziming and Du Peng. Both of you have known each other for so long. In fact, I have long wanted to ask you to come out with us. Let's sigh the morning tea together. We are so happy to have a chat together, but for various reasons, we can't have this opportunity until today. It's very rare. After all, this opportunity is indeed a chance. Tan Xiao, you have so many things to do, and I have so many things to do. If we want our time to meet, there is only this opportunity now," Ziming said. Tan Qianjun's face stiffened unnaturally. Obviously, as the first brother in the capital, being so ridiculed made him feel uncomfortable. However, Tan Qianjun did not have an attack. He just said to Ziming, "Don't ridicule me, Ziming. I know what I did this time is really stupid. You must have already guessed the purpose of my inviting you, right?" "This purpose is not hard to guess. Tan Qianjun called last night to invite them to sigh morning tea together, and last night it was Jiang Chunhui who Ziming took the police to the Jinbui nightclub to arrest. Such a big thing. Tan Qianjun, a brother in the capital. Maybe I don't know." In addition to the things that happened in the capital Yanjing before, even Dan Li, who was the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee, will step down. He is looking for Ziming at this time. His purpose is not to use his feet. Think of it. If you can't win, you can only pay compensation. If things were just looking at it from the surface, it was like this. But Ziming was very clear that Tan Qianjun came to talk about such a simple truth today, and handed in an answer that was beyond everyone's expectations. "I have some thoughts, but it depends on what you mean by Xiao Dan," Ziming said, a very common routine. Tan Qianjun smiled triumphantly after hearing this. He took a shrimp dumpling and put it in his mouth. He leaned on the chair and looked at Ziming and said, "Do you think you have won? Today I came to you to beg for mercy. Tell you, you are so wrong. I am here today to give you a formal warning. Just play some tricks and take advantage. If you continue to toss about some things, it will only make you unlucky." Ziming smiled. "Dan Xiao, if I were you, I would definitely not say that." "Of course you wouldn't say that. What kind of thing are you?" Tan Qianjun said contemptuously. "Remember what I said to you when we first met?" "I still say that now, Ziming. You are the monkey crowned by a monkey. Do you think you are a human when you wear human clothes? But in fact, you are still far away, and you will always be just a various monkey. Just like now, you used some conspiracy to discredit my dad, and you caught the little flower. You think you have won and you can kill me. Am I going to beg you for mercy? Tell you, dream." Tan Qianjun paused deliberately when he said that, and took a sip of porridge leisurely before saying to Ziming, "Actually, to put it to the heart, I still admire you, Ziming. I really didn't expect me to start. Now that you have almost all the resources in your family, you have already driven you to the end of the road. Even Lao Yang can see that the wind is going to persuade you to go abroad. This situation can turn you around. High, it is high. Tan Qianjun gave Zhu Ming a high thumbs up. Your mind is very flexible, and your ability to control everything is superb. You can make the most of all the resources you can use, even many details. You can pay attention to it, and all of this makes people have to be convinced. Speaking of this, Tan Qianjun suddenly changed his conversation and asked Zhu Ming, "You are all very good, you can even say it is perfect, but you have a fatal injury. Do you know what it is?" "What is it?" Zhu Ming asked. "It's your control of the overall situation. To put it bluntly, your tactics are very creative and your execution is perfect. However, your strategy is the most deadly problem, which is that this problem will make you never win." "Me," Tan Qianjun said, "that is your origin and your identity." Zhu Ming made a gesture of invitation. "I would like to hear the details." "Since you have asked me so sincerely, even though we are opponents, I can tell you that because your background is very low, you don't understand many things such as situation and situation. You will only rely on it forever. You are doing it with your own wishful thinking. Of course, you have done a good job and you have made great breakthroughs and gains. But because you don't have such a high status, you can't see or understand many central-level situations at all." Tan Qianjun smiled disdainfully when he said that. "I know that you will be like listening to the heavenly scriptures. Then I can make it simpler, that is, if you win, you will lose. If you win or lose, you will never be able to pose a fundamental threat to me. Just because there is no support from the central government?" Zhu Ming asked. "This is only one aspect. Without the support of the central government, there is no political family that really pushes behind. No matter how clever your thoughts are, they are nothing more than tricks. Of course, the most important thing is that you can never understand what the central government really thinks." "What?" "I'm not afraid to tell you. In fact, this time our Tan family will suffer this trouble. It is our own arrangement," Tan Qianjun said. "You arranged it yourself?" Zhu Ming and Du Peng both said in surprise. Tan Qianjun let out a cold snort. He took out a pack of cigarettes and put on a cigarette. He spit out the cigarette ring leisurely and then said, "Yes, we arranged it ourselves, because our Tan family is too powerful. It is so big that the central government is afraid of it. This is not a good sign, because the tree attracts the wind. In order to eliminate disasters and avoid disasters, we took the initiative to sell a floor and let the central government deal with it. Does it sound fancy? But the fact is," Tan Qianjun said, "I think you definitely don't understand what the central government really cares about." Neither Zhu Ming nor Du Peng spoke. Tan Qianjun smiled even more happily when he saw them like this. "I know you definitely don't understand. And I'm not afraid to tell you that when our Tan family's power grows stronger, the Central Committee, it will weaken us. But it will never kill us. For nothing else. It is because of the new company I have in my hands. My emerging company is the first company that has inherited the policies of the central government since the reform and opening up. It has always been a benchmark for the central government to carry out reform and opening up. If we deal with us, it will be tantamount to overthrowing the results of the entire decade of reform and opening up. This is the critical moment of reform and opening up, and the central government will never do this kind of thing." Tan Qianjun finally said the conclusion. "So it's simple. No matter how unwilling you are or whatever, things must end here." After listening to Tan Qianjun's words, Zhu Ming and Du Peng fell into silence, feeling a little unbelievable. Tan Qianjun was not in a hurry, but just looked at them with a sneer while smoking a cigarette. After a long while, Zhu Ming let out a faint breath and said, "So, I didn't expect that there are so many unexpected things in it. I really don't know if I don't listen to it. I was shocked when I heard it." "Yes, the facts are often not based on your thoughts." Tan Qianjun said this on his lips, but when he heard Zhu Ming's words, he suddenly had a very vague premonition, because Zhu Ming's tone was so strange that he could not hear any frustration at all. Zhu Ming shook his head and said, "But I still want to say something to Xiao Dan. You are so naive, so naive." The game behind chapter 364. Zhu Ming, who do you say is naive? I think you are naive. Your whole family is naive. Tan Qianjun slapped the table and yelled at Ziming. Tan Qianjun didn't know why he was so angry. He only knew that when he heard Ziming's words like educating a child, there was Du Peng beside him. Ha ha. When he laughed, he felt that his arrogant self-esteem had been greatly insulted and provoked, and he couldn't help but reached out and patted the table and cursed at them. Tan Qianjun can't help but feel annoyed. For him, his kindness in teaching you by young Master Tan is worthy of you, but it's good for you. Not only is there no gratitude at all, but what innocence does he say? Is this what you said? What is innocence? And why is it innocent? Ziming didn't care about Tan Qianjun's irritation at all. Tan Xiao, I say you are naive and you are naive. I believe what you say, and I also believe that this time your Tan family may be really planning for the long term. It is a flaw in their own initiative to sell. I believe all of this, but do you really think that the central government will not dare to move you? Or what makes you think about it? Hearing Ziming's words, Tan Qianjun suddenly seemed to realize something. He hurriedly asked Ziming, what do you mean by this? Let's put it this way. I think there are certain things that your father has never mentioned to you. Before Ziming finished speaking, Tan Qianjun couldn't wait to ask, what did you say? It was when I was in the capital, your father took the initiative to ask me to apologize. Ziming said. Tan Qianjun was dumbfounded when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it was true. Ziming continued, whether you believe it or not, this is all true. And the most important thing is that your father said to me that if there were no me, there would be no such things. Tan Xiao, you can weigh it yourself. Impossible. How is this possible? Tan Qianjun murmured. He glared at Ziming. It must be Ziming, you lied to me, right? Lie. I'm not bored to this level, but there are some things I didn't expect before. Ziming shook his head helplessly. Ziming was telling the truth. He did not expect some things before. If nothing else, he said that when he was in Yanjing before, Tan Li came to his door and said to him that you are the key. So let Ziming struggled for a long time. As Tan Qianjun said before, because of his identity, he didn't have the conditions to touch many things, and he didn't understand many things at all. Today, Tan Qianjun told Ziming that their Tan family deliberately sold the floors. Ziming fully believed that because of many things, including the Jiangnan fundraising case and the case, many of them feel strange when they think of it. But they just have to find it. I didn't think about him without a reason, but now after Tan Qianjun mentioned it, he remembered that these things were indeed wrong. It shows that in the previous life, the Tan family still couldn't escape the blow of the Jiangnan fundraising case and the case. Why did Tan Li still say that to himself? It was not until Tan Qianjun said these words today that the mystery was solved. Ziming remembered that in his previous life, Tan Li was indeed affected by these two cases, but it seems that the final result was not what the central government did, but Tan Li resigned on his own initiative. Shengzi committed suicide in the hotel. Tan Li took the blame and resigned. This incident was still hailed as a model of responsible leading cadres. As for what happened to the Tan family, whether it collapsed suddenly, Ziming has no way of knowing. Now that I think about it, this is simply a drama written and performed by the Tan family. It was Tan Li or someone in the Tan family who saw the situation and knew that if the Tan family continued to grasp the two major powers of politics and economy, the central government would definitely do so. Fear, it is necessary to use a knife. So if this is the case, the Tan family might as well take the initiative to give up and show good to the central government in exchange for the central government's lenient treatment. In this regard, regardless of past and present, the line chosen by the Tan family is to abandon politics and concentrate on operating the economy. It has to be said that the Tan family can make this decision still very foresight, because with the development of reform and opening up, the rich and powerful people in the flourishing age are very promising. Most people will not provoke them out of fear of the rich and powerful, and in the future it may not be impossible to speak out politically, but if you choose politics, then this path is very dangerous. It is precisely because of this that many true revolutionary descendants in the later generations are devoted to various state-owned enterprises, or simply start their own businesses. It may not be the head of the Dan family. Perhaps the Dan family succeeded in the previous life. With Tanley's voluntary resignation, the Dan family gradually faded out of politics, but on the other side Tan Kian-jun kept developing his new company, and finally became another behemoth. Perhaps in the future, in a certain year, the new leadership collective of the central government will unbearably launch an unprecedented scale of anti-corruption storms, and it will exhaust its energy to get rid of this malignant tumor. Ziming had no way to investigate this matter, but reason told him that it was very possible, and the reason was not other, but Tan Kian-jun really had this ability. If it were put 10 years ago, when the Tan family was mentioned and Tan Kian-jun was mentioned, no one would look at him as highly as they do now, because in the capital of the Red Center, there are still so many old folks who found the country who have not died. Tan Kian-jun is just an ordinary red boy. But later, with the reform and opening up, as Tan Kian-jun began speculative activities, little by little, he became Yanjing's biggest debacle. After starting this new company, the economy was like a breakthrough for the Dan family. Clicking on the noodles brought the entire Dan family to life in one fell swoop, and the officials in Tanli became bigger and bigger, until the official became the Imperial Mansion Yin. It can be said that the rise of the Tan family was from a new company to the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee, and it was not from Tan Li being the secretary of the listing committee that Tan Kian-jun's new company was born. So since Tan Kian-jun can bring out such a miracle, then who can say that the Dan family is abandoning politics, receiving lenient treatment from the central government, and perhaps even taking care of it? There will be no greater development. It is for these reasons that Tan Li will come to the door to talk to him that day, and then he will say that he is the key. This is indeed the case. If it weren't for the fact that the Dan family's plan would have succeeded, if it hadn't been for it, the Dan family's plan would have succeeded. It also made the central government have to deal with it. Sure enough, this is a high-level game. Sure enough, it was just as wonderful, Ziming said with emotion in his heart. At the same time, he was excited and proud that he could lift the veil of the game at the central level, because this is something you can meet and cannot ask for, let alone explore the details in the middle. Those are things that you can't even dream of. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled very happily, not only because he knew this secret, but also because he finally had the opportunity to climb to a higher height. Ziming's happiness came from the heart, but his smile was very upset when Tan Kian-jun saw him. The corners of his eyes twitched, pointing to Ziming and questioning him, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything, just thinking of something very happy, nothing more," Ziming said. What Ziming said was very sincere, but Tan Kian-jun didn't believe it at all. "Ziming, don't think you just won like this. Although I don't know why my dad came to you, my emerging company represents reform and opening up. The big policy is the big benchmark for reform and opening up in the past 10 years. This is not wrong. As long as the central government insists on following the path of reform and opening up, I will not be defeated." "Ziming, you don't have to dream anymore. I think it is you who are dreaming." A faint word made Tan Kian-jun stare at Yanjing. He stared at Ziming viciously and said, "What did you say, Ziming?" "It's still naive," Ziming said, regardless of the raging anger in Tan Kian-jun's eyes. "A very simple question. Will the central government deal with you and deal with your new company? Can we mess up the whole country? Will it still make the people of the whole country rise to the ground?" Ziming replied, "Obviously, this is not possible." "Then do you think the central government has any reason to be afraid of you?" "Because my new company is accompanied by the major policy of reform and opening up. I represent the results of reform and opening up, and I am opposed to this general direction in dealing with it." Tan Kian-jun still insists on this reason. "Where are you confident?" Ziming asked. A mocking rhetorical question made Tan Kian-jun speechless, but Ziming didn't have any pity for him, especially for the enemy. He had to slap to death if he wanted to shoot. With this belief in mind, Ziming went on to say to Tan Kian-jun, let's not discuss whether what you said is true or not. So what if it's true? Wouldn't the central government dare to deal with you? Even if it's against reforms, what about the grand policy of opening up? Isn't there any solution from the central government? Don't you think these ideas of your own are naive? Ziming's questioning was like a heavy punch, which slammed Dan Qianjian's heart so hard that he couldn't breathe. And when Ziming's last question was the last straw that crushed Tan Qianjian, when this question was asked, Tan Qianjian collapsed at once. He stretched out his hand to cover his face and groaned in pain. How could this be? Why is this? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Maybe, but who made you run into me? Ziming said this, and then got up, and Du Peng was about to leave. At this time, Tan Qianjian grabbed Ziming's arm and raised his head to ask him, Ziming, you won't kill you, right? Ziming looked at Tan Qianjian coldly and said, I will do the same thing as you. After speaking, Ziming threw off Tan Qianjian's arm and walked out of the box with Du Peng. Ziming didn't know how his words today would affect him. Ziming only knew that he could still hear his heart-piercing cry in the box in the hallway. No. Chapter 363 Revenge for Ziming. Recently, the wind has blown a lot, and there are many prohibited characters. Please forgive me if the characters are not words. Ziming shook his head helplessly at the shouts of Dan Qianjian in the box behind him. The original layout of a national player that would allow the Tan family to continue better. But he turned from a living situation to a death situation under his own entanglement. Only if Dan Qianjian can accept this frankly is there a ghost. In fact, this is quite normal. Tan Qianjian was born in the Tan family, although he was slightly inadequate compared to the ancestors and relatives in the capital. He was born with a golden spoon in comparison to the hundreds of millions of people in the country. Later, he saw an opportunity to reform the Kai. The courageous businessman not only made the first batch of downfalls in the capital, but also brought many other red children to make fortunes. He brought a nationwide power to the central capital. The emerging company that must be valued, with the help of the company and the influence of his business contacts, also helped his father sit on the throne of the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee. Of course, there must be other influences, but this emerging company is definitely the most important part, so that if the Dan family wants to give up now, they are choosing to abandon politics and go into business. It cannot but say how much trust they have in Dan Qianjian. It's not difficult to imagine how Dan Qianjian was when he learned of the decision of his family. He must have been full of ambition and passion and wanted to do a big and bold career. Ziming's appearance, one trick after another, directly killed his ambition in the cradle. Unless it is a person with an unusually tough mind, it is really difficult for ordinary people to accept. Although Ziming always feels that he can bear it very well, he still thinks that if one day all his own industry is put into waste, he may not be able to accept it. You must know that he has only worked hard for a year now, and many of them are borrowed from it. The advantage of his own rebirth came, but Dan Qianjian had worked hard for 10 years, and he got it with his own vision and hard work. The difference is not even a little bit. But this was also the sin of Dan Qianjian himself. Ziming would have some sympathy and emotion for Dan Qianjian, but that was all. Who would let him run into himself and fight against himself? He should be unlucky, and it's not a good thing to succeed in him. There is a group of big officials all over the country. Their thinking is the same as the old official business routines. It is easy to breed. Doing this on their own is considered to be for the country. Harmed. Unexpectedly, you guessed it, to Ziming. Things at Yanjing weren't that simple. Du Peng's voice sounded next to him, pulling Ziming's thinking back. Ziming smiled and said, that's for sure. If nothing else, it's said that all these things that are damaging to Dan went so smoothly, but there was hardly any resistance from the Dan family, so they surrendered directly. Now, this is too dreamy. How could it be okay? It's just Kai Hajime that I didn't expect there to be such a deep-seated reason. Du Peng also nodded and said with emotion, yes. When you first heard Ziming, you said that you want to do this. It felt a little weird. Now thinking about it, There are so many things in it that are really coincidental. It's so coincidental that there are people. It was arranged step by step, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Ziming patted Du Peng on the shoulder. Okay, don't be so sentimental. Things on Tan Qianjian's side can come to an end, and we should also prepare for the next thing. Before Ziming finished speaking, I heard a shout from the opposite corridor. Ziming, you are that Ziming, I will kill you. Ziming and Du Peng were both stunned by the shout, and then they saw a man about their age waving a beer bottle and running towards this side aggressively. Ziming and Du Peng didn't move. It's not that they were shocked, but that they didn't need to take any action at all. A Zhongnan High bodyguard who had been following them immediately made a shot. With just a punch, the man fell on the ground. Not coming. After the man lost his ability to move, Zhongnan High bodyguards brought him to Ziming. The man raised his head to look at Ziming, resisting the pain on his body, and still cursed, Ziming, you must die. This made Ziming feel a little inexplicable. You said you want me to die. This is okay, but you have to give me a reason, otherwise I am not wronged. If I remember correctly, this is the first time we have met? You dare to ask? It was the stock market that you created, which caused all my money to be trapped in. Now I can't get a dime out of it. Do you dare to say that this is not all caused by you? I don't know me, but I will remember you forever. The man said viciously, even if he was covering his stomach with his hands at this time, and sweating cold on his forehead, and there was a Zhongnan High bodyguard's hand holding him like iron tongs on his neck. His eyes were still fixed on Ziming, and he didn't give in. Stock market? Du Peng laughed when he heard this. I said your brain is broken? You want to get my stocks and you can't get it out. You still come to us for trouble. Don't you think you are very shameless? Shameless? I think you are the most shameless people in the world. The man yelled, if you didn't make this stock market, how could there be so many people going bankrupt? It's all you made. And I want to represent it. On behalf of the people, all those who have been deceived by you, wish you no good death. Ziming shook his head helplessly. This person is afraid that he has been shackled and has been trapped with a lot of money in the stock market. He can't accept this reality, so he can only put the blame on others, and then find others to retaliate. In the end, it may develop to revenge the society. To put it bluntly, it means nothing. And if you have the courage to do things, you have no shoulders to take responsibility. Such people abound in reality. The most common thing is that many children are born without bringing them to their wives. Then the children accidentally fall and touch them. Instead of reviewing that they don't have children, they scold their wives. Aren't they all such men? This is obviously the same for the one who came here today. Ziming didn't have time to teach him how to be a man. He didn't want to ignore him and took Du Peng to leave. But who knows that the man is like a bastard who eats a heavy weight and is thrown away by Zhongnan Hai's bodyguards. Later, he rushed up again. Of course, there was Zhongnan Hai bodyguards here. It was impossible for him to touch one of Ziming's hairs, but he was still struggling in the hands of Zhongnan Hai bodyguards. I want to kill you. You must die. Du Peng frowned and became a little angry. Mother, you have something wrong, right? You have to be careful that I will kill you again. Du Peng said this when he was about to give orders to Zhongnan Hai's bodyguards. An urgent voice suddenly came from nearby. Boss Zhu, please help. Ziming and Du Peng turned their heads and saw another young man rushing over. Looking at them roughly, they looked very similar. Seeing this person coming, the person cried out dissatisfied. Brother, what are you doing here? Don't be embarrassed here. Get out of here. But he didn't care. He just came to Ziming and Du Peng and bowed to apologize to them. I'm sorry for the two bosses. My brother is too impulsive and ignorant. I am embarrassed to harass the two bosses. Knowing that your brother is impulsive, just look at him and tie him with a chain. In short, don't let him run around. Fortunately, you met us today. If you want to meet someone, you can see if he wants to break his arm or leg. Du Peng said, very upset. At any rate, he is a noble child in the capital who is not inferior to Tan Qianjian in status and status. Du Peng's current performance is already very restrained, and it will definitely be more intense if he is replaced by someone else. The man hurriedly said a lot of good words to apologize and thank Du Peng. Du Peng waved his hand impatiently to let him go, but at this time, Ziming, who had not spoken, suddenly asked, "What is your name?" The man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ziming to ask him this question suddenly. After a while, he answered, "Boss Zhu, do you ask me?" "My name is Shalang." "Summer is beautiful." Ziming muttered the name a few times, then pointed to the young man who was carried like a chicken by Zong and high bodyguards and asked him, "Is this your brother?" Sharon nodded and said yes. Ziming then asked, "Are you now doing a textile enterprise?" In front of Boss Zhu, I dare not say anything about the company. We just enjoyed the benefits of the special economic zone and set up a small factory to make a little money. Sharon replied, "Brother, what did you say to this guy? He is our murderer." "He must be." Brother Sharon's voice stopped abruptly here, because Ziming pointed to him and said a word to shut up. Ziming's eyes made him feel a tremor from the soul, as if he talked again, this person it would really kill him, so he didn't dare to speak anymore. Then Ziming asked Sharon again, "Then what's the matter with you?" Faced with Ziming's question, Xialang was a little embarrassed and said, "In fact, I'm not afraid of your jokes, Boss Zhu. It's not a big deal. It's just that our ban factory made a little money, and he made money when he saw other people engage in stocks. After listening to Mr. Zhu's lecture on stocks, he mortgaged the factory for stock trading, but who knew that the stock was suspended shortly after the speculation, and we would never be able to take out any more money." Suspension? Ziming looked at Sharon and asked, "Which stock is your may I?" "Yes, it's Jinping's stock," Sharon said embarrassingly. "Sure enough," Zimingxin said. He also smiled helplessly, and then he asked Sharon again, "So this is another reason why your brother hates me?" Sharon hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, Boss Zhu, you have misunderstood. This is because my brother is young and ignorant. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with you, Boss Zhu." Ziming sighed and said, "Say it's related." "In fact, it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. It's somewhat related to me." This very verbal remark made Xialang bewildered. He didn't understand what Ziming meant. Ziming didn't explain anything to him, but finally said, "Let's find a place to sit and have a good conversation." "Are you optimistic about this matter?" Sharon nodded in a daze and said okay. Chapter 366 The Previous Boss? Bowen thank Yanxa for your support and monthly ticket support. Ziming, what is your boss up to? What are you talking about with people like him for no reason? Don't tell me that you are really smart. You can see what an extraordinary character he is. On the way to the coffee shop with Ziming, Du Peng asked him in a low voice, with incredible writing on his face. In his opinion, Ziming's actions were completely incomprehensible. When a person came over to insult him and even really wanted to beat him, not only was he not annoyed or angry, but he had to have a good chat with them. What's the situation? Could it be that Ziming has really cultivated the kind of compassionate and compassionate mind of the Buddhism, or he really understands the profound essence of the old master's sentence of repaying grievances with virtue? Otherwise it doesn't make sense. If there is any logic, there is only one possibility, that is, this guy named Sharon is a shocking wizard, but judging from his performance just now, although his attitude towards the two of them is remarkable. But that's it. There are so many people in China, and there are many people who are like him or even better than him. How can Ziming think he is great? Or is there something else that I haven't noticed? Ziming glanced at Du Peng and saw his brows furrowed. Ziming knew what he was thinking at this time. He must be very surprised why he saw Sharon differently. In fact, there is nothing special about Sharon. Everything about him is very ordinary. If there is something to be different from other people, he is very self-aware and can accept other people's ideas. But just rely on it. This, of course, is impossible to get such treatment, and the reason why he is like this is only because of another reason that cannot be explained. This Sharon, he is the boss of his previous life. Ziming smiled bitterly in his heart. He really didn't expect that this world would be so small. Even after he was reborn, Ziming decided to live a different life again. But whenever he saw someone or something familiar in his previous life, He always I can't help but remember that it was the same when I saw Suhan before, and it was the same when I saw Sharon now. Before the rebirth, Ziming remembered that he was working in Sharon's company. After drunk with a client once, he somehow reborn and returned to 1987. Now I see the boss in the previous life. Ziming is still a little bit emotional, because Ziming has always been taken care of by Sharon in the company in his previous life, and he often takes himself out to discuss opinions about customers, and teach himself while talking, the means of doing business and negotiating business. It can be said that oneself can have later achievements, which has a lot to do with the boss who takes care of himself. Of course, the current Sharon is not the boss of a big company, just a businessman who has just been affected by the national policy and wants to go to the sea to make money. No matter what kind of person Ziming was in his previous life, but at least after this rebirth, Ziming will somewhat believe in fate, so now that he meets his previous boss here, it may be just a coincidence, but he also something should be done. It was the boss who put yourself on the right track in the previous life, so it might be a good choice to let yourself put the boss on the right track in this life. This is Ziming's calculation, but these words cannot be said to anyone, because even in the era of rebirth literature overwhelming more than 20 years later, not many people believe in rebirth, let alone now. In the eyes of almost everyone, it is simply a joke. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Du Peng, the reason is actually very simple. I don't know if you noticed Du Peng's eyes just now. His perseverance reminded me of my previous self, so I decided to talk to him. After all, I don't have the ability to see a person's essential special abilities at first glance. If you want to understand a person, you have to get in touch with him and talk more. Well, anyway, Ziming, you guy is different from others. Do whatever you want. Du Peng said helplessly. Obviously he didn't believe Ziming's words, but he could only believe it. Ziming and Du Peng brought the Sharon brothers to the coffee shop. Ziming and Du Peng sat down first and let the Sharon brothers sit opposite. Perhaps because he had never been to a place like a coffee shop, the Sharon brothers looked a little nervous. Sharon was better. His brother was completely gone from the craziness that he had to die with Ziming before. He just sat there upright like a schoolboy. Ziming could see the appearance of these brothers, but Ziming didn't say much about it. He just said, let's talk. I think if your money is just covered, it shouldn't be enough to make peace. Immoral like this, right? Yes, this is because my brother is too impulsive, and he doesn't think about it at all. Sharon said, is it really just like this? Ziming raised his tone and asked, obviously not believing the answer given by Xie Lang. Sharon was embarrassed for a while, and then said, Boss Zhu, I am embarrassed to say that this is actually the case. Jinping suddenly suspended trading before, so that many people's money was trapped in the stock market and it was impossible to get it out. Some people say that this is Boss Zhu. You ran away all the money, so my brother hates you so much. It really shouldn't. This has nothing to do with you, it's just that someone is spreading rumors to me, Ziming said with a smile. Then it's not Mr. Zhu, you ran away with the money? Brother Sharon asked these words. Sharon slapped him and said angrily, what are you talking about? Do you still have to ask this question? How can Boss Zhu be an upright person? Can't you see clearly? How could he do such a thing? It must be someone spreading rumors behind their backs and maliciously slandering Boss Zhu. Ziming waved his hand needlessly and said, well, there is no need to be so harsh on this. Then I want to ask you, how much money are you trapped in my Jinping stock? 30,000 yuan. This is my brother and I earned back 2 years of hard work. Sharon's younger brothers all said proudly, but he was kicked by Sharon immediately, which reminded him that the Ziming sitting in front of him is the true legend in the whole Chinese land. Others earn at least tens of millions a year, and his own 20,000 to 30,000 yuan will not be taken seriously, and he is not qualified to show off in front of him. Ziming laughed. Of course, this laugh was not mocking them. In fact, Ziming didn't feel that he was qualified to laugh at them, because in this era when the general monthly income is only 1 or 230,000 yuan is really not a small amount. If you are not reborn, It will take at least a few years to earn this figure. 30,000 yuan is indeed not a small amount of money, and I can also understand that it is not easy for you to take out this amount of money. Then, I can help you figure out a solution, Ziming said. Ziming's words made Sharon's younger brother's eyes suddenly bright, but with the previous incidents, he dared not make any comments at will, so he had to wait for Sharon to say, "Boss Zhu, what you said is to save the money. Return it to us." Ziming shook his head and said, "You know that Nanjing's stock market was created by me, and the rules in it were all set by me. Since the China Securities Regulatory Commission requires a certain stock to be suspended for rectification, it is necessary to freeze all funds and account books in order to I am always waiting for the relevant departments of the China Securities Regulatory Commission to investigate. If I give you money, it will break the rules I set myself. This is not my style." This answer made the Sharon brothers feel a little disappointed. Although Zhu Ming's words were reasonable, their disappointment was only a moment, after which Zhu Ming's words gave them confidence again. But as the saying goes, teaching people how to fish is worse than teaching them how to fish. I can't directly give you money, but I can teach you how to make money. Isn't it better? Zhu Ming said. But Mr. Zhu, I have listened to all your lectures. I don't feel much improvement. Brother Xiaolang said that. Xiaolang immediately slapped him and gave him a sentence. Then he turned his head and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu is very sorry. He is such a small person, and he can get personal guidance from Boss Zhu. That is a blessing that we can't cultivate in a few lifetimes." Ziming laughed again, this time because of the feelings between Sharon and his brothers. If Ziming said that seeing Sharon was like seeing himself before, then now, he is serious. Sharon really has a shadow of himself before, but this time, before he was reborn, when he was young, he struggled the same at the bottom, all with a humble but persevering heart. Can bow but never bend down. Especially the younger brother next to Sharon, who is very straight-tempered and does not speak smoothly at all. He is almost like his brother from childhood to adulthood. At that time, I also took him to do things, and whenever he said something wrong, when talking or doing something wrong, do you slap him severely? Sharon and his brother are doing the same now. With his rebirth, the previous self is gone forever. But today I suddenly saw the two Sharon brothers, who can say that it was not destined. Since they have encountered it, it is fate. No matter what they are waiting for themselves here deliberately, they should always do something. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Xiaolang, "Well, you don't have to flatter me. I am a very principled person. I will naturally say what should be said, and no matter how you flatter it, it is useless." Good Boss Zhu, I was too rash, Xiaolang said. At the same time she straightened her waist, as if through this sentence just now, Xiaolang's senses of Zhu Ming were brought to a higher level. "You don't have to be so restrained," Zhu Ming said. "Before we formally chat, I have a question I want to ask you first. It is what is wrong with your factory, because if it's just the money that is tainted, you definitely don't. As for being so excited, there must be other things. So let me hear them all, okay?" Xiaolang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Boss Zhu is worthy of being the idol of our entire Nanjing and even the whole country's businessman. He is smart, and I don't conceal you from Boss Zhu. Our factory is indeed facing a big problem. So my brother, I was anxious to do such a thing for a while." Chapter 367 The Key to the White Wolf? A big problem? How big is it? Zhu Ming asked. "We recently talked to a customer. This is a very large and well-known textile factory in Nanjing. Recently, this factory has a financial problem and needs to sell many of its products. At this time, you can get something you can't imagine. Low price. But this low price has prerequisites. He requires each customer to pay at least 80,000 yuan in the past. We can't get so much money right now, so..." Before Sharon's words were finished, Zhu Ming laughed happily. "It turned out to be so, but I have a question. You said that this factory has to sell its own products. You have to pay 80,000 yuan before you can get it. Is it right? First of all, can you ensure the authenticity of this news?" "Of course, We have friends in that factory. He won't lie to us with such news." Sharon immediately responded in the affirmative. Ziming said again, "Well, since this news is true, there is only one question left. You said that if you want to get a low price, you must pay at least 80,000 yuan. But you just said I only invested 30,000 in the stock market. I think that 30,000 is at least half of your belongings, right? This money seems to be less than half of the figure." "I don't know what you think." After Xiaolang and his younger brother heard Zhu Ming's words, their faces suddenly became very embarrassed. They didn't know what to say, because Zhu Ming's guess was correct. The 30,000 yuan belonged to them. Everything is done. So now the question is coming. It costs 80,000, and you only have 30,000. The core content of the question is not whether the 30,000 yuan can be taken out of the stock market, but even if it is taken out, it will not help. Isn't it 80,000 yuan? As long as we take out the 30,000 yuan, we will find relatives and friends to collect it. It is really impossible to borrow a loan shark. How can it be collected? Brother Xiaolang was not convinced. It's just that his forced explanation is pale and weak no matter how you listen to it. At this time, Du Peng suddenly asked, "I think this is the second. The key is that you don't have a factory. Why don't you go to other people's factories to get the goods instead of producing?" If Zhu Ming's remarks just made them feel a little embarrassed, then Du Peng's question now caused them to bow their heads completely and don't know how to answer. The reason is simple. The so-called factory in their mouths, in fact, it doesn't exist at all. Their company is a leather bag company that does a dual business. At the beginning of reform and opening up, because the market had just opened up, many things were not sound, and many people were taking advantage of the loopholes. There existed a large number of companies without real registered funds or even offices. These people simply hold a purse, buy a commodity at a very low price, and then sell it at a high price. To put it bluntly, it is an advanced form of evolution. What they eat is the price difference caused by the information asymmetry in the middle. Zhu Ming knew very well that his previous boss started with a leather bag company, but even if you don't remember Zhu Ming, it's easy to make this judgment. There is a simple truth. If there is a factory, which boss doesn't put most of the funds, it's all pressed onto the factory building and the goods. How many people can make such a huge sum of money all at once? Not only these people who engage in leather bag companies and speculate in business. For them, capital is the most important thing. Zhu Ming understood this, so he didn't say anything, and Du Peng, because of his different background, didn't think about it at all, so he asked such a question, which embarrassed the Sharon brothers. "Okay, these are not the main points," Zhu Ming said timely. "I just want to know what your brothers are planning now, or are you going to get back the money that was trapped in the stock market? Go back and collect 80,000 yuan? Sharon immediately shook his head and said, "No, it's useless for us to come back, because we can't make up 80,000 yuan at all. This is all my brother is fooling around and is causing trouble to you." Boss Zhu Xiaolang said this from his sincerity, because he originally disagreed with his younger brother's completely neurotic behavior, and now he feels helpless after listening to Zhu Ming's remarks. Unless Zhu Ming gives himself a sum money, otherwise it would be impossible for me to get 80,000 yuan to get that list. But Zhu Ming and himself are not relatives, and now it is very rare to be able to sit here and talk to themselves about this. You know, I have accidentally learned that the appearance fee for his lecture is at least 50,000 yuan. There may not necessarily be any substantive content, and now I have pointed out my own problems sharply. He is already like this. Why should he ask him to give himself 80,000 yuan for no reason? Is it just because his stock is locked up in his company? But this has nothing to do with Zhu Ming. It is totally unreasonable to impose on him. Thinking of this, Xiaolang sighed in his heart. He stood up and bowed deeply to Zhu Ming and said, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhu, for your guidance today. I will always remember it. Thank me for your advice." "I haven't said anything yet," Zhu Ming said in surprise. "Boss Zhu, what are you?" Xiaolang asked Zhu Ming in a daze. He didn't understand what Zhu Ming meant. "What is this?" Didn't I just say that teaching people to fish is worse than teaching them to fish? You really want to thank me, and it will not be too late to thank me after I teach you how to overcome this difficulty. Ziming said. Boss Zhu, what you said is true. Would you really help me figure out a solution? When Xialang spoke, his eyes were bright and hopeful, and his voice trembled slightly because of his emotional excitement. He couldn't help but be agitated. Ziming's words were what he never expected. He had thought Ziming said that just to be polite, but he didn't think what he said was true. Who is Ziming? That is the lofty boss who created the Nanjian stock market with one hand, and led the fundraising of the legendary figure who built the Chuling Expressway, and brought the development of Nanjian to a new level. It is such a person. He will actually let go of his identity. Come to help yourself with the idea of such a leather bag company boss. This must be spread out. It must be a big news in Anjian City. Don't be so excited. Since I said that I will help you figure out a solution, I will definitely help you figure out a solution. Ziming patted Sharon on the shoulder and smiled and said to him, and then asked him, but before I help you figure out a solution, I still want to confirm some things with you. Boss Zhu, please, I must know that everything is endless. Xialang said, and at the same time made up his mind. No matter what Ziming asked, he would definitely speak out. Actually, there is nothing special. I just want to ask, how many customers do you currently have? Ziming asked. He thought for a while and added, I mean the kind that can make money and do business frequently. You can come out and show me, including their business situation and their financial capabilities. Sharon nodded and said yes, and then took out a notebook and pen. He wrote as he thought about it. He finished it quickly, and then handed the notebook to Ziming with confidence. But this is nothing to worry about. In any case, Ziming's status are much higher than Sharon's. This is what Sharon can't keep up with when he shoots horses. Of course, Ziming's customers are also very large. Sharon. Ziming, who has only tens of thousands of funds in his hands, simply looks down on him. What Xialang couldn't think of was that Ziming didn't even read the customer details he wrote down seriously. He just asked him, do you know what to do now? Xialang shook his head blankly, completely wondering what kind of medicine Ziming was selling in this court. Then let me tell you a story. It can be regarded as a question to ask you. Ziming said, there was a 13 line in Lingnan 200 years ago. It was the concentration of wealthy businessmen in the country. At that time, there was a poor boy. He has no father and no mother. He only lives by working for others. Although he is hungry for 3 meals, he is certainly nothing. But he has a dream to be a shopkeeper and marry the most beautiful local county daughter as a wife. What do you think he should do? How is this possible? He is delusional at all. Brother Sharon blurted out. Sharon frowned and asked Ziming humbly, I can't think of it. But I will ask Boss Zhu to make it clear. This poor boy is very clever. He first went to the business and said he wanted to be the shopkeeper. When others asked him why, he said he was the son-in-law of the county magistrate. Then he went to the county magistrate and asked him why he wanted to marry his daughter. He said that he is the shopkeeper of the firm and he has a lot of money to help him open the official road. Ziming paused deliberately when he said that, and then continued. As a result, he succeeded. Agreed, and in this way he became the treasurer of the firm and married the daughter of the county magistrate. That's damn okay, isn't the firm and the magistrate stupid? Brother Sharon said. Sharon asked, Boss Zhu, do you mean I can do the same? Ziming praised Rus can be taught. If someone else said that, Sharon would definitely sneer. How old are you? Dare you to say such an old-fashioned thing? But it was Ziming who said this, and Sharon felt that he was fully qualified. If nothing else, just talk about the story he just said and the method he will use to tell him next. There is an old saying that there is nothing difficult in the world, only if there are people with a heart. It means that as long as you are willing to think about everything in this world, you will always think of a way. Ziming said, it's like you don't have money now, but you want to get it at a low price. It must be paid for a large sum of money, and there are ways. Sharon finally couldn't help asking this time, what should we do, boss, that week? It's still the method you used to start a leather bag company, empty gloves, White Wolf, Ziming said, reaching out and clicking on Sharon's notebook, and the key to this set of White Wolf lies in your customers. Chapter 368, Ziming's Boring and Evil Taste. Clients, are we going to marry their daughters too? But their daughters are not more than 10 years old at most. Is that okay? Brother Xiaolang muttered there alone, completely unable to understand Ziming's words. And Ziming didn't expect this person as reckless as Jangle to come up with any good ideas. He was just waiting for Xiaolang's answer. Sharon didn't disappoint Ziming. After Ziming's suggestion, Sharon groaned for a while, staring at his notebook tightly. After a while, he suddenly realized, Boss Zhu, you mean us? We can pool all the money of these customers as our own money and report it to the factory, so that we can collect up to 80,000 yuan. Ziming smiled and told him that this was the truth. After getting Ziming's approval, Sharon was about to jump up and dance with excitement. Boss Zhu, you are a genius in business. Only Zhu is the only way to do such a magical method. Boss, only someone like you can come up with it. It doesn't matter whether I am a genius. The key is that if you continue like this, we will not be able to stay in this cafe, Ziming reminded him. Sharon then remembered that he was in the coffee shop, the surroundings were quiet, and he had become the focus of the entire coffee shop, and the waiter also tended to lean over here. Seeing the unkind look in his eyes, it is estimated that as long as he gets excited again, I'm coming over to invite myself out. I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I was so excited just now. Boss Zhu, your idea is really too powerful. You are using all the resources to the extreme. Xiaolang sat down and said, his voice still trembling, which shows how much shock and excitement Ziming told him. But it's no wonder that Sharon is so excited, because it is said that clever women can hardly cook without rice. Now his situation is that he has no money. Seeing such a big deal is right in front of him, but he just has no money and can only do it in a hurry. Seeing that he was so anxious, his younger brother took the risk and went to Ziming to ask for money. But now Ziming's words are equivalent to opening the door to a new world for him, and he is surprised to find that business can still do this. He has no money, but he has no money, but it doesn't mean that others have no money. He can't give so much money, but it doesn't mean that a few people can't get so much money together. He has so many customers, so he can let them all alone. People take a small amount of money and put it in their own place. Don't do that much. As long as 8 of 10 customers take the money, they can make up 80,000. Borrowing chicken to lay eggs. This is the core idea of Ziming's method. Everyone can say these 4 words, but when they are really used, they can still think of it, and very few can really use it. But Ziming is exactly what for such a person. It is precisely because Ziming's mind is so smart and he can think of so many things that he can have these achievements today. Seeing the boss in his previous life so excited and admiring himself, Ziming still felt a dark refreshment in his heart. After all, such a direct opportunity to educate his boss is not always available, even if the boss is still young now. I didn't know that he was the boss of Ziming's previous life. Of course, Ziming's secret coolness was just a moment's work. After all, Ziming after rebirth was no better than his previous life. Both his psychological quality and other thoughts have changed a lot. If Ziming was the same as in his previous life, he would definitely have a chance to seduce him in front of his boss to satisfy his vanity, but now Ziming doesn't have that interest. Okay, don't be so excited. I have figured out the method for you. I may not be able to implement this method specifically. It depends on your own actual operation. Ziming said to Xiaolang, it's not me. Pour cold water on you. The actual operation of this method is no easier than thinking of this method. Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, I will definitely work hard to put your ideas into place. Boss Zhu, Sharon said. Okay, it's not too late. You can pick a client right now and start right away. After Ziming said to Sharon, he turned his head and said to Dupeng, let's follow along and take a look at the work methods of grassroots businessmen later. Dupeng looked at Ziming with contempt and said helplessly, I really didn't see that you guy actually has such a boring and evil taste. Ziming laughed loudly after hearing this. Because he wanted to say that this was a boring and evil taste, Ziming felt that it was really appropriate. If nothing else, it was completely unnecessary to just tell Xia that he had to tell the story before. Lang can do whatever he wants, but he just wants to make a detour, not for anything else, just for a bad taste in his heart. Ziming clearly remembers that in his previous life, he was still working in Sharon's company. When Sharon talked to him, he didn't know whether it was deliberate or what. He would use this way of telling stories. As a result, Ziming was very upset every time he was able to drag the time to a long time. It was for this reason that Ziming decided to use his own way to treat his body this time. What is even more satisfying to Ziming's nasty taste is that the story Ziming told was told to himself once in his previous life. He said that it was the deeds of a certain former richest man in the world, and Ziming felt him. It's just bullshit. So now Ziming took this opportunity to give him back this story that he didn't know where he heard it from. As for following Sharon to see how he talks about customers and ask customers to give him money, Ziming has nothing to do with it. This is the time when Ziming is quietly observing the changes. All his previous industries, from Nanjian to Lianyang, whether it is Nanjian Nightclub, Jinping Company, 8 Treasure Kanji, Township Industrial Park and Chuling Expressway Project, all large and small. It is the closure of the closure, and even the Shakener industry of Dupeng, who is far away in Yanjing, has been affected to a certain extent. Now, even though Ziming has made some moves, it has disturbed the situation of the whole country, directly disrupted the layout of the Tan family, and made the central government have to make up their minds to really take a knife against the Tan family. However, the central government is the central government in any case, and all decisions he makes must be considered from all sides, and more importantly, they must meet the needs of the current situation in the country. The Tan family has been a comprador family from the beginning of the reform and opening up all the way to the present day. Through various operations, it has extended its hands and feet to all aspects of the country. To deal with such a behemoth, it must not hurt the country's vitality, even if it is a figure like Mr. Yang. Even if there are a group of old revolutionaries with white beards and hairs around to help, they have to do the most thorough consideration. If it wasn't for the Tan family or Tan Qianjian's emerging company to have such a big influence, how could he still have the confidence to say those things in front of Ziming after Jiang Chunhua was arrested? To put it simply, it's like that sing in a small tune, the Tan family is not what you want to do, you can do it if you want. As for Ziming, all of this is beyond his grasp. He is not the Tan family, but there is not such a powerful new company that can disturb the situation in the country, so he can only wait patiently. However, Ziming completely believed in the party and the country, and that the group of veterans in the Central Committee would definitely make the most favorable decision for the country and the people. In Ziming's words, it's the best decision to stay cool and where to stay. In short, don't show up in front of the leaders, so that they don't have a headache when they see themselves. When Ziming was thinking wildly here, Sharon's decision had already come out. He took his notebook, pointed to the middle name and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, this Boss Gain is the most among all my clients. Familiar, I decided to start with him first. Do you think it's okay?" Ziming smiled. "I think it doesn't matter whether it works or not. You think it is the key to whether it works or not?" Ziming thought for a while and then said, "And I think it's the same from whoever starts first. It's not that you know this customer best, and he will definitely give you money." Xia Lang nodded seriously and said that he had remembered, and he was indeed not playing Ziming, but at this time, he couldn't think of how difficult this road would be. After determining the strategic policy, Ziming and Sharon set off immediately. They first came to a shopping mall in Sanyuan. That Boss Cayenne's shop is in this mall. His business is very good and he has a vision. More importantly, he supports me. I think he will accept it. In the car, Xia Lang pointed to a shop not far away and explained to Ziming, but Ziming only glanced at him, and then said to him, "I still said that. What you think is not important. The key is it depends on what you do and how he decides in the end, otherwise he won't have a lot of money in the end and everything will be useless. Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, I will definitely get a good start." Sharon said this, and then got out of the car. Zuming got out of the car with him and walked towards that point. His brother cheered him up in another car. They came to the idea together. Sharon called out to the boss, and a short and chubby man came out with a smile and said hello to him. "Oh, Boss Xia, what brought you to me? Come sit down and smoke." "This is the Qian boss," who Xialang said. He welcomed Zuming and Xialang in very enthusiastically, lifted stools for them to smoke and tea, and all the services were in place. "Boss Qian, you don't have to be busy. I have a big deal to discuss with you this time," Sharon said to him. "Boss Xia, I know that you do nothing but go to the Three Treasures Hall. You must have something to say when you come to me." Boss Qian served Zuming and Xialang tea cups, and sat down and asked, "I don't know Boss Xia. What business is this time?" "I'm looking for Boss Qian. It must be a profitable business." Sharon said, "That's it. I have a very cheap but good quality product. As long as Boss Qian, you can give me 20,000 yuan. I will be able to deliver the goods to you immediately, and the price of this batch of clothes is at least 5 points lower than what you buy in other places. Do you think I am helping you make money? So it's like this. It's really a profitable business," Boss Qian said with a smile, but the next sentence he followed made Sharon depressed. "But Boss Xia, unfortunately, I don't have that on hand." More funds. Chapter 369. How much confidence do you have? What Boss Qian said was like a slap in the face and caught Sharon by surprise. He chuckled and asked, "Boss Qian, are you kidding me? I know that your business here is very good. Let's talk about Sunny Yuan's side. The best-selling clothes, that is. Boss Qian, you are here. Boss Xia, you are taunting me." Boss Qian said, "Do you not know the situation here, Boss Xia? Sunny Yuan originally was a newly developed place. No matter it is the customer or the flow of people, it is better than it turns out that the East Gate can't be compared at all. Where can there be any business? And everyone who comes to me to buy things wants to be cheaper. Where can I make any money? If I don't lose my capital, I will burn a lot of incense." I know the situation in Sunny Yuan. Everyone has to pick and choose, even a screw, when buying things. But it is precisely because of this that I think, Boss Qian, you need a very competitive product. Now you have it. Such a great opportunity. Sharon introduced him. "You should know the textile factory on the east side. There is our famous factory in Nanjian. Most of the cloth and clothes we can see in Nanjian are basically from this factory. Yes, the quality of the things made here is definitely not to be said, but the price of the things in this factory was very expensive. But now I have found an opportunity to reduce it by 5 points. These 5 points are not a small amount," Sharon said. "Boss Qian, if you want to buy 10,000 yuan at a time, if you usually want to take 10,000 yuan out, but now you only need to take 9,005. That's it. This is 500 yuan less, which is equivalent to more than 2 months' salary of others. 500 yuan is indeed very good, but what Sharon and I are telling you are the truth," Boss Qian said to Sharon with a sigh. "Boss Xia, you also know that what I do here is half wholesale and half retail. There is a warehouse. Look at it now. It is full of goods. All the funds I have on hand are now on the goods. Where there is any money, I also want to buy cheaply, but it's really powerless. Can't you think of a way, Boss Qian? Such an opportunity is very rare. If you miss this time, you won't know when it will be next time." Sharon said. Boss Qian shook his head and said, "Boss Xia, I understand what you said. I am also very anxious to buy something cheaper and make my business better. But the current situation is really no way. It's not that I don't help you." Sharon frowned and looked back at Zuming, who was silent behind him, gritted his teeth and said to Boss Qian, "Boss Qian, then you can buy as much as you can now. It is always a rare opportunity." Boss Qian still shook his head and said, "Boss Xia, it's really not that I am stingy. I really can't afford to pay for it now. Can I help you or not help you with our friendship?" In the end, Sharon reluctantly asked if it was really impossible to get a dime. The boss of Qian answered very firmly, and the mouth of the dime was not loose. Sharon had no choice but to say, "Well then, since Boss Qian is really tight on hand, then I won't force it. If I have something to do, I'll leave first. Seeing Xiaolang got up to leave, Boss Qian immediately stood up and asked, Boss Xia, are you leaving now? Don't you sit for a while? You see it's almost noon. Why don't you stay here for lunch? Let's go. Sharon smiled and said, no, I really still have things over there. Next time I have a chance, I will invite Boss Qian to dinner. Boss Qian said that it was a pity that he didn't stay with Sharon anymore. He graciously sent Ziming and Sharon out. Back to the car, Brother Sharon hurried out and asked what happened. Sharon shook his head helplessly. Things are not going well. Boss Qian said here that his funds are all on the goods and he can't get them. Contribute funds. Xiaolang, what do you think of this matter? Ziming, who had not spoken a while ago, suddenly asked Xiaolang. He must be lying. It is impossible for him to put all his funds on the goods. I have also visited his warehouse. The place is not big, but it is difficult to fill up. He has never bought so many goods. Sharon analyzed. Ziming smiled. You don't understand what I mean. I don't think it is important for him to say not to lie. The key lies in why he didn't give out the money. It goes without saying that he definitely doesn't believe us anymore. Brother Sharon said. Ziming asked Xiaolang again. Xiaolang thought about it and replied, I agree with my brother, because Boss Qian didn't believe me, so he didn't worry about taking so much money out to me. In case I ran away. He lost. Since you think this is the reason, how do you plan to solve it? Ziming asked. I can ask my friends who work in that factory to help prove it, and let these customers go to the factory for verification. Sharon said. But in this way, don't your customers know that there are discounts in the factory? What do you want Sharon to do? Ziming said. This rhetorical question caused Sharon to fall into silence. It is exactly like what Ziming said. The most important thing for them to do, leather bag companies, is to grasp the asymmetry of information, so as to make the difference in the middle. Now if this news is full, the city knows. What else can he make? Looking at Sharon frowning, Ziming asked him, do you still have the confidence to convince these customers? Yes. Sharon answered immediately, I can convince them. Very well, there is a future with confidence. This is the most important thing. But confidence is not enough. You must also have a method. Otherwise, you will be like Boss Qian. I guarantee you will fail again. What can you do if you have confidence in this failure? Ziming said. Sharon nodded and said, thank you, Boss Zhu, for your reminder. I understand. I will be more cautious next. Ziming patted Xiaolang on the shoulder to encourage him to cheer, and then they drove to another store. It was Ziming and Xiaolang who went in together. The owner's surname is Sun, and he greeted them with enthusiasm like Boss Qian. Compared with the last time, Xiaolang learned a lot more intelligently this time, and didn't say anything when entering the door. First, I asked Boss Sun how his business has been recently. All those who deal with businessmen are very clear. No matter how big the boss is or how much business there is, you will basically complain that the business is not good when you ask him, and then spit out bitterness with you, saying what is wrong here and there. What a bad thing. This Boss Sun is naturally the same. But Sharon just waited for him to do so. When Boss Sun vomited bitterness, Sharon immediately said to him, Boss Sun, don't worry. Now all manufacturers are raising prices, but I have a manufacturer that is lowering prices. Hearing the price reduction, Boss Sun immediately came to his spirits. Boss Xia, is this true? Which factory is cutting prices? You must be familiar with the owner of the factory and grandson, that is, the textile factory on the east side of the mouth. Now, whether it is clothes, pants and socks, they are dropping. On the basis of your previous wholesale, it can still drop by 5 percentage points. Sharon said. 5 points are already pretty good. So is Boss Xia in stock now? Can I go and see it? Boss Sun asked. Sharon shook his head and said, it's not possible now, because this is an internal policy that I got. It is paid first and then shipped. Boss Sun, if you want to get this policy, you must first pay 10,000 yuan. That's fine. Boss Sun frowned and felt embarrassed. Should I pay first if I can't get the goods? Please rest assured, Mr. Sun, this is the policy of the factory, And the textile factory in Dongku is one of our famous factories in Nanjing. It is also the one we deal with in the textile business. The reputation is quite good and it is not necessary at all. Worry, Sharon said for Boss Sunday. But Boss Sun still shook his head and said, Boss Xia, I don't mean that. I understand some internal policies, but it is quite difficult for me to get so much money out at once. Boss Xia, you are also in this business, and you also understand that now the business is getting harder and harder to do, and it is far from being done as well as it was a few years ago, especially when the stock market is up. A lot of money has been invested in it. The money left outside is too small. Boss Sun said, look at me, part of my money was taken by my wife to stock stocks, and the other part was put on goods, so I can get it out. This made Xia Lang sound like she wanted to scold her, because she had been talking about it for a long time, and finally turned back to the path of Boss Gain before. How can she not make Xia Lang depressed? However, Sharon did not show it. He gritted his teeth to persuade Boss Sun and said, Boss Sun, this is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there will be no next time. Moreover, Boss Sun, you are in the clothing business. It should also be very clear about the situation of the factory in Dongku. Of course you don't need to remind Boss Xia to remind you of these things. I understand it, but I really can't get any money out now. I really can't help it. Boss Sun said with emotion. At this point, Sharon understood that it would be useless to say more, so he spoke with Boss Sun Hara again, and then left the shop with Ziming. Back next to the car, Ziming still asked Sharon the same question. How is it? How much confidence do you still have? Sharon smiled bitterly and replied, Boss Zhu, I really want to say that I still have confidence, but I am afraid that the same thing will happen when I find the next one. After all, we are all verbal and it is difficult for them to believe me. And now they are all restocking according to plan. Suddenly, so many products are soaring. They themselves are afraid that they can't digest it, and it's difficult to handle it. This means that you have no confidence, Ziming said. Xia Lang froze for a moment, and then even though she was very unwilling, she could only nodded sullenly and said yes. Ziming patted him on the shoulder and asked him, remember what I said to you just now? Sharon thought for a while and said uncertainly, if you have confidence, there is a future. Ziming nodded and said, this is the sentence. No matter what you do, first of all you must have confidence. If you don't even have confidence, then don't do it. The situation you are facing is actually very simple. You've been wrong about the method all the time. Chapter 370 What is business? Wrong method. Xia Lang looked at Ziming with a blank face, and didn't understand what Ziming meant, because just now he talked with Boss Kane, Boss Sun, using his usual business methods, especially when dealing with Boss Sunday. I have used all the methods as much as possible, isn't it right? Ziming saw the doubts in Xia Lang's heart, and couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. The boss of his previous life is really tender now. If you change to the former Sharon, even if you don't know what to do in this situation, but at least I can think of a temporary remedy, and I won't be completely confused like it is now, just waiting for myself to help him answer. Forget it. Since I met the boss in the previous life, it is considered a fate, so it is a good person to do it to the end, and it can be considered a clear conscience. Ziming thought this in his heart, and then said to Sharon, well, let me talk about the next customer. You can choose any customer you think is the most uncertain and give it to me. Are you the least sure? Xia Lang looked at Ziming in a daze, thinking for the first time that he had heard it wrong. Ziming smiled and replied, of course it is the least sure. If you are sure, you can just talk about it yourself. I will shave the hard bones for you, and even the least sure I can settle. Isn't it more certain? That's right, thank you very much, Boss Zhu, Sharon said. Ziming waved his hand needlessly, and then a few people got in the car and came to the Dongmen shopping mall. Sharon took Ziming to a clothing wholesale mall. After getting off the car, Ziming looked up at the wholesale mall and asked Sharon with a smile, you won't choose the easiest one for me? That way you look down on me too much. No, this is really the most difficult, Sharon said embarrassingly. Because the boss here is one of the big wholesalers here in Dongmen. He has his own fixed source of goods, and my business is basically no way go in. The bigger the boss, the better the business will actually be, because they will never care about you like a small business or hawker. After Zhu Ming finished speaking, he raised his foot and walked towards the wholesale mall. Behind him, Sharon, after repeating Zhu Ming's words several times, silently took out his pen and notebook and wrote down Zhu Ming's words. This situation makes Zhu Ming feel a little bit happy, because in his previous life, he was the only one to memorize the words of the boss. When will the boss memorize classic quotations for himself? This is really 30 years in Hedong and Hexi up. However, Zhu Ming didn't say anything about it. After all, he was reborn once, and he was forced to improve a lot. If he didn't say he was a man who wanted to be the One Piece, he had to at least achieve a big career. He was always sure about such a small thing. That's not the case. Walking into the wholesale mall, Zhu Ming and Sharon don't have the same treatment as in the previous shop. The waiters here are recruited from the mall, and they also have the arrogance of the original planning era, especially when they hear that they are here to find after the boss. He cross-examined like a prisoner for a long time before reluctantly telling them where the boss is. That is, he just clicked his finger and didn't even have the time to lead the way. Zhu Ming was not angry, so he led Sharon to follow the direction the waiter pointed, knocked on the boss door and walked in. Sitting in the room was an uncle who was in his 30s. He was reading the newspaper and was a little surprised when Zhu Ming and Xia Lang walked in. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello Boss Li, this is Xia." Xia Lang took the initiative to introduce him. It turned out to be Xia. "Hello, just sit down," Boss Li said. He invited them to sit down without putting down the newspaper in his hand, and just sat there. Obviously he was more stylish than the two small bosses before. "Too much." Xia, what are you doing today?" Boss Li asked. This time Sharon did not answer. Zhu Ming said, "This is Boss Li. We came here today to bring you a profitable message. I wonder if Boss Li is interested in listening?" Boss Li gave another cry of surprise, and immediately put down the newspaper in his hand and asked Sharon, "This is?" "Boss Li can call me Xiaozu. I am now Sharon's partner," Zhu Ming replied. Boss Li nodded, and then asked Zhu Ming, "What kind of money-making news? You can listen to it. In fact, it's not really good news for making money. It just needs a boss with a certain financial strength to do it. It requires the boss to hold a small amount of working capital." Zhu Ming said, "Funding is a good thing. You have seen my wholesale mall. The business is very large. Even many units who want to buy uniform clothes come to me to order or buy directly. I don't have any funds pressure." Boss Li waved his hand casually. "This way I can rest assured. But there is one more point. I want to confirm how your current business situation is. Boss Li, is there a serious backlog of goods?" Zhu Ming asked again. "Xiaozu, I said that those you mentioned are small trading places, and they don't exist with me. You just need to tell me your news and make my own judgment," Boss Li said. Zhu Ming smiled. "I think you must have made a mistake, Boss Li. This judgment is not made by you, but by me. Because everyone wants to make money making transactions, I came to see Boss Li today. You are also looking at the wholesale business you are doing. Your market is very large and there will be no problems. Otherwise, it will be different if I find other people. I think that if you do business, no one will refuse to make money." "Mr. Li, you said what?" Comrade Xiaozu is very confident. Boss Li said, "I don't know who taught you to talk like this, but I can only say that that person is too dogmatic and doesn't know how to combine reality. I am such a big wholesaler. The mall, can't it make money yet?" Zhu Ming shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe you are making money now, Boss Li, but who can guarantee that you will make money forever? And when I came in, I discovered several problems with you." "Boss Li, what's the problem?" Boss Li asked immediately. "First of all, the salespersons here. Their attitude is simply not flattering. If some bad-tempered customers, I think they will turn around and leave without staying here for an extra minute. This is not a loss of one or two. The customer is so simple. Over time, As 1 passes 2, will you have any business here? Ziming said. Boss Lee said, that's it. The salespersons here are all assigned by the mall. They have a bad attitude, but I'm teaching them how to change. Ziming waved his hand and said, Boss Lee, I will listen to what you say, but I think it's all secondary, because the salesperson can't be changed. Isn't it possible that there are so many people in Anjiang City that we can't find a salesperson? But behind what I want to say is the point. What's the point? Boss Lee asked. The key point lies on you. Boss Lee, you have set up a shopping mall now, and you have hired a few salespeople to sell it outside. You don't plan at all. You just sit here and wait for customers to come. Do you think that's this? Is it a business? Ziming's question completely blinded Boss Lee to ask. Boss Lee was stunned and said, this is not a business. How can it be called a business? Ziming did not answer him, but just continued. Then Boss Lee, I will ask you again. Are some business people doing very well and others doing very poorly? Why do people in the same kind of business still have a 3/6/9 class? If it was in the past, Boss Lee would answer very positively, but now, he is just very guilty and unsure and said, is it because of everyone's back, scenery and relationship connections? There is a certain relationship, but the more important thing is to look at the people themselves. Ziming said, some people do business well and others are bad. What's more important is that good people know how to plan, but bad people don't understand. Just like you, Boss Lee, you only read newspapers and drink tea here every day, and wait for customers to come and call for business. To put it bluntly, isn't it okay to put a piggy here? What are people doing? Boss Lee looked a little ugly when he heard this, but he didn't know how to say it. Then Ziming went on to say, the most important thing in business is that you need to plan what customers should be and what orders should be received. What you have to think about, and what your boss should do is to go out and find customers, instead of sitting at home waiting for customers to come to you. Hearing Ziming's words, Boss Lee suddenly realized, he clapped his hands excitedly and said, yes, I should go out to find a client, and I can't sit at home. That's right, then now, I can give you a client. Ziming said. What customer? Boss Lee asked immediately without thinking. A customer about your supply. I don't know if you have heard of the textile factory on the east side? Ziming asked Boss Lee. The latter nodded and said that he knew, before Ziming went on to say, now I have an internal indicator of that factory. I can give you a batch of goods that are 5 points lower than the others. Would you like it? Yes, of course I do. Why don't I have such a cheap product? Boss Lee said. I believe Boss Lee you want it, so if you really want it, Boss Lee, you have to listen to me, okay? Ziming said. Boss Lee said yes. For him, everything Ziming said is the truth. That's it. I want to make this batch of goods. It is not that simple. It needs funds to operate. In other words, you have to give me 40,000 yuan first. Without this money, you can't get this batch of goods. 5 points less goods. Ziming emphasized, of course, if you are not at ease, I can sign a contract with you in the name of Sharon Company. If you have any problems, the company will be responsible. Boss Lee shook his head and said, it's not the problem. Of course I can trust Xiaozu and Xiaoxia. It's just that the 40,000 yuan is a bit too much. Can it be less? No, 40,000 yuan and a penny can't be less. Otherwise I won't be able to help Boss Lee run your operations. Ziming said. Could it be later? 40,000 yuan is not a small amount. I need some time to make it together. Boss Lee retreated and asked for a second. Yes, but there will be no shop after passing this village. I hope Mr. Lee can think clearly. Ziming said. Boss Lee sat there frowning and biting his fingers. After a while, he patted his thigh fiercely and said, okay. I promise you. Chapter 371 The most important thing is faith. Mr. Zhu, Xiaoxia, you go slowly, I will be pleased with you. I will come to play often in the future, and I will invite you to have a drink and dinner at that time. Boss Lee sent Ziming and Xiaolang to the door, and he kept talking to them, but Ziming was indifferent. When he got to the door, he said to him, okay, Boss Lee, just come here. Boss Lee, Don't forget. The 40,000 yuan payment must be collected within these few days, otherwise, if time passes, I can't guarantee any changes in time. Boss Lee nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Good manager Zhu, I will definitely get this money as soon as possible, but I would like to ask manager Zhu to bother a lot with my affairs." "Don't worry, Boss Lee, since I came to Boss Lee today, you definitely hope that everyone will do things well. I don't have the habit of running around, so Boss Lee, you only need to do your own thing well. That's it. I can help you with the rest of what I can solve." Boss Lee kept saying thankful words to Ziming. Ziming stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, Boss Lee, this thing is done. It is not said, it depends on how we do it in the future." "Okay, Mr. Lee, you still have business in your store, so don't give it more." Hearing what Ziming said, Boss Lee stopped. Ziming and Xialang said goodbye and went back to their car. Brother Xialang was the first to run out. He ran over and said to Xialang, "Brother, it's okay. Boss Lee looks like the business is big, but the people are just like that. The stingy is going to die. Anyway, we don't have much hope here. We just work hard in other places." At this time, Xialang was there in a daze. In fact, she hadn't recovered yet. She was still immersed in the matter just now, shocked and inconceivable at the matter just now. For Sharon, if he had memories of later generations, he would now only think that there is only one word that can represent the evaluation of Ziming, and that is Long Elton, because the situation in which Ziming persuaded Boss Lee just now is completely a dragon. Elton's posture. Then Boss Lee seems to have suddenly dropped his IQ to a completely unacceptable low level. He can only act as Ziming's response bug. Ziming said what he said, he could no longer think. Seeing that his brother didn't respond, the younger brother stretched out his hand and pushed Xialang back to his senses. He shook his head and smiled bitterly to his younger brother. "You are mistaken. In Boss Lee's place, he did not reject us. Instead, he was rejected by Zhu. The boss persuaded us to pay us 40,000. When his brother heard this answer, his eyes widened, and he said with a ghostly expression, "Huh? Brother, you said that this is the most stingy in the day. We don't have any hope for his business." Boss Lee took 4 at once. 10,000 yuan came out. "Is this true?" "This is great. It seems that the big business bosses have the right vision, unlike the small business bosses." Sharon still shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with Boss Lee's own vision. It is the result of discussions with Boss Zhu." This made his brother even more surprised. He almost jumped up and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, are you so powerful? Or do you have some deceptive spells? How else can you make Boss Lee, who is usually so stingy? How about spending so much money at once?" Ziming just smiled at this, and didn't say much. Brother Sharon turned and admired Du Peng and said, "Boss Du, your judgment is good. Boss Zhu is really not an ordinary person." "Aren't you nonsense?" Du Peng pouted his lips in disdain. From his point of view, there was no surprise at all about this incident. You should know that when Ziming arrived in Nanjing, he used to talk about a group of bank leaders. For those who were bluffed, let them tighten the loan and then tighten the loan, unambiguously. You know, those bank presidents are all people who sit in the bureau, and they are all the same people in the system. Which one is not more difficult to deal with than this or other Boss Lee? At that time, those people Ziming said that the balance should be settled. Now that Ziming has been in Zongnanhai for so long, he has become even more unreasonable. Who was originally a wicked man? Boss Lee, this is no effort at all. You can do it with your toes. Xialang, you have been stunned for so long. Did you think of anything, or would you just be stunned here? Ziming asked suddenly. Ziming's words were like the first spring thunder in the beginning of spring, and Xialang really woke up. Because just like Ziming said, he was really just in a daze just now, just talking about what Ziming did. Surprised and unbelievable, and did not think about why. Sharon wanted to think about something temporarily, but his head now was completely muddy. To talk nonsense would be disrespect for Ziming, let alone hide Ziming's insightful eyes. Finally, after thinking about it, Xialang could only honestly say to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, I really don't understand why Boss Lee was so obedient to you just now. so you can just lead him by the nose. It's very simple, Sharon. Let me ask you the same thing. Is it easier for you to ask others to do it, or for others to ask you to do it more easily? Ziming asked. Of course it is to make it easier for others to ask for themselves. Sharon answered without hesitation. Ziming nodded and said, it is indeed to let others ask for a better job, because in this way, the initiative is in your own hands. Whether you accept it or not, or how you want to manipulate it, you can handle it, but on the contrary, you should ask others. The initiative is in the hands of others, and you can only act on the faces of others. Therefore, the same is true when discussing business. You must take the initiative in your own hands. Xiaolang, please remember how you talked about business before and how I talked about business. Ziming said, when you talk, no matter what you start, you will always give someone a kind of begging at the end. It's the same as helping, but at the end of my business, it's the other people begging me to help him. It's this difference that makes our results different. It's true, but Boss Zhu, what exactly should I do to get the initiative and let customers come to me? Sharon asked. There are mainly 2 points, self-confidence and strength. Ziming said, what do you think when you come to find a customer? Do I want to find a way to get how much money from him? But I am different. I think it's how much he has to give me. Ziming's words were like a shockwave that made Sharon feel shocked in the depths of his soul. How much money must be paid and how much money must be paid to me is not just a simple sentence, but it contains strong self-confidence and momentum. Is this the mood of the legendary Nanjian entrepreneur Ziming? That's the height that most people can only look up to, because the pretended confidence and his confidence from the bottom of his heart are basically 2 different things. Finally, Sharon sighed with deep emotion. Boss Zhu, you really deserve to be the big boss. Your thoughts and practices are beyond our reach. It's useless to envy others. The important thing is always to change yourself. Ziming said, Xiaolang, you were so weak before because you were always worried that you would not be able to raise so much money, so you should do it first now. Yes, it means to change your mind. You have to tell yourself in your heart, no matter who the customer is, no matter whether the customer will give you money, in the end, you will definitely be able to raise so much money. As long as you strengthen this belief, you will naturally become stronger and confident. One more thing, through your previous performance, I know you are still afraid of what will happen if this news is exposed, but I want to tell you now that your worry is completely unnecessary. Ziming first threw out the news, and then slowly analyzed it to him. The reason is very simple. I believe this news is not a big secret. People who should know must already know it. If you don't know, tell them. It's useless. Why? Because they are facing the same problems as you, and they can't spend so much money. So if this is the case, what else do you have to worry about? Ziming's words were pushed into Xiaolang's heart little by little like a stimulant, making him excited from the mind to the soul. These words also made him break through the last psychological obstacle. To say that Sharon's biggest worry before was that he was afraid that he would not be able to raise the money, and that he would miss this opportunity. On the other hand, he was afraid that the news would be revealed and let others take the lead. But now with Ziming's words, Huoran discovered that these were not problems at all, and his worries were unnecessary. So as long as these 2 worries are eliminated, what else is there to be afraid of? The rest is just to use this initiative to talk about customers. Thank you. Boss Zhu, I understand. I will definitely be able to negotiate next. Sharon said to Ziming. That's right, our businessmen must have this kind of spirit. Ziming said to Xiaolang. In fact, what Ziming said to Xiaolang is, in the eyes of ordinary people, a spiritual victory method, a kind of self-hypnosis. But this is what Ziming wants to establish for Xiaolang. The reason is simple. Ziming was a man and his decades of experience made him understand that no one in this world is really stupid. Many people also have the potential to become a business tycoon, but the reason is that the vast majority people are not successful because they lack confidence. They are afraid of being alone, lacking the kind of domineering and confidence that truly become a superior. This kind of domineering and confidence is not the kind of innocence and self-confidence of a child. but a kind of persistence that has gone through hardships but still believes that he can succeed and can see the rainbow after the storm. It is said that the road leading to the construction is under construction, and many people just can't move on this construction road. When encountering difficulties and setbacks, it is easy to give up, and they will never see the scenery at the end of the road. It is precisely because of this that many times companies encounter difficulties, and the most important thing a leader should do is to bring out the confidence of himself and his subordinates, so that the entire group can tide over the difficulties together. As for Sharon, as the boss of Ziming's previous life, Ziming knew that he was not stupid, but now that he was young and could not experience setbacks, his confidence would be shaken by a series of blows. Well then, go find the next customer. You have to come on. Ziming encouraged Xie Lang. Sharon nodded firmly to Ziming and said, I will definitely. Chapter 372. I succeeded. Great. I finally convinced the first customer by myself. In the parking lot outside a wholesale mall in the West District, 2 cars were parked here. Several young people formed a circle. A young man was dancing with excitement in the middle. There is no doubt that these people are Ziming and the others. This person who is so excited is Sharon. He just came out of this wholesale mall. He successfully persuaded the owner of this mall, and the other party agreed to give out 10,000 yuan. Although it is still a lot worse than Ziming's 40,000 yuan, it is not a small sum. It's more important that this money was completely negotiated by him alone. That kind of pride is not a substitute for much money, and it also allows him to see his hope of success. Ziming also smiled and applauded for him. Xie Lang is good. This is the first step for you to start successfully. As long as you take this first step, the future will be easy. Hearing Ziming's encouragement, Xie Lang calmed down a little bit of her excitement, and turned to him and said, Boss Zhu, I really don't know how to thank you. I can talk about such a good result today. Mr. Zhu, your teaching is completely inseparable. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that even a client would not be able to take it down, just like before in Sunny Yuan. Ziming shook his head and said, You are a bit too arrogant. In fact, I can teach you very little. You are a businessman. I think you also understand that this mall is like a battlefield. The situation is changing rapidly. The specific situation still depends on you. I can grasp it myself. At best I can help you determine the general direction. This is what helped me the most. Sharon said sincerely, a lot of things are the most terrible lack of general direction. Okay, don't slap me like that. You should plan the following way more than this. Judging from the current situation, your customers can make up more than $80,000. If you can exceed with this figure, can we discuss with the factory to see if there are more preferential policies, so that we can operate more space? Ziming said. Sharon nodded desperately and said, Boss Zhu, what you said is really like an initiation. Every sentence is amazing. Tomorrow I will take the time to visit the factory to ask about the situation. When Ziming asked, Do you want to go, Boss Zhu? Ziming too? Xie Lang asked in surprise, but this sentence was accented. The other speaker was Du Peng, and he was also surprised to look at Ziming. I have some idea to check it out first. Why is Boss Xie afraid that I have stolen your trade secrets? Ziming said jokingly. Sharon immediately shook his head and said, Of course not. I just didn't expect that a big man like you, Boss Zhu, would actually follow me to the factory, which made me feel so flattered. Sharon said this sincerely. Although he was still young, he was not ignorant. Judging from the idea that Ziming had instilled in him just now, Sharon felt that he was a lot behind him. In Xie Lang's eyes, Ziming's vision and ability are impeccable. People like him should be very busy with those who shocked the whole country, such as the Nanjian stock market before, and Juling later. Highway project. Which one of these is not earth-shattering? But it's such a big man. Now he actually wants to accompany him to see the factory, just to lower his point. This can't be a sledgehammer, he is using a Shangfeng sword. As for robbing business and stealing trade secrets, this is not within Sharon's consideration at all, because his business is a 180,000 yuan business. and the amount of money he can make is only a few thousand yuan. Ming's move is tens of millions of gains. This kind of difference, even if he is smashed to death by a pie falling from the sky, it is impossible. Ming laughed indifferently, and said to Xie Lang, well, as long as you are not afraid that I will steal your business. Do you have a page number? I'll see you tomorrow. Sharon nodded and said yes, and then Ming and him left each other. Okay. But Sharon left Ming's mobile phone number, and Ming left Sharon's pager number. After all, mobile phones in this era are still very high-end and foreign things. In this era, being able to go out with that mobile phone is definitely more popular than later generations. What kind of local tyrants are scumbags in front of him? Sharon is just the owner of a small leather bag company. How can he afford it? High-end gadgets like mobile phones. After sending off Xie Lang, Du Peng couldn't help asking Ming no longer. I rely on me to tell Ming, which one is your boss singing? Is Kang Xi Weifu private interview? Ming was stunned, not because of Du Peng's excitement, but Du Peng uttered a word from later generations, but Ming's stunnedness was also instantaneous, because of his own existence. Perhaps when he was unconscious having said this, let Du Peng learn it, and this is obviously not the point. Du Peng, do you also think that I went to the factory to see something overkill? Ming asked Du Peng after a glance at the direction Sharon had left. I didn't mean it, Du Peng said. Actually, it doesn't matter if you are overkilled. It's just that I don't understand the meaning of what you do. Is it just for fun? And Sharon is also not relatives to you. Why are you? Do you want to help him like this? If you say it is fun, it proves that you didn't really understand this matter. Ming said. Du Peng was stunned when he heard Ming's words. He stared at Ming's face constantly, trying to see some clues, but in the end he failed. Du Peng's whole person is ill now. He can't figure out what Ming meant. What does it mean that he didn't really understand this matter? Is there anything wrong behind this incident? Or is there some big power standing behind the guy named Sharon? Or is the textile factory in Dongku the source of what happened? And you can unearth a lot of things from here. Ming looked at the constantly changing expressions on Du Peng's face, knowing that he must be thinking something wrong. Ming said to him, don't think about it, let me ask you, you feel like Sharon's purse? Why does the company exist? Does this kind of leather bag company only exist in one industry such as the textile industry? Or does it exist in all other industries? Because there are interests between the manufacturers and the market. From this situation, it is impossible that only the textile industry has it. It must have penetrated into all aspects of other industries. Du Peng replied. He raised his brows, and seemed to think of something. Aren't you going to eliminate this kind of middleman? Ming smiled and nodded and said, I really think so. Because of the existence of this kind of leather bag company, they will eat up a lot of profits in the middle, and will increase the price of the product on the market for no reason. Eliminate this kind of middlemen and let us directly connect with consumers. We can reduce the price a lot, and our products will become more competitive. What do you think? Faced with Ming's question, Du Peng was already speechless there. After a while, he slapped his forehead depressedly and said, oh my god. My fucking regrets. I really shouldn't asking that stupid question. I should have guessed that Ming, you guy is simply a wicked evildoer. You can see business opportunities and see problems from everywhere. A big capitalist like you will never do useless work. Du Peng, you guy, brother, I'm not interesting enough. I'm just asking you questions. Ming said. Why is this still related to me? Du Peng asked back. It's very simple. This time I stabbed out such a big basket. No matter what the central government will do with the Dan family in the end, I must not be able to stay in the country anyway. What do you think about this domestic stall that I finally laid out? You can't just throw it to your brother, Ming went on to say. But now our domestic situation is too complicated. If we don't talk about anything else, just say that our treasure porridge and Sakuma products, although there is a certain trend, the sales situation is far from what we thought. Optimistic. because such middlemen have exploited too much. Then we can't kill all these middlemen all at once. After all, they are all local snakes. Without their help, it is hard to say that our stuff will enter all the supply and marketing cooperatives. Du Peng said. It's correct to say that, but we can still think of something more from the side. Ziming asked Du Peng, you said that if we have a way to recruit all middlemen like Sharon into our campaign as people, cancel the middle businessmen, instead let them get commissions for sales promotion. Wouldn't it be better? Du Peng gave Ziming a high thumbs up. What else can I say? Gao, Ziming, your boss is really tall. Ziming smiled triumphantly and said to Du Peng, don't be so polite. When Ziming said this, he took a sigh of relief, because Ziming knew his true thoughts very well. At the beginning, Ziming only recognized Sharon as his previous boss. There was a boring taste, and I wanted to help him, but later helped, especially after he went to battle in person and helped Sharon to convince the Li boss. Ziming discovered the problem with the middlemen. At this stage, where all the order is still groping, whether it is a leather bag company such as Dao or Sharon, they are doing business with asymmetric information. It is for this reason that the direct sales model entered the country a year later. Will be as hot as crazy. Although direct sales also brought MLM, no matter what, the entry of direct sales model finally destroyed the soil for the survival of leather bag companies and gradually put the entire domestic economic order on the right track. Now Ziming feels that what he has to do is to launch his own direct sales model and refuse MLM before the direct sales model really comes in. Chapter 373 depends on my name Ziming. Dongku Textile Factory is the oldest textile factory in Nanjing City. It is said that a foreigner set up here before the liberation. However, no one knows what happened during the war in that era. Since everyone remembers, this Dongku Textile Factory has always been here. Speaking of this Dongku Textile Factory, it can be considered a legend, because before the reform and opening up, the Dongku Textile Factory, as the oldest and largest textile factory in Nanjing, has been hanging the half-dead. Instead, after the reform and opening up, Nanjing was established as a special economic zone. After the various textile factories in Nanjing City stood side by side, the Dongku Textile Factory seemed to have a second spring. It turned losses into profits in just 1 year. 3 years later, the position of the largest textile factory in Nanjing is unshakable. To put it bluntly, nearly half of the textiles that can be seen on the Nanjing market in the next few years came from here. And the reputation of Dongku Textile Factory is also very good. It can be said that the situation of the Dongku Textile Mill is in sharp contrast with the state-owned enterprises that have been languishing like opium after the introduction of market competition mechanisms in reform and opening up. In this way, the Dongku Textile Factory dominated Nanjing for several years. This year, the nerve knife of this textile factory broke out again. Almost at the peak of its prosperity, there was a problem with the capital chain. In order to make up for this problem, the factory decided to launch this as a promotional strategy for making money and reducing points. Ziming knew that the funding problem of Dongku Textile Factory was definitely not a sudden nerve, but Ziming was not interested in exploring the specific reasons. After all, what he wants now is his products and prices, not to help him through the difficulties. What is wrong with the factory? With such simple thoughts, Ziming and Xialang came to the Dongku Textile Factory. The two cars drove into the factory after passing the registration in the reception room at the entrance, and got off the car. Ziming looked around and said to Sharon, "This textile factory looks very good. But where is your friend? Go ahead and ask about the policy." Sharon nodded and said yes, and then walked towards the office building with Ziming, Du Peng and a few Zhongnan bodyguards. Compared with yesterday, Du Peng is more patient today, because although he complained in front of Ziming, he actually listened to Ziming's words. Today, Du Peng arrived at the Dongku Textile Factory. He also saw that this textile factory is indeed very large in terms of scale. Even if it can be achieved nationwide or even export, he has a financial problem and has to reduce the promotion. But even so, there are still leather bag companies in the middle to make a profit. It seems that Ziming is really far-sighted, and the problem here is really big. More importantly, in the huge city of Nanjing, is there only Sharon for such a leather bag company? And even Nanjing city is like this, so what about expanding to the whole country? Even worse. While Du Peng was thinking about it, a group of people walked out of the administrative building over there. Sharon said to Ziming, and then went up to say hello to a thin and dark person. Brother Zhao, I was last time coming over. Xia, I came here today to ask about the point. When the brother Zhao heard what Sharon said, he turned his head and said to those people, and then walked out 2 steps quickly and said to Sharon, why did you come here? Didn't you tell me clearly last time? Why today? Want to ask? I still have customers here. You can wait a while and talk to you later. Without waiting for Xialang to respond, there's our brother walked with the crowd, leaving only Ziming and Xialang here, and the Zhao brother never even looked at Ziming from the beginning to the end. Is this the trusted friend you said? Ziming asked Sharon. Sharon's face was a little embarrassed. Yes, Boss Zhu is very embarrassed. It may be that he has customers today and is very busy. Ziming didn't say anything about it, just waited here with him, waiting for Brother Zhao to finish talking about him. After a while, their Zhao brother sent away his customers. When he walked over, Sharon immediately went to him and said, Brother Zhao, all of your customers are gone, right? He was a little surprised when he saw Sharon. Why haven't you left? Is there anything wrong? This is Brother Zhao. I want to ask about the drop point. When I heard the word Dianjian, Brother Zhao became quite impatient. Before Sharon could finish speaking, he waved his hand and said, didn't I tell you very clearly the last time? It's 80,000 yuan. At the beginning, there is no payment of 80,000 yuan, which is not a dime policy. Brother Zhao, I didn't ask this. Xialang was anxious to explain, but Brother Zhao didn't want to listen at all. What else can it be if this is not? I tell you, I have already given you a lot of lower points, and there is no room for bargaining in this respect. And we don't, as you know, the Ku textile factory is well known throughout Nanjing city. We don't worry about customers at all. You see, the batch I sent away just now is a large customer from Hong Kong city. Xialang, it's not that Brother Zhao said you have time to grind this slap with me. You might as well go and figure out how to raise 80,000 yuan. Okay, I'm very busy here, and there are still several phone calls. If you are okay, go back first. Then Brother Zhao left such a word to Sharon, and then ignored him when he walked into the administration building. Seeing this, Ziming said, Xialang, this Brother Zhao doesn't know you very well. Maybe it's just an ordinary customer relationship. Yes, Boss Zhu. Sharon's expression became even more embarrassed, and he immediately explained, but please don't worry, Boss Zhu, I have known him for a long time. He will not lie to me when it comes to lowering points. I believe this, because as long as you have no grudges or complaints, it's meaningless for him to deliberately conceal this from you. Ziming said, but now that he has this attitude, we don't need to be hot-faced and cold-ass up. Sharon nodded and said yes, and then they walked towards the administration building and went directly to the business hall. Brother Zhao happened to be at the door, and when he saw Ziming and Xialang coming in, he walked over with dissatisfaction. What's the matter with you, Xialang? Didn't I tell you everything just now? You go back and find a way first. Raise money. There will be so many drop points here, so if you don't have the money, don't make trouble here unreasonably. Brother Zhao, I am here to discuss business legitimately. Why is it unreasonable to make trouble? I think Zhao brother, you are making trouble out of reason. Xialang said. Brother Zhao was a little surprised by what Sharon said. He never thought that he was always very scared in front of him. He was almost like a shameless shame who came to him to drop some points and ask for a reduction in money. How dare to say this today? But of course Brother Zhao is fearless. Brother Zhao said meaningfully to Xialang, oh, today, the sun was shot out from the west. Xialang, your boy's wings are still hardened today. If it were Xialang himself, he would certainly not dare to do this to Brother Zhao. But now that Zuming is watching from behind, he must behave better no matter what, otherwise he would be too sorry for what Zuming taught him. Thinking of this, Xialang strengthened his conviction. He looked at Brother Zhao without fear, and said to Brother Zhao, "Brother Zhao, I originally believed in you, but your performance today disappointed me too much. I came to you to discuss business, but you can see what your attitude is now. If you think I can't afford to pay, you can recommend other business managers to me. Your time is precious and I will not waste your time." "It seems that you have an opinion on me." Brother Zhao smiled disdainfully. "But do you know why I am doing this to you?" Brother Zhao pointed his finger behind him. "Look at the other bosses who come to talk about business. Which one is not very happy to take the money to lower the point? Only you. There are not many broken money in your pocket, and you still run all day. I'm here to grind hard and want to drop some money, want more money. Do you think you can be more generous? You think I don't know what leather bag company you are working on, and I can't get the money at all? Aren't you doing this business at all?" Finally, Brother Zhao said, "I tell you Sharon, if it weren't for our cousin's sake, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you at all." Brother Zhao sneered contemptuously and said, "I also recommend other business managers for you. You really dare to think that you can't afford to support you everywhere?" Faced with Zhaoji's cynicism, Sharon clenched his fists, but in the end it didn't happen. He just gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zhao, if you don't want to, let's go. I'll go to other business managers." After Sharon finished speaking, he was going to bypass Brother Zhao to find someone else, and Brother Zhao immediately grabbed him. "What are you doing? You still have the energy to say a few words about you, right?" "Brother Zhao, you said I am unhappy, so please be more relaxed," Sharon said to Brother Zhao. Zhao pulled his face down and said to Xialang, "Xialang, you are such a big person. I hope you don't be so emotional. This is boring. Moreover, our Dongku textile factory is not a place for you to make emotional disturbances. Be careful. The police will call the police when it gets solder, and you won't be able to explain it." Sharon also said to Brother Zhao, "I'm really here to talk about business. I came to ask if I can raise more money. Will I drop more points? If there is more money, you are really bragging about not drafting. You dare to say that? Or do you think I will think that there is still money in the sky to fall for you? You still owe you as soon as possible. I'll talk about it after I pay off the debt." Brother Zhao said. Xialang wanted to say something, but Ziming stood up at this time, and Ziming said to Brother Zhao, "This is Manager Zhao, right? Hello. We are really here to talk about business." Seeing Ziming stand up, Brother Zhao was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ziming up and down a few times. He felt that this man's temperament was different from the others, and immediately couldn't help but said, "Hello, boss. I don't know what business you are here to talk about. This Sharon and I are here together. We want to ask about the relationship between the amount of the payment and the point reduction. If Manager Zhao can't answer, we can go to someone else or go to your supervisor," Ziming said. Brother Zhao raised his eyebrows. "Look for someone else to lead us? Why are you?" Ziming shook his head and said, "For no reason. I am called Zuming." Chapter 374 Operation of Business Personnel. Zuming didn't speak in a high tone, but it was like thunder in the ears of Brother Zhao. He looked at Zuming in a daze, unable to believe his eyes and ears. Brother Zhao, of course, has heard of Zuming. Not only did he have heard of it, based on what Zuming has done in Nanjiang over the past year, I believe that everyone in Nanjiang City who cares a little about economic and current affairs will have heard of this name. For people, Zuming is the legend of Nanjiang, especially the stock market and nightclub he created. No matter which one is a topic, the stock market has created a crazy time. After a year of development, the daily trading volume of Nanjiang's stock market can now reach tens of millions. Although this number is completely unreadable in the face of the hundreds of billions of daily trading volume of the stock market in later generations, it is already in the eyes of ordinary people. It is an unimaginable astronomical number. Although the stock market has swept the entire Nanjiang River and created a stock market craze, There are not many people who really understand the nature of the stock market. Many ordinary people don't even have the opportunity to open an account in the stock market. It was judged by speculation, so when everyone looked at the stock market moving so much money every day, they all naturally thought that Ziming had earned it all. This idea is ridiculous in the eyes of people who really understand finance. But in fact everyone really thinks that. Not to mention that everyone doesn't understand finance now, but finance is no longer a new term after 10 or 20 years. Many people also think that the money rolled in the stock market is the company's profit. They don't feel that it is another person's investment, it is another form of borrowing, and that they have to pay dividends. But it was this idea of everyone that made Ziming's prestigious name. Ziming, you are actually that Ziming. God, is this true? Ziming actually talked to me in front of me. Am I dreaming? The brother Zhao murmured. He was trembling with excitement. He really couldn't believe that the legendary character would actually appear in front of him, and the powerful self-confidence contained in Ziming's words just now, it also made him feel a shudder from the soul. Ziming didn't have time to watch him perform the worship scene here, and then asked him, how about it? Now I can talk to your supervisor, right? Ziming's words awakened this brother Zhao like a drum in the morning and evening. He nodded and bowed in a hurry. He was overwhelmed by the big shot and said, of course, if it is Consultant Zhu, you can definitely do it. Then why are you standing here? Why don't you go? Do you want me to invite? Ziming frowned and said dissatisfied. Of course not. Please wait for a while, Consultant Zhu. I will go and ask our supervisor to come out. Then Brother Zhao said so, and then immediately ran towards the office of their supervisor. Ziming looked at the different attitudes of Brother Zhao from behind, and he could only shook his head helplessly in his heart. Sometimes this person was cheap. He was so angry before and couldn't tell what he said. Now he shows his identity. No matter whether he blows his beard and stares or gives orders directly, he looks like a dog. And he takes your affairs as his father's. Ziming and Brother Zhao weren't talking in a closed small room, so the movement here also disturbed others, but they just raised their heads and glanced here before they figured out what was going on. I didn't take it too seriously, but when Brother Zhao and the supervisor hurriedly walked over, other talents suddenly realized that there was an amazing person here. Their supervisor is a short, fat man with glasses. He opened the door of the office and hurriedly rushed towards Ziming. When he arrived in front of Ziming, he said respectfully to Ziming, hello Consultant Zhu, it's the sales director of Dongku Textile Factory. My name is Wu. I'm glad to see you. I see. It's noisy here. Director Wu, you can help me find a quieter place. Let's talk about it. Ziming said this to him completely using his nose. This is not Ziming's arrogance, but Ziming knows that some people can't be polite to him. The more polite you are to him, the more he will think you're bullying, such as the previous Brother Zhao. So Ziming made such a gesture on purpose. Then Director Wu would follow Ziming's set, and immediately nodded and said, good Consultant Zhu, please condescend to go to my office. It will meet your requirements. Ziming said, take me there. Director Wu responded with a good cry, and then took Ziming to his office like a shopkeeper in the past. And when the door of Director Wu's office was closed, the office outside suddenly exploded, and everyone immediately whispered, What's the situation? Who is that young man? Why does Director Wu seem to flatter him? Some people asked very puzzled questions. His question also resonated with many other people nearby, because in their eyes, Director Wu was their immediate boss, and they also heard that it was a relative of a leader in the district. It's usually very arrogant in the factory. Why are you so attentive to a young man today? This makes them completely incomprehensible. At this time, someone gave the answer. I heard Xiao Zhao say that young man seems to be called Ziming. Isn't it that Ziming? This sentence made everyone gasp, and the office fell into a moment of silence because of this sentence. Because they have also heard of the name Ziming, and they all understand how Ziming is a man who holds huge wealth and created the miracle of Nanjian. There are idols in every era. Now for them, Ziming is theirs idol. But now the idol is right in front of them, and the sudden impact makes their minds forget to think for a while. As the saying goes, if you don't perish in silence, you will erupt in silence. People can't let words be suffocated. Therefore, this silence is destined to be short-lived. After just a minute, I don't know who took the lead and said Zoomingly our unit is now, and then the whole office boils in an instant. Everyone is excited or surprised or feels incomprehensible. Everyone is talking and venting their emotions to each other. But it didn't last long outside, so Director Wu came out straight to teach them. Don't make noise, just shut up. After being reprimanded by Director Wu, the hustle and bustle of the office outside quieted down, but their enthusiasm and excitement could not disappear like this, and you were still talking in private. In Director Wu's office over there, Director Wu came back and said to Ziming embarrassedly, I'm sorry, this is because I can't help you in my usual way. Let Consultant Z read the joke. Most of the things in this era are simple, because leaders do not have the habit of looking for competent female secretaries. The office does not have such a good sound insulation effect, and the outside movement can be grasped inside. Listening to the heated discussion outside, Ziming, Du Peng and several Zhongnan high bodyguards did not respond. But Sharon straightened his back involuntarily. As a person walking with a character like Ziming, he knew that he could not shame Ziming. It doesn't matter, it means that the soldiers you brought out, Director Wu, are very enthusiastic. Let's sit down and talk about things first. Ziming said this and then sat down first. Du Peng also sat down with him. Then Director Wu nodded and sat down. Ziming said to Director Wu, actually, I have nothing else to do today. I just want to ask, you are going to lower the point here, because my friend wants to do some wholesale business, but 80,000 yuan for 5 points, which is too little. So I want to ask if I can pay more. Can I reduce it more, or give some rebates or something? 80,000 yuan and 5 points. How is this possible? Director Wu said in surprise, the least we have here is to pay 150,000 yuan and 10 points, and we will give 7,000 yuan in rebate. Hearing what Director Wu said, Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other, and both saw a surprise in each other's eyes, because what Director Wu said was so different from what Zhouj said before. It is not difficult to imagine that there is something inside. There must be a problem. It seems that in the sales and sales link, not only the outside leather bag company, but also the business personnel in the company, there are also big problems. But this is also normal. Who does not come to work to make money? So now they finally have this opportunity. Of course they will seize it tightly. Ziming has a memory of nearly 30 years in later generations, and he has seen a lot of various business methods. What Zhouj must have done is the same fundraising trick as himself. Relying on his status as a salesman, he understands the company's policies better than Sharon. He wants performance and Sharon wants to lower the point. They hit it off. Zhao can talk about many customers, and then concentrate all of the customer's payment. One person can create the illusion of the biggest customer and get the company's most favorable policy. As long as the policy can be obtained, he will have the final say on how to distribute it. Director Wu is not stupid. Seeing that there is so much difference in the numbers between each other, he immediately reacted and turned his head and yelled at him, Xiao Zhao, you dare to deceive customers. You are so bold. You will not come to work from tomorrow. I will reflect your behavior to the organization department. In fact, since Ziming said that, Brother Zhao's expression changed a bit. Now that Director Wu said that, he immediately cried and said, Director Wu, I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. I don't know if Sharon and Advisor Zhu know each other. Can you deceive me like this without knowing you? Still my cousin. Xiaolang was also very angry, because he didn't expect Brother Zhao to hide so many things from himself. If it weren't for Ziming to come and reveal it today, all this, he will still be kept in the dark. It is conceivable that those policies will be eaten up by him, and I am still grateful to him stupidly. That's not the case. I didn't want to conceal Sharon from you. I'm just afraid that the unit's policy will change, so I don't want to tell you that, Zhouj said. Although a single sentence led to such a line, Ziming did not intend to delve into it. He just waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't talk about it anymore. You can talk about your affairs in private. I just want to ask Director Wu about yours. Is this the bottom line of the policy?" "Of course not. As long as you can pay more than 500,000 yuan, we can increase the drop to 20 and give a rebate of 50,000 yuan. Director Wu gritted his teeth and said to Ziming that obviously the conditions he had given were already the bottom line set by the factory, and there may be more than that. After all, in his opinion, the name Ziming is worthy of any conditions he had given him. It just made him never expect that what Ziming said next made him dumbfounded and unacceptable. Chapter 375, to establish an enterprise by rules. It turns out that this is the case. This is really a tempting condition. If I want to do business, I must try my best to make up this money, Ziming said. Hearing these words, Director Wu was stunned at the time, staring a pair of eyes, and asked, "Counselor Zhu, what do you mean by this?" "It's very simple. I don't do the clothing business at all. This time I just accompany Sharon to see your situation here," Ziming said. Director Wu almost didn't spit out a spit of old blood after hearing this. Fortunately, it was Ziming. If this was replaced by someone else, Director Wu would definitely yell at him, "You fucking are not teasing me?" But Ziming, the legend of Nanjing, is also the development consultant of the municipal government. Director Wu, who knew some inside information, was afraid to be presumptuous, so he could only swallow this breath silently. How can Ziming fail to see Director Wu's mood at this time? He smiled and said, "Don't get excited, Director Wu. Although I don't do the clothing business, this Sharon does it. I will come with him this time. Check it out." Director Wu let out a sigh of relief, and then he turned his gaze to Xialang following what Ziming pointed out. "This is Boss Xia, hello." Seeing Director Wu's gaze, Sharon straightened his waist subconsciously. He took the initiative to shake hands with Director Wu and said, "Hello Director Wu, I'm Sharon. I really hope to do it with your factory. To make this transaction, of course, our Dongku textile factory also hopes to do more business with Boss Xia, but I don't know how much money Boss Xia can make," Director Wu asked. This question bewildered Sharon's question. Sharon glanced at Ziming subconsciously, but Ziming ignored it as if he didn't know it. Xialang's heart was shocked by Ziming's behavior. He understood that Ziming was doing this to let him make his own decision. How could he say that Ziming was not close to him, and he could come here with him and show it? The identity made Director Wu and others value themselves so much, and it also revealed the real policy of the factory. This is already very difficult. Why do I want him to continue speaking for myself? I want to go to the sea to do business and become my own boss. How can this problem be unanswered? These thoughts made Xialang clenched his fists. He thought about what Ziming had said to himself, and then calmly said to Director Wu, "I am not greedy. I only need a policy of 150,000 yuan. Or, Director Wu, you can help me figure out a solution." Xialang's words surprised Director Wu a little, because Director Wu originally thought that Xialang was a relative of Ziming, who brought him out to do business, and he had no abilities. And Xialang's first reaction to Ziming's decision did indeed prove Director Wu's guess. But then what Director Wu could not expect was that he could walk out and say this without being humble or overbearing, especially in the end. Let him help think of a way. It seems that this is a newcomer cultivated by Ziming. Director Wu can't help but change his mind. He considered it in his heart, and then said to Sharon, "This is easy to say. Boss Xia is the person brought by consultant Zhu. I can apply it to the factory. It should be better than ordinary people, more favorable policies." "Thank you so much, Director Wu. I will definitely invite Director Wu to dinner when I have time," Xialang said happily. After discussing the policy, Ziming, Du Peng and Xialang left the textile factory and returned to Nanjing City. Xialang continued to talk to customers about raising money according to the method Ziming taught him, but this time Ziming did not follow along, but stayed in the car. After Sharon got off the car, Ziming asked Du Peng, "How is it?" As a brother, Du Peng certainly understood what Ziming was talking about. He shook his head helplessly and said, I feel a little surprised. I really didn't expect that there are so many doorways in this matter. Whether it is from Sharon's bag company, the method is still the method of the salesman in the factory. Everyone is in charge. I believe that Director Wu promised to give Sharon greater policy preferences, either by using his own power, or by using the manager Zhao. The same technique. Of course, our people are too clever. We can think of ways to do anything. Now the economy has just started. Everyone doesn't know how to start a business. They all follow the same old things. Naturally, everyone is like the 8 immortals who cross the sea and show their magical powers. Now, Ziming said. Du Peng frowned for a while and then said, Ziming, you mean our top priority now is to figure out a way to set up the rules of the company underneath? This is inevitable. If there are no rules, who can say that things like Dongku Textile Factory will not happen in our enterprise? Or Du Peng, do you treat Shakim as a treasure porridge or everyone in the nightclub? They all understand it thoroughly, and can they be 100% sure that they will not do such a thing? But in my opinion, the human heart is the most unreliable thing, Ziming went on to say. In addition, I think that in order for an enterprise to embark on a virtuous cycle of development, it must have a set of effective operating rules. Let's make a very bad analogy. If our rules are established, if we succeed, we just put a group of pigs there, and our company can develop very well. Otherwise we will have to do everything by ourselves. Then we will not be exhausted sooner or later. It's Ziming, you have a longer-term view, Du Peng said with a sigh. I really don't understand or don't know. Only when you understand, you will know how much you have considered. Ziming laughed and patted Du Peng on the shoulder and said, I said, Du Peng, don't be too happy, saying that it's easy to fight the country and it's difficult to defend the country. I'm now proposing this set and that set of things very simple. Because this is completely groundbreaking. I can say what I want, but I am destined to go abroad. When you take over all the enterprises, then you will have a headache. Du Peng also smiled. If you have a headache, you have a headache. I don't care. Anyway, we are also Du Zongyi Yuan's grandson. We can't always rely on you. We must always be alone. We can't lose the face of our family. Ziming nodded. He completely believed Du Peng's words. Perhaps Du Peng is not mature enough now, and he still has a little sullenness on his body. But Ziming believes that he will still become the incredible super rich in his previous life. Of course there are more. The important point is that Du Peng's character is very good, and he will never do anything like Dan Qianjian's pitfalls to pit his brother behind him. Without this character, no matter how good he is, Ziming would never find him to cooperate, because that would only be an occasional bomb by his side. Just when Ziming was talking with Du Peng, Sharon had finished talking and came out of the shop. Ziming asked him how he was. Sharon happily replied, now I have the trick. It is easy to convince customers. And I also used the previous set of drop points. If Director Wu can really get the drop points and rebates, he said, I can make a lot of money, thanks to your boss Zhu. Ziming did not comment on this, but said to Sharon, it is very good that you can do it, but you have to remember that the money you made this time is just the beginning, far from the end. I understand that after I have completed this business, I will find a way to do the wholesale work of Boss Zhu. You're a treasure porridge in Nanjian. Even if I only start from a certain township street, I must do it well. Xialang said. Why is this? Why do you want to make a treasure porridge wholesale? Ziming asked curiously. Because I believe in you, Boss Zhu, and I believe that as long as you follow Boss Zhu, you will not be afraid of not making money. Sharon said, of course not only for this reason. With this incident, I also found that in the middle of this wholesale the profit is too great. If the market doesn't understand the middle market, many leather bag companies will take advantage of the loopholes. When I do wholesale, I can minimize the middle things. Ziming and Du Peng were a little surprised, because they didn't expect Sharon to think of this level, especially Du Peng. He felt that Sharon could notice this without any hint. This is very rare. Thinking of this, Ziming patted Sharon on the shoulder happily and said, if you can think of this, it proves that you are different. If you really want to do this, I will support you. Thank you very much, Boss Zhu. for giving me this opportunity, and I will show it to you," Xiaolang assured Ziming. In the next few days, Sharon has been running in various stores. Not only did he ran away all the old customers, he also ran away many customers that he had not developed. Of course, Ziming reminded Xiaolang that he can't go to every store. After all, doing business must have a virtuous circle of business. You must do business and never do it dead. To put it simply, in the same sales area, there must not be two customers, because once there are two customers, it is easy to compete in price, which will not benefit the store. Everyone comes out to do business. Everyone is trying to make money. For the dealers below, only if you make him money, he will follow you with all his heart. Even if you have temporary difficulties, they will help you, and vice versa. No matter how smoothly you do it, the dealers below you will not only risk losing at any time, but more importantly, they may also tear down your desk and make your business more difficult. For Xiaolang, after listening to Ziming's ideas, he naturally gave him a great enlightenment, and his worship of Ziming rose to a higher level. He also took out his pen and notebook and took out Ziming's remarks. I wrote it down. A week later, Ziming and Du Peng were sighing for morning tea in the tea house of Dongmen Shopping Mall. They heard Sharon's hurried call. "Boss Zhu is so kind. Just now, I was the last one. The customer has sent the money to me, and I will go to the factory to pay the money soon." "That's it. Then congratulations. You wait a moment, and he'll be there soon." Ziming hung up the phone and went to Sharon with Du Peng. After receiving Sharon, they immediately went to the textile factory. Here, they encountered something unexpected and unexpected things in Chapter 376. Ziming, please go back. In the morning, on a cement road that is not too spacious, two Audi cars were driving one after the other. This road is the road leading to the Dongku textile factory. Ziming, Du Peng and Xiaolang were both sitting in the car. Ziming watched Xiaolang sitting there holding a cloth pocket tightly, and smiled and said to him, "Don't be so nervous. I'm sorry that boss made you laugh. I just never took so much money. I'm really afraid that something will happen," Xiaolang said. Ziming shook his head and said that it's okay. They paid the money when they went to the textile factory. After so many days of preliminary work, Sharon had already raised 150,000 yuan from various customers, and the more than 100,000 yuan was put in the monthly salary. 20 years after 3 or 4,000 years, it is still a lot of money, let alone now. Even if it is sold, it is impossible to pay for Sharon, so he is so nervous. And when it comes to making money, if you don't have to be so troublesome after 20 years, all kinds of transfer transactions are very convenient, but now they are not so easy. It is not that banks cannot handle remittances, but it is very troublesome. Anyway, the money is already in hand, so it's just like sending it directly to the textile factory. However, Ziming thought about bringing 150,000 cash directly in front of him. The impact would definitely be much greater than looking at the figures on the books, so Ziming still suggested that he bring the money directly. As for the danger on the road, this is not in Ziming's consideration at all. After all, a group of 5 Zhongnan high bodyguards followed in 2 vehicles. Unless the troops are dispatched, even ordinary criminal gangs are nothing to say. Speeding all the way, the car quickly reached the Dongku textile factory, but instead of driving directly in, it stopped at the gate. This was because the last time they met, Director Wu was taking him to the sales office. Put on a welcoming posture at the door. "Where is this singing?" Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other and felt very strange, but Sharon took it for granted. He said excitedly, "Boss Zhu, you are really amazing. Director Wu must have heard that you are coming, so he will go out. Coming to greet you. You can only enjoy this kind of treatment, Boss Zhu." Ziming and Du Peng didn't think so, not to mention that Ziming was not arrogant. Even if he was arrogant, Ziming didn't think he had the need to let Director Wu welcome him so grandly. Something else must have happened. With this thought, Ziming and Du Peng got out of the car, and Director Wu immediately walked over there and said, "On behalf of Dongku Textile Factory, I warmly welcome advisor Zhu and Xiaodu. Ziming nodded and said with a gratitude, "Thank you Director Wu for paying attention to us." Comrade Xialang brought the money here. I hope Director Wu can fulfill his promise and let him enjoy the preferential policies of your factory. Councillor Zhu, please rest assured, I will take this matter to heart, and ask Councillor Zhu and Xiaodu to go and sit in there. Director Wu made a pleased gesture to Ziming and Dupeng as he spoke, and he didn't care about Sharon at all. His behavior made Ziming and Dupeng even more puzzled. There must be something wrong. However, neither Ziming nor Dupeng showed this doubt, because they were here anyway, and just watched what happened. And it was not impossible for them to guess the possibility. When they walked into the textile factory, Director Wu led them directly into the administration building and came to the factory reception room. When they came here, Ziming and Dupeng suddenly understood which Director Wu was singing, because they saw it here. Several familiar faces are Peng Shengyu, Secretary of Chen Yanfei, the Secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, the Executive Vice Governor of Lingnan, and Zhao Anmin, the Director of Public Security of Nanjing City. At this time, Peng Shengyu and Zhao Anmin are being held in the middle by the leaders of the textile factory like stars crisscrossing the moon. This is normal. After all, in the current environment, only those who have power in their hands are the real leaders. And whether it is Peng Shengyu or Zhao Anmin, even in the system, they are people with a lot of power, let alone speak out. They are the characters who can shake 3 shocks by stomping in Nanjing. If the cadres of the textile factory didn't hold them in their hands, in case they were upset, they would be overwhelmed if they turned around and had some fun. But at this time, when they saw Ziming and Dupeng coming in, they immediately got up from their seats, walked over to Ziming and shook hands with him and said, "Councillor Zhu, you can count it. It's no waste that we wait here." Ziming and Dupeng both shook hands with him. Ziming smiled and asked, "I'm really sorry, but I don't know what is going on with Director Peng waiting for me here." Peng Shengyu nodded and said, "Secretary Chen told me to wait for you here. Please go to the Municipal Party Committee. Secretary Chen has important issues to ask you." All the cadres in the textile factory took a breath of air conditioning and stared at Ziming with a pair of eyes. However, their reaction was not how unexpected Peng Shengyu's words were, but everyone. There is no way to accept this fact. After all, as the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee Secretary, Peng Shengyu often represents the face of the leader. It is impossible for him to come to the textile factory to play for no reason, and when he came, he had already said that he was waiting. Ziming is here, but Chen Yanfei, as the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee of Lingnan's executive vice governor, why would he send a secretary to wait for Ziming to be picked up? This gave Ziming a very high treatment. Ziming is worthy of being Nanjing's development consultant. He is a genius who created the Nanjing stock market and launched the Chuling Expressway. His importance in the hearts of city leaders is different. Compared with other people, Ziming seemed very calm. After listening to Peng Shengyu's words, he just nodded and said, "I understand. I'm done with my business here, and I can leave at any time." After getting Ziming's answer, Peng Shengyu immediately said, "Okay, I'll take the consultant back with you right away." As Peng Shengyu said, he made a gesture of please and took Ziming out. Ziming and Dupeng also followed him and walked out, but after passing by Sharon's side, Ziming said to him, "Work hard in the future, I am optimistic about you." He left the textile factory. "I will definitely work hard and will not disappoint your expectations, Boss Zhu." Sharon cursed like that. In his opinion, Ziming is definitely the same big man in the sky. He can get his encouragement, and he has no reason not to work hard, but at this time, neither Ziming nor Sharon can think of the wonderful future. Back in the car, Dupeng asked Ziming, "You said nothing really happened, right?" Ziming shrugged and said, "Needless to say, there must be something, and from the fact that Governor Chen invited Secretary Peng and Director Zhao out to find me, it is estimated that this matter is not trivial." Then the car started. Ziming and Dupeng arrived at the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee within a few minutes and parked the car. Under the leadership of Peng Shengyu, they went directly to the reception room of the Municipal Party Committee building. There were also many people waiting for them. There was Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, who both Zhu Ming and Du Peng knew. Zhu Ming and Du Peng walked into the room. Before they had time to say hello to Chen Yunfei, Chen Yunfei immediately stood up and pointed at Zhu Ming and cursed, "Zhu Ming, you are really easy to find. I can't call you back, and the phone is turned off. Are you going to play in Nanjing, or are you going to do some underground work? You are the development consultant of Nanjing City. Do you still have a sense of responsibility for the party and the people when you do this?" In the face of Chen Yunfei's series of reprimands, Zhu Ming couldn't bear it, and asked him with a smile, "So Governor Chen, did you send someone to the textile factory to look for me?" Chen Yunfei gave an acknowledgement, and his face was still full of anger. But it's no wonder that Chen Yunfei was really so annoyed. It's really because Zhu Ming himself wanted to rest for a while, and follow Sharon around casually to see if he could gain something. "So I turned off the pager and cell phone. After all, I have been busy with various things since I was born again, and I really wanted to rest for a while, but I didn't expect this to happen." However, if the government is really determined to find someone, as long as this person still exists, there is nothing to be found. Not to mention that Zhu Ming revealed his identity when he went to the textile factory, which caused a sensation in the textile factory. It's easier for the city to keep track of his whereabouts, so today when he learned that Sharon was going to pay the money, he would send Peng Shengyu there to wait, and he would take him back when Zhu Ming was there. Now that Chen Yunfei's behavior has made Zhu Ming understand that something terrible must have happened, Zhu Ming also put a smile on his face and asked, "Governor Chen, what happened?" Chen Yunfei was very annoyed by Zhu Ming's sudden disappearance, but as an executive vice governor, he also understood the priority of the matter in his heart, and he would not get angry like a child. He sighed, "I'll introduce you to someone first. Well, this is Yao Xingo, Deputy Director of the Central Office. He came down from the capital to look for you, so that you can return to Yanjing as soon as possible." When Chen Yunfei spoke, he introduced a person who had been sitting here to Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming looked over. The man had already stood up following Chen Yunfei's introduction. He was about 40 or 50 years old. He was tall and thin, but his forehead was broad and he looked like an adjutant officer. However, listening to Chen Yunfei's introduction, he was a middle-aged man. The deputy director of the office is not an ordinary place, but directly facing the office of the supreme leader. Anyone who can serve in it is the steward of the supreme leader. So now the butler of such a supreme leader has left Beijing and came to Nanjing to look for him. If he said he was just going down to play, he would not believe that he would be killed. It must be something terrible, or he couldn't get rid of it. But what happened? Zhu Ming vaguely guessed a little, but after all, there was too much difference in class level, and he didn't have such a high level of content. There were too few things that could be seen in the newspaper, so it was impossible for Zhu Ming to understand too much. But at this time Zhu Ming didn't have time to speculate more, because Yao Xingo had already proactively reached out to him. "Zhu Ming, I'm very happy to meet you." Zhu Ming shook hands with him. "I am also glad to meet you." Yao Xingo didn't have any politeness, and directly said to Zhu Ming, "I was appointed by the chairman. I have made a special trip to invite you back to Yanjing." Zhu Ming took a deep breath, and his heart jumped. As expected, this is the case. Chapter 377. Zhu Ming, you must find a way. In the afternoon, a small passenger plane landed at Yanjing Airport. As the plane landed, 3 black cars and other ground support vehicles immediately set off in front of the plane. The door of the plane opened and several people walked out of the cabin one by one. The leader is Yao Xingo, Deputy Director of the Central Office. Behind him is Zhu Ming, Du Peng, 5 Zhongnan high bodyguards who protect them, and some other entourage. The chairman is already waiting. Let's go straight over. Yao Xingo explained this to Zhu Ming and Du Peng, and then got into the first car. Zhu Ming and Du Peng got in the second car. The 5 Zhongnan high bodyguards were assigned to sit in the 3 cars. the other entourage of the central office arranged another car to return to Zongnanhai. The car started and drove out of the airport steadily. Looking at the retreating scenery outside the window, Du Peng sighed with emotion. It looks like something really happened this time. Ziming nodded and agreed. Thinking back to everything before, they saw Yao Xingo at the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee building. After Yao Xingo told Zuming that he would return to Yanjing immediately, they immediately set off for the airport. And even too late, a few words with Chen Yanfei, secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, and there was already a specially arranged plane waiting at the airport. Zuming and the others took off as soon as they boarded the plane. Now in Yanjing, there is a special car going straight to Zongnanhai. This non-stop itinerary, if it were not for a major incident, the central government would not have made such an urgent and close arrangement. More than an hour later, Ziming and his car drove into Zongnanhai and came to the office of the supreme leader. Ziming and Du Peng got off the car, followed Yao Xingo to a large conference hall. Two national pillars Yang Dingo, both Mr. Yang and Chairman Du Zongyuan are sitting here. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng coming in, Du Zongyuan put down his teacup and snorted coldly. I was missing in Nanjing for a week without saying a word. You can't turn on the phone without returning the paging. You guys are just fooling around. Du Zongyuan's words hit Ziming and Du Peng's body, making them bow their heads and dare not speak there. On the one hand, it was due to the aura of Du Zongyuan's superiors, and on the other hand, because they all learned from Du Zongyuan's words. I heard that he was really angry. At this time, he could only admit his mistake obediently, and no matter what he said, it would add fuel to the fire. This time, Du Zongyuan obviously did not intend to take Ziming and Du Peng lightly. Seeing that Ziming and Du Peng were silent, Du Zongyuan pointed at them and said, "Tell me what you are doing all this time." Got it? I mixed up with a small businessman from a leather bag company in Nanjing, and did such a big fanfare at the Dongku textile factory. Do you think it's fun to do this? Can you figure out the current situation? Hearing what Du Zongyuan said, it was Ziming. No matter how he didn't want to add fuel to the fire, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Chairman Du, I really didn't expect the central government to deal with the Dan family so quickly." Ziming said this seriously, because on his way here, Ziming had already asked Yao Xingo about the situation of the central government, knowing that when he was in Nanjing with Sharon to talk about the Nanjing textile factory, the central government had already taken action against the Tan family. Not only did the new company be seized, but the core relationship between the key members of the Dan family and their operations across the country was also arrested. It can be said that the entire Dan family was destroyed from head to toe in one fell swoop. As for Tan Qianjun, when Ziming revealed his identity at the Dongku textile factory, he was arrested in Nanjing. At that time, he was preparing to sneak into Hong Kong. As for his father, Dan Li, because he is already the secretary of the Yanjing Municipal Party Committee, he can't tell how he handled people of this level. However, this is also in line with the current style of behavior of the leadership core of the central government. There is nothing else that is bold and decisive, and everything is for the stable development of the country. If it weren't for the behavior of this collective leadership, I'm afraid that in the past life, the country would really go into chaos. Several times. Now the central government also understands the dangers of the Dan family, a clique of government officials, especially his influence in both political and economic aspects. If he is allowed to continue to develop, this cancer will not know what it will become in the future, so he must act. Since there was no existence of its own in the previous life, the central government had to choose to compromise for the sake of the overall situation. But in this life, because of its own existence, the central government acted. Unexpected, Du Zongyuan said with staring eyes, "Is it over if I didn't think of it?" Tell me about your attitude. You distrust the central government. Do you think you are just half-old children? When Yanjing was a lawless man, he dared to do everything and caused such a big trouble to the central government. In the end, you were better off, and you ran away first. Do you have such a sense of responsibility? Ziming and Du Peng both shrunk their heads. If other officials slap big hats, they would not take it seriously, but now they are a president of the country. Although he is only the number one head in name, his remarks are still representative. This thunder is furious, and you can't take it seriously. It's just that Du Zongyuan said that he was not a child and had no sense of responsibility. Ziming and Du Peng were a little bit crying, because they were also in their 20s, and they were the golden age of my daddy's Li Gang. As for the sense of responsibility, this is even more irrational. The two of them are powerless and powerless. This is a major matter related to the stability of the country. If they want to interfere, they can't get in. They can only raise their heads and then quietly, waiting for the result. Of course, what Ziming understood was that this matter was not only there. At this time, Yang Dingo, who had not spoken, suddenly said, "Okay, Comrade Zongyuan, let's talk about the important things. Things are already like this. No matter how angry you are, it won't help." Hearing what old Yang said, Ziming and Du Peng both straightened their backs subconsciously, because they knew that the next thing was the most important thing. Du Zongyuan calmed down, and then asked Ziming and Du Peng, "Do you know what the central government is facing now?" This question is not a matter of pretending to be foolish and foolish. Ziming had no choice but to nod his head and said, "I understand that the central government's move to deal with the Dan family will allow some people to take advantage of the problem, and it will allow many conservative and stubborn people to take the opportunity to make waves. It is very likely that the achievements of the 10-year reform and opening up will be destroyed once, which is very bad for the country and the people." What Ziming said is a very tangled fact. The Dan family group is indeed not a good thing, but he is also a product of an era. As the largest official group, he also represents the banner of reform and opening up. Once this banner falls, now, those conservative forces who originally opposed or were afraid of reform and opening up, or careerists who want to take advantage of the opportunity to gain power, will jump out to do things one after another. This is not a joke. You must know that even after 20 years of becoming the mainstream, once the central government handles a state-owned enterprise under the banner of reform and opening up, it will still cause considerable turmoil, let alone now. After all, it is not. Everyone wants to change. And what Ziming knew best was that this was the real reason why the central government was so anxious to invite him back today. Yes, when the Tan family is down, many people will be anxious to deny reform and opening up, and deny economic development. Some people say that the reason why a group like the Tan family has appeared is that reform and opening up have given them the breeding ground, and they should return to the past. Some people even say that the Western system is the root of evil. If the economy is uplifted, people will be corrupted by money. So now the road to reform and opening up is very difficult. Yang Dingo sighed. Ziming can hear the tiredness and helplessness in the old man's tone from Yang Dingo's words. Although this is a strong old man with 3 ups and downs, he also opened the curtain of reform and opening up. But he faced the comrades in the party. When you don't understand and question, you will still be helpless. However, in Ziming's view, those careerists do not care, but at least some of the views of those conservatives can still be listened to. After all, they are in the center because they are sincerely for the country, but they think from a different perspective. Apart from other things, they say that they have a good grasp of money and human heart. They say that human heart will be corroded by money, and it is true. I think of the tainted milk powder and dead pork that are rampant in later generations. No are all the evil consequences of looking at money. It's just that these words can't be said in front of old Yang. Ziming had to ask tentatively, "Old Yang, how is the situation in the central government now?" Yang Dingo shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's very difficult. Nowadays, every work report is aimed at the Tan family. There are many newspapers that also carry information about the evils of Western capitalism. You must beware of capitalist sugar coatings. Some people even said that someone inside the Central Committee is a traitor to the party." "Isn't that talking about me?" Yang Dingo's remarks sounded plain and unremarkable on the surface, and perhaps a little bit self-deprecating. But Ziming could hear how much pressure this old man, who was on the front line of reform and opening up, was carrying. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Yang Dingo, "La Yang, no matter what, reform and opening up cannot be stopped. The future will be a golden age of development. We must not miss this opportunity." Yang Dingo raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? I didn't expect you to see this. Then you are better than us old men. We old men want to carry out reform and opening up, just because we ourselves have been poor in the past few decades. Seeing a lot of the fact that the motherland is poor and beaten, that's why we want to reform and open up and make the motherland prosperous and strong." It seems that this little comrade has a much higher ideological consciousness than ours. La Yang, please don't tease me. I don't have the good vision of La Yang and Chairman Do. I'm just a small boss who wants to make money. I don't want the reform and opening up to stop because of myself. Ziming say. Yang Dingo laughed. He pointed at Ziming and said, "I didn't expect that you little comrade would be quite humble." This is the end of Yang Dingo's relaxed words. He went on to say to Ziming, "But no matter what you say, you can't run away today, because this thing started because of you, and you have to find a way. Solve." Ziming felt eager to cry without tears. He could hear Yang Dingo saying that he was giving a death order, but this matter was indeed caused by himself. But how could he have to find a solution? This is too difficult. However, the idea is of course such an idea, but Ziming also understands that Du Zongyun would have such a bad temper. This time he was so anxious to call himself back to listen to his own thoughts on the situation. With this thought, Ziming calmed down, and then asked Yang Dingo, "The new year is only 2 months away. Older Yang doesn't know if you have any arrangements during the Spring Festival." Chapter 378 The Task Entrusted to You? Ziming's sudden problem caught Yang Dingo and Du Zongyun by surprise. People like them can't keep up with Ziming's thinking at all. Obviously, they were still talking about how to solve the Dan family in the future. The question of the rise of traditional forces. Why, in a blink of an eye, Ziming, you asked Mr. Yang if he had any arrangements during the Spring Festival. How to look at the two are irrelevant. However, for figures like Yang Dingo and Du Zongyun, their chi training is beyond doubt. Even if there are stormy waves in their hearts, there will not be any emotional fluctuations on the surface. Both Yang Dingo and Du Zongyun looked at Ziming for a while, and then Yang Dingo asked him, "My arrangements during the Spring Festival? What do you ask for?" "If Mr. Yang, if you don't have any arrangements, I suggest you go out and take a walk around the country, so that you can experience the importance of reform and opening up to the whole country, and you can also see with your own eyes the importance of reform and opening up. The implementation situation in various parts of the country will not only strengthen the confidence of Mr. Yang and the entire central government in reform and opening up, but also make those who hold different opinions temporarily shut up." Ziming said. Ziming's words were light and flirty, but Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan's ears were completely different. Du Zongyuan immediately slapped the table and said angrily, "Naughty. Old Yang is the pillar of the country. It should be the first priority to stabilize the central government. How can he just go out without saying anything? And Mr. Yang is so old now, how can he stand it? Going to various places in the country, do you think it's as simple as walking from Zongnanhai to the Great Hall on the opposite side? Do you think Mr. Yang will be talking about textile business at this time just like you? It's just like talking without your brain." In the face of Du Zongyuan's sentence after sentence, Ziming still insisted on his own opinion. "Chairman Du, I don't think so. Because the reform and opening up have had much impact on the entire country and on the lives of the people. What changes have taken place in the cities that are undergoing reform and opening up are not what you can see when you sit in an office and read the report. You must go and walk in person to see." Ziming, "Don't make trouble unreasonably." Du Zongyuan suddenly stood up and said sharply to Ziming, "You are criticizing the work style of the central government. Are you accusing the central government of bureaucracy?" Du Zongyuan's words hit Ziming like a heavy hammer from the previous army, making him out of breath. By his side, Du Peng kept pulling Ziming's sleeves secretly to make him say a few words, but as if he didn't feel it, he gritted his teeth and said, Chairman Du, I am not criticizing the work of the Central Committee, nor am I accusing bureaucracy. Come out for a walk. This time, Du Zongyuan didn't speak anymore, but stared at Ziming with a frosty expression, instantly making Ziming and Du Peng feel that the temperature in the room had dropped to freezing point, and their teeth were shaking. In such a case, Ziming still held his head high, and stared at the nominal chairman of the country, which aggravated the tension in the room. I don't know how long it has been. Yang Dingo, who has not been moving, suddenly moved. He seemed to be unaffected by the atmosphere in the room. He naturally took out a cigarette to light it, and only heard the lighter pop. Ziming, Du Zongyuan both and Du Peng turned to look at him. Yang Dingo smiled and asked Du Zongyuan, Comrade Zongyuan, do you believe me this time? Du Zongyuan laughed. He shook his head helplessly and said, it seems that it is Mr. Yang that you have a deeper understanding of this kid and can understand his context. With the smiles of Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan, the bitter cold in the room immediately dissolved, but Ziming and Du Peng had no time to feel this. They both stared at Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan in a daze, and didn't understand these two. Which one does the old man who dominates the country sing? Du Zongyuan sat back on his sofa and said to Ziming, you don't have to stare at us with such a big bull's eye. In fact, before you came, Mr. Yang and I discussed the handling of the current situation of the central government. In his own thinking, Mr. Yang also went out and took a look, not as a central leader, but as an ordinary party member. No matter how much preparation Ziming made in his heart, when he heard this sentence, he still couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, history is always surprisingly similar. Ziming still remembers that in his previous life, it was also due to the decision of the central government that the conservative forces were on the rise, trying to deny the results of reform and opening up, and to bring the country that had just picked up again to the ruins. At that time, it was Yang Lao who came forward from north to south. There was a Southern Tour speech that shocked the country. It was this series of speeches that repointed the direction of reform and opening up to the country. It was also from the beginning of this Southern Tour speech that this land of China began its normal economic development. If the beginning of reform and opening up is a turning point in history, then this Southern Tour speech is another turning point. But no one who has experienced this period of history will forget such a major historical event. Ziming is no exception. He clearly remembers the obvious changes in his own company and the local situation after his speech on the Southern Tour. Therefore, after learning that the central government had dealt with the Dan family and the conservative forces took the opportunity to make waves, his first reaction was it was to make Yang Lao come out to make a speech on the Southern Tour. However, Ziming said, but he did not expect that Yang Lao had actually discussed with Du Zongyuan, because in Ziming's memory, the Southern Tour had been delayed for 3 full years. But then it's normal. Then, what kind of character Yang is? How could he not think of this? The past 3 years have been delayed, but it doesn't mean that he didn't think about it 3 years ago. In this life, due to the appearance of oneself, many things have deviated from the trajectory of the previous life. Not only did some conspiracies fail, but the Jiangnan fundraising fraud and the incident occurred ahead of schedule. The Dan family was also completely dealt with before it took shape. Now without some involvement, Mr. Yang will be able to let go of his hands and feet even more, so that he can discuss with Du Zongyuan so easily. But Ziming surprised Yang Lao and Du Zongyuan. But why didn't Yang Lao and Du Zongyuan surprise Ziming? Perhaps for Ziming, Yang Lao's tour of the South was only a major event in memory that must be remembered, but for Yang Lao and Du Zongyuan, this was a decision they made after studying the overall situation of the central and even the whole country. But now Ziming is just a matter of hearing. The first sentence tells the key. How can this political sensitivity and brain not surprise them and be inconceivable? Compared with Ziming, Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan, Du Peng is probably the one with the most relaxed mood inside. Although he was born in a revolutionary family, he has received a lot of revolutionary influence from his childhood, and he is also very visionary. but this is the curve inside the center. He still didn't know it. In the absence of things, it was difficult for him to understand what a major historical event this southern tour was. At this moment, Du Peng just felt that the pressure that had been on him had finally disappeared, and he dared to take a breath. It was also at this time that Du Peng felt a little sticky behind his back, and he realized that his back was already full of cold sweat. Du Peng turned his head and glanced at Ziming, looking at his relaxed expression. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart that this guy is indeed a wicked evildoer. He had a feeling of suffocation just now. This guy actually dared to talk to the old man. I really don't know how to write dead words. But then again, Ziming can casually tell the plan that Mr. Yang and his father are discussing. It is also extraordinary. If this guy is not capable of this, I am afraid that he will not be able to achieve this earth-shattering achievement. Several people in the room have their own ideas. Ziming sighed and said with a bitter face, "It turns out that you already have plans for Lao Yang and Chairman Du, and you still have to come here to find it difficult to do anything for me." These words made Du Zongyuan stared again. "Why have you caused such a catastrophe to the Central Committee? Is it not enough to say you too?" Ziming hurriedly raised his hands and made a surrender. "Chairman Du, I don't dare to say that, but I don't understand. Since Mr. Yang and Chairman Du both have plans, what are you still looking for in such a hurry?" Ziming asked this for a reason. No matter how conceited he was, he would not be naive to think that Lao Yang and Chairman Du were here to solicit their own opinions. First of all, this is a big issue that concerns the future direction of the entire country. How important can the opinions of a young man in his early 20s be? In addition, Mr. Yang and Chairman Du, no matter who they are all great people. They are top-notch in vision and decision-making ability. They can only discuss what they want to make. Where else do they need to ask? What a kid's opinion. This is not a playhouse. But what Ziming didn't know was that, in fact, his opinions really weighed heavily in the hearts of the two old people. The reason why Du Zongyuan made that gesture just now was actually to force Ziming's most true thoughts, that is, to force all his thoughts out. Before this, when the Southern Tour spoke about this matter, Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan were only discussing in private. It was Ziming's words that gave them a great weight in their hearts. Fortunately, Ziming didn't know. If he knew how good his mental quality was, he would definitely be happy to the sky. But he didn't know that there would be more surprises next to him. After hearing Ziming's question, Du Zongyuan's expression gradually became serious. He said to Ziming, "In fact, this time, there is a very important task to be entrusted to you. I ask you, are you in yours?" "There is a township industrial park in my hometown?" Ziming nodded and said yes, and Du Zongyuan went on to say, "I know that your industrial park was temporarily suspended for some reason, but Yang and I are very interested in your development model, so I hope you will go back soon, picking up this work in the township industrial park, and developing it well. Mr. Yang and I have already said hello from Jingqiu." These words of Du Zongyuan made Ziming immediately realize an amazing thing. Chapter 379 The Distributed Bodyguard. At the foot of the mountain in the northern outskirts of Yanjing, there is a place surrounded by a high fence. The door is always guarded by soldiers with live ammunition. There is no sign on this place, and no sign can be found on any map. The residents next to it only know this place. It is a military forbidden area. Since it is normal for a few military forbidden areas in places like the capital, no one has cared about it for many years. Everyone is used to it. For such a place, it is not that no one wants to try to explore it, but in the end it all ends, and no one has ever asked about it over time. In fact, this is a very confidential military prison, which is many times stronger than the famous place in Qinqing. Most of the people who can enter here are military criminals who are inconvenienced to disclose to the outside world, including some captured foreign senior spies, and officers and soldiers who committed crimes in the army, or some other prisoners who are difficult to manage in ordinary prisons. One morning at the end of December, two black Audi cars drove one after another on the road, rushing to this military prison. Ziming and Du Peng were both in the car, and besides them, There was also a rural woman in a floral dress holding a baby. This woman looked at the white and sparsely populated snow outside the window of the car. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Asked, "How long will it take to arrive?" Ziming said to her, "It should be coming soon, Aksu. Don't worry. You also know that he is in a secret army. The place is very confidential. We don't know, we can only follow the front. That car is going." She heard Ziming explain this, and then she was relieved, and she lowered her head and said to the baby in her arms, "Jianming, wait a little longer and you will see your father later. Your father is amazing. He is the best in the army. A powerful soldier is a great hero of our country's home and defense. Do you have to know like your father in the future? You can't be naughty." But the baby seemed dissatisfied with the mother's words, struggling twice, and let out a grunt of dissatisfaction. Ziming smiled at her, but she couldn't be happy, because what she said was true, and she could really afford her evaluation. But it is a pity that there are always things in the world that are so fucking. Some people obviously should have thrown their heads and blood in the places where the motherland needs them most. But for some reason, they have become sinners of the country. The king of soldiers is such a person. Originally, this soldier who was very intuitive on the battlefield and trained by the country with great effort should compete with elite special forces and mercenaries from all over the world in various special battlefields. But because he had a grievance with the Dan family, finally the Dan family has lost his reason and done things that are very sorry for the country and the people. This cannot but be said to be the sorrow of him and the times. This kind of elite special forces can imprison him, only this kind of tightly guarded and very confidential military prison. Today Ziming brought wife Aksu and his child who was just full moon here. Of course, there are certain things that Ziming can't tell Aksu. Ziming only told her that she wants to perform a secret mission. Now in a secret barracks, Aksu also knows what she is capable of. I believe Ziming. After a while, a black door appeared at the end of the road, and the cold steel seemed to isolate the two worlds. Seeing this door, Aksu asked with some doubts, "That, Comrade Zu, is this really a military camp? How do I feel like a prison?" I can't help but say that this woman's intuition is sometimes unreasonable. Ziming had to explain to her, "Of course this is a military camp. I don't know why this happened. It may be some military needs." "Don't you believe me? Believe in that, Comrade Dupeng. Don't you believe in?" Hearing what Ziming said, Aksukai put her heart down, because other than Dupeng, she and her child's lifesaver, she was beaten by officials of the family planning office and caused a premature birth. If Dupeng hadn't arrived in time, the child is about to be forced out. So she believes in Dupeng, not to mention her husband's sex. It is definitely the pride of their family. After a detailed inspection at the gate, the car was allowed to enter the jail and parked at the designated location. Ziming and the others were taken to a reception room. They were sitting here, and they were with him at the same time. Several strong prison guard soldiers. Aksu, because the police have to perform confidential tasks, in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, that's why someone is here. Ziming explained to Aksu why there would be a guard here, but he immediately realized that it was unnecessary to do so, because Aksu saw the and immediately ran over emotionally, holding the child in front of to him. "Say, look, this is your child. His name is Zhang Jianming, which is the name given to him by my dad. How can I care about what's going on here?" The meeting with Aksu is naturally warm and touching, but the prison rules are also to be followed. After about a quarter of an hour, Aksu was taken out of the room. "Sit back to his position." The guard put his hand and handcuffs back on him, reached out his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes, and then said to Ziming, "Boss Zu, thank you very much. I can see Aksu again today. And Xiao Jianming, I have no regrets in my life." "But you really have no regrets?" Ziming asked. This question made the stunned for a while, but only stunned for a while, and immediately he firmly said, "I want to spend a lifetime with Aksu and the child, but I have already made a big mistake, and I should take this responsibility. No matter how the central government handles me, I have no complaints." Ziming nodded. He could hear the words of being sincere, I am here today to announce the decision to you on behalf of the Central Committee. I felt a little surprised why the central government's decision was to let Ziming, an unrelated person, announce it, but he didn't think too much about it. He said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, tell me, whether it's expelled from the military or even imprisoned." I was shocked. "I can accept it anyway. I believe that you are a tough guy, and I also believe that you are a man who dares to act. But don't you realize that it's a pity for someone like you to fall here like this? You don't feel unwilling yourself, is it? Your child has just been born, and he still needs a father." Ziming said. There was a painful look on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will not be a pity. But I am not reconciled. I also want to hug my child with my own hands. But I have committed such a big mistake. What else can be done?" "Then do you know why I am here today to announce to you the central government's decision on you?" Ziming asked back. Looking at Ziming's heart move, this question was strange when Ziming first spoke, but he didn't say much at that time. After all, he was not very clear about the central arrangements and Ziming's identity. Can only guess based on Du Peng's identity. It is very likely that Ziming is also a descendant of a certain chief, and may also work in the agency. Then it is normal for him to announce this news to himself. It's just that now that Ziming asks, it makes him suddenly feel that things may not be as bad as he thought, and there may be some room for change. Otherwise, why let Ziming come? With this thought, they asked tentatively, "Boss Zhu, does the central government plan to pardon me?" Ziming shook his head and replied, "No, if you have committed a crime, you have committed a crime. The central government does not intend to pardon you. Now there is no such person as a police officer in the country's military list." I sighed in my heart, but I can accept this answer. After all, no matter what the reason is, it is a mistake to make a mistake. I never thought about evading my responsibility. As for the question I just asked, it was because seeing his wife and children, he would inevitably have such a little hope in his heart. But when he was ready to admit his fate, Ziming's next sentence made him excited again. "The central government's decision to you is that you can stand up to your crimes and protect a person. Can you complete the task?" Ziming asked, staring at Ziming in surprise. "Who to protect? Where to go?" Ziming smiled slightly. "Protect a fellow named Ziming, because this fellow made mistakes just like a fellow named, and it is not a small political mistake, so the central government decided to exile him in order to punish him. But the situation abroad is complicated. This guy is very afraid of death and has little courage. He hopes someone can protect himself." After careful consideration, the head of the central government decided to distribute the together. It is considered a guilt and meritorious service. It's not that the chief doesn't think about your business. What do you think? Ziming said something lightly, but it was a heavy bomb in the ears of the fuck. If he thought that Zimingli was a hope for the dawn before, then Ziming's words just opened a pathway to hope for him. I was shocked by Ziming's words. When he came back to his senses, he saw Ziming still smiling and waiting for his reply. He immediately replied, "Okay, I can take this task." And to ensure that the task is completed well and will never disappoint the expectations of the party and the Central Committee. "Okay, I'm a businessman, and I don't say those very party things. I can only say that we make a deal. You will be my bodyguard in the future," Ziming said. "But you have to go abroad to complete this task. You won't come back for a while, and you won't see your wife and children. It's better not to see it for a while than never to see it again." After thinking about it for a while, he turned to the front and asked Ziming, "It's just that I'm a thug on the streets of the capital. Are you not afraid of me?" "I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. I just said that I'm a timid guy, but I believe my vision more than this. I'm sure you are not a villain," Ziming said. Ziming's trust moved the police. He immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Ziming. "Thank you very much." Chapter 380. Something happened in the factory. How do you feel? Although I am a southerner myself, every time I come back from the north in the past 2 years, I feel like I can be frozen into a dog. There is no way. Although the temperature in the south seems to be higher than that in the north, It feels much colder than the north because of the humid air in the south. However, if the moisture in the air decreases after it snows, it still feels much better. On the platform of the Lianyang railway station, two young men stepped off the train. They were Zhu Ming and the police. After the military prison talk, the police were released and worked in a special department that cannot be disclosed. Became Zhu Ming's bodyguard. In fact, Zhu Ming didn't propose to find a policeman as a bodyguard first. During the conversation between two elderly people in Zongnanhai that day, Zhu Ming was told that the Zongnanhai guards would be transferred back to the center. Zhu Ming is not surprised at this point. After all, Zongnanhai's own bodyguards are responsible for defending the safety of national leaders. This time it is not easy to be able to transfer to protect themselves. After all, he is just a businessman, and he cannot meet that standard no matter what. But after being threatened by the Tan family's life, Zhu Ming also had some worries. It's not that Zhu Ming was afraid of death, but that he was going to do something big. If he was beaten to death by a little gangster on the street, then isn't it wronged? So let the two elderly people help think of a solution. In the end, Yang Dingo came up with his idea and mentioned, to see if he can take the task. Zhu Ming understands Mr. Yang's thoughts, because in any case, is also a talent cultivated by the country with great effort. It would be a pity to be pitted by the Tangier, but the state and national law, after thinking about it, there is only one way to commit crimes and meritorious service. The way can go. The only concern now is the personal character of the, no matter what the cause of that incident, the is always stained, and no one can guarantee whether he will make any more things after it is released. At this time, Zhu Ming helped Yang Lao make the final decision. He pledged to Yang Lao that he should bear all the responsibilities if something went wrong. Only then did Mr. Yang agree to let him serve as a bodyguard for Zhu Ming. This arrangement was the best arrangement for Zhu Ming's central committee or the police himself, especially for Zhu Ming himself. At that time, he saw with his own eyes a police officer who singled out hundreds of guns with live ammunition. The scene was the same as in the previous life. With a foreign media video, he became the king of Chinese soldiers. Now the king of Chinese soldiers condescends to be his bodyguard. This arrangement makes Zhu Ming woke up in his dreams. Zhu Ming and walked out of the station and immediately saw Su Han and Kong Xilin, who came to pick them up. Because among the crowd in front of the station, they were the most beautiful scenery line. I looked at Zhu Ming enviously, because he could see that the two women were in love with Zhu Ming, and felt that Zhu Ming's beautiful blessings were not superficial. Perhaps for many women, such masculinity is masculine. The king of soldiers who can also bring women a sense of security is the best candidate for a lover, but the premise must be that you have this idea. However, his personality is a bit boring in this respect, and he is also a traditional man who is devoted to his wife. In addition, he trains in the barracks all day long and has no time to think about these things. So what are the legends of the king of soldiers? That is the myth above is, at least it has nothing to do with him. When Zhu Ming and the police saw them, they naturally saw Zhu Ming. Su Han immediately ran out and plunged into Zhu Ming's arms, while Kong Xilin also ran over but stopped 3 steps away, looking at them with complicated eyes. Zhu Ming. Obviously, Kong Xilin also imagined that Su Han would rush into Zhu Ming's arms to tell her love, but Su Han is Zhu Ming's girlfriend, so she is justified. So what is her identity? Of course Zhu Ming saw Kong Xilin's thoughts, holding Su Han up and smiling at her and said, "Xilin, you have been working hard during this time." Kong Xilin melted into Zhu Ming's smile immediately, and all the grievances in her heart disappeared instantly. She shook her head desperately and said, "It's not hard, I don't have to do it hard." Su Han also raised his head in Zhu Ming's arms and said, "Zhu Ming, go back and have a look. The situation in the factory is very bad now." Zhu Ming nodded and said, "Don't worry, I already know that a group of young people are not enough." Logically speaking, a young man said this is very unconvincing, but when he said it from Zhu Ming's mouth, it gave Su Han and Kong Xilin sufficient confidence that they believed that there was no trouble Zhu Ming could not solve. Ziming and the two women got in the car and went back to the 760 factory. When they reached the three-way intersection where they entered the factory in Nanhui County, Ziming saw a high-hanging banner, "Warmly celebrate the Linshu Machinery Company's settlement in Nanhui." Slowing down knowingly, Ziming looked at the banner and said, "This Linshu Machinery Company is indeed the signature unit of our Jingcha province." This vision just has nothing to say. Suhan, who was sitting in the back seat, reminded Ziming at this moment, "But Ziming, they don't just want to settle here. They want to lead the construction of the entire township industrial park, and they want to bring Ziming's creativity to life." "Take it for yourself," Kong Xilin next to him also echoed. "Yes, Boss Zhu, now they have been thinking of ways to buy our projects and land. They have the support of the province and the city. Secretary Ge has no choice but to sell many projects to them. Now they have even taken away the plant project of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory." Ziming turned his head and gave them a relieved smile. "Don't worry, whatever they are making, as long as Ziming comes back, they will vomit it to me if they eat mine, and give it to me if they take mine. Come back." A light and fluttering sentence, but hidden in it is the confidence and domineering of the world. When the car drove to the entrance of the factory, a group of people gathered at the factory monument. When they saw the car coming, they immediately surrounded them. Ziming saw that they were all people in the factory, so he asked the police to stop and get off the car. When these people saw Ziming getting out of the car, they immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. This surprised the police in the car. He could see that these people were all workers in the factory, but he didn't expect Ziming to be among these workers. The prestige is so high. Thinking about the situation where the leaders of the factory at his home were cursed by the workers every day, Ziming was really a person this year. Could it be that he could do those things at such a young age? The leader of these people was Wang Chen, the director of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. As the sales of the 8 Treasure Kanji were getting better and better, the original 8 Treasure Kanji workshop was naturally changed to the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, and Wang Chen, the workshop director, was naturally promoted to become the director. Wang Chen ran to Ziming in 3 steps and 2 steps, and said excitedly to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, it is great that you can come back. Those bastards from Linshu Machinery Company are really bullying all of us at the 8 Treasure Kanji factory staff. I dream of looking forward to Mr. Zhu. You will come back to be fair for us." Under Wang Chen's leadership, the other factory employees all echoed with you and said, "Yes, Boss Zhu, you must be the master for us." We are now pointing to Boss Zhu. Those people are just assholes. Ziming stretched out his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I know that a lot of things have happened during this period. You must have done very bad things like this, but you also know that I have been outside all this time. Maybe something about you have all heard my rumors, so you must at least let me understand what happened, right?" This time it was Wang Chen who spoke again. "Boss Zhu, I know that those rumors are all imaginary things. They are deliberately spread out by villains with ulterior motives to slander you. You are a development talent that the party and the country need. Something may happen. Our 8 Treasure Kanji factory and 760 factory, as well as the entire township industrial park, still need your leadership." Other factory workers followed up and said, "Yes, we need your leadership from Boss Zhu." Seeing the appearance of these factory workers, Suhan and Kong Xilin's eyes were wet. They both clenched their fan fists, and were very proud of Ziming. This is the most cohesive collective. With such a collective existence, what kind of difficulties can't be overcome? As Suhan and Kong Xilin, who stayed in the factory, they knew best about what happened in the factory during this time. After Ziming left Lin Yang, various investigation teams from the city and province came to the factory, and carried out unimaginable and detailed investigations on the factory and the entire township industrial park. No matter the process, the final result was anyway. The result is that this industrial park project is not up to standard anywhere, and every project needs to be suspended for rectification. Before leaving, Ziming repeatedly confessed that he would cooperate with the investigation of government agencies, so the entire originally prosperous township industrial park came to a halt. But this was not over yet. When the industrial park project stopped, Linchu Machinery Company did not know how to jump out. Originally, Linchu Machinery Company was also the first batch of enterprises to settle down in the township industrial park, but this time he jumped out not only to settle down, but also to purchase the entire township industrial park project. Of course, Suhan and Kongsealin did not do it, but somehow, Linchu Machinery Company was supported by the province and the city. After several reports were posted, the documents were immediately available to support Linchu Machinery Company's various. The acquisition behavior requires local governments to cooperate with Yunnan. In addition, there are still some rumors in the factory that Ziming's fortune in Nanjian was involved in serious crimes. He is now wanted and has fled abroad. There is also news that Ziming is a foreign affiliation. The spy who enters the country is to disrupt the country's economy. Otherwise, how can he be an ordinary person who can make so much money all at once? And he is so familiar with the foreign set of things. Anyway, the news said that there are noses and faces. In the past, the factory was panicked. Suhan and Kongsealin did a lot of work, but it was of no effect. However, they didn't expect Ziming to come back today. Stable. Ziming is a natural leader. What are you doing here? Ziming asked. Wang Chen suddenly reacted when he heard Ziming's question. He hurriedly said to Ziming, Boss Zhu is not good. Manager Liang of Linchu Machinery Company wants to take away our newly built 8 Treasure Kanji factory. Chapter 381. You shut up and fuck off. Due to the advertising effect of the Spring Festival Gala, the sales of Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji are very hot across the country. So Ziming made a decision to focus on the development of 8 treasure porridge production, and the new plant of the 8 treasure kanji became one of the first projects completed in Nanhui Township Industrial Park. After half a year of development, it can be regarded as the iconic existence in this industrial park, second only to the 760 factory. But when Ziming rushed to the 8 treasure kanji factory and some of the cadres and workers of the 760 factory, he found that the place had changed. The door of the factory opened, and a group of people were stepping on a ladder to take off the signboard of the 8 treasure kanji factory. Wang Chen yelled stop when he saw the situation, but his shouting only made these people turn their heads to look at him. Nothing could be changed at a glance, and the workers over there were in front of them. And at the urging of a cadre, the sign of the 8 treasure kanji factory was removed and dropped on the ground. Listening to the click of the sign on the ground, the hearts of all the cadres and workers of the 8 treasure kanji factory felt fiercely twitched, because for the factory workers in this era, they already have the consciousness of the owner of the factory, especially these big 8 treasure porridge factories. Most of the employees, they are all employees of the original Xiling Cannery, and they have experienced the hardships after the factory went bankrupt. For them, that period was a nightmare they didn't want to think of in their dreams. It was Ziming who gave them the hope of regaining a new life. It is precisely because of this that they cherish their work at the 8 treasure kanji factory. Whether it is overtime or whatever, they will work hard. They all regard the 8 treasure kanji factory as the most worthy thing in their lives. But now their most cherished sign of the 8 treasure kanji factory was taken down and thrown on the ground at will. They suddenly felt a heartbreaking sound, as if something in their hearts had collapsed. But the matter is not over here. In their sight, one foot slammed on the signboard. At that moment, everyone felt that their heart was about to stop, as if this foot was not stepping on the signboard, but stepping on their hearts. The person who stepped on the signboard was not someone else, but was the old acquaintance Ziming had met in Tanzhou City, the provincial capital. Liangan, the young shopkeeper of Linchu Machinery Company. Ziming was not surprised at Liangan's presence here, because Ziming had known before that it was Liangan and his Linchu Machinery Company who came here to make ghosts. As for why Liangan did this, the reason is not difficult to guess. First of all, I had a holiday with him when I went to Tanzhou for a meeting. As long as the young shopkeeper of Linchu Machinery Company had a slightly smaller mind, it might not be impossible. Until now, I will not hold back my energy to make trouble for myself. At this moment, Liangan arrogantly stepped on the signboard, and deliberately stepped on 2 feet harder, looking at Ziming provocatively. "Oh, isn't this the boss of ZDA? Why did you finally dare to come back?" "But you did." "Or, I just want to tell you that from today on, your factory building will be mine. You can take this broken signboard and use it as firewood if you want." The word that Liang said was like a steel needle piercing everyone's heart, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Some screamed in despair, and even Suhan and Kongxilin shed silently under the atmosphere. Tears. They felt hesitated and unwilling. They wanted to rush to drive away Liang, but no one could take this step, because they all knew that with the support of the provinces, cities, and provinces, Liang had indeed received the approval. From a legal point of view, it is indeed his. How could this be? That is obviously something that I regard as a treasure. So why is it so easily taken away by others? What kind of shit is this? But what should I do? Everyone asked this question in their hearts, but no one had an answer. But when they felt the most helpless, one person moved, and this person was Ziming. I saw him walking towards Liang and without saying a word. For these factory cadres and workers who were desperate to the extreme, his actions were a beacon to illuminate their way forward, and in a flash gave them hope again. That's right, no matter how bad the situation is, we still have Boss Zhu. As long as he is there, we won't be overwhelmed. This was their last conviction. With the support of this conviction, they found their way again, so they took steps one by one, closely following Ziming, and walking towards Liang. Such a group of people walked towards themselves without saying a word. The sense of oppression was extraordinary. Liang took a step back subconsciously. He pointed to Ziming and said, "Ziming, what do you want to do?" "I will tell you, the treasure porridge factory is handed over to our Linchu Machinery Company. This is the province's decision. It is a big project that is fully supported by your city and county. You can't distinguish between right and wrong. You go back." Liang said that at the end his tone changed. He could clearly hear his voice trembling, and his scared teeth were trembling. However, Ziming turned a deaf ear to what he said, and just walked forward silently. All the cadres and employees of the factory behind him also followed his footsteps firmly. Ziming and the others took a step forward, Liang took a step back, and finally stopped until Ziming came to the front of the signboard. After all, Ziming and the others are all civilized people. They should take a formal approach to solve the problem and beat Liang. Pause is very relieved, but he will also lose the opportunity to solve the problem forever because of breaking the law. Ziming will not do this kind of thing that is happy for a while but regrets half of his life. Ziming ignored Liang, whose legs were trembling because of the invisible pressure from here, but silently squatted down and picked up the sign on the ground, gently wiped off the dust on it, then stood up and turned around. "Hand it to Wang Chen, the manager of the treasure porridge, who has been following him. Take good care of it, and you will hang it up in the future. It will be troublesome to make a new one if it gets dirty, and the omen is not good." Wang Chen took the sign and nodded vigorously, and said firmly, "Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, I will be optimistic." Here Ziming is explaining things, but Liang over there sees through Ziming and their fear of making trouble, and boldly goes forward and says to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, what are you dreaming about?" "I'll tell you. This treasure porridge factory is just the beginning. In the future, the entire Nanhui Township Industrial Park will be mine, including your 760 factory. Let's just stay where it's cool. Don't be embarrassed." Liang arrogantly said to Ziming that all the cadres and employees of the factory here were furious when they heard it. They all clenched their fists, as if as long as Ziming gave an order, they would not care about any laws and regulations, and they must go up and beat them up. This guy can relieve his anger by just one meal. Naturally, Ziming would not give such impulsive orders. He just stood there and looked at Liang lightly and said, "You are the one who stays where you should be cool. The treasure kanji factory will not be yours. This township industrial park will also be yours. It won't be yours." A faint word that sounded in Liang's ears seemed to be an insult to his personality and IQ, and he immediately violently walked away, Fuck you. Who do you think you are? Is it the secretary of the provincial party committee or the president of the state? When is it your turn to let it go? Let me tell you. If you say it's not mine, I have to decide. I have already sent the relevant formalities to the province. No more than 3 days at the latest, all the documents can be approved, and then you people will have nowhere to cry. Ziming sneered, where do you come from? We Linchu Machinery Company want money, money, power, and power. We are so confident. Liang said, what I don't understand is, Ziming, where do you have the courage to come back? It seems that you still don't know how many people hate you here. I'm afraid you don't know how many people in the entire Jingcha province want to shoot you. What Liang said Ziming knew very well in his heart. This is exactly the root cause of the situation today, because if only Liang, let alone he can't overcome the storm, even his father would not let him do this. Nonsense. The reason why this is happening now is because some people with ulterior motives in the province contributed to the flames. Everyone made their fortunes all the way up by stepping on the shoulders of others or even on the corpses. Ziming never thought that he was a good person from the 10th century, so naturally it was no exception. Needless to say, how many resources the Dan family has mobilized to deal with itself. Just to say that the situation in the province is very complicated. At the beginning, he directed a counter-revolutionary drama and moved all the way up through the criminal gang case in Jining. When Dai Jinshan fell, I don't know how many people hated him. After all, politics is a game of gangs and gangs. No official can single-handedly run wild in the officialdom. Not to mention the official in the position of Dai Jinshan. I don't know how many officials pointed at him to get promoted. Dismissing this tiger slaying is tantamount to breaking the official road of a large group of people. This is a bloody vengeance of killing their fathers and taking their wives in officialdom. They find the opportunity and naturally have to deal with themselves desperately. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled disdainfully. So young Master Liang, you just used to be a gunman. Ziming's remarks stimulated Liang's fragile self-esteem. He immediately yelled, you fucking Ziming is a gun, you are a clown. Okay, you can shut up and take your people to fuck off. I don't have time to talk with you here. Ziming said. I'm going. I think it's you people who should go. Especially you Ziming. With a snap, Ziming slapped his face and blocked what Liang was about to say in his stomach. Liang covered his face and looked at Ziming in shock, but Ziming said, I will let you be quiet. Fuck off. How come you just don't listen like a pig? Do you dare to beat me? Ziming, you fucking dare to beat Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu wants to kill you. Liang said, rushing towards Ziming with his teeth and claws. But at this moment a person rushed out from the side without warning and grabbed Liang's hand. Where did the dog come from? Liang's words can't be said again. Chapter 382, We are all factory kids. I'm sorry to say that the last few days at the beginning of the year were very busy, and I couldn't spare any time. There was only one update in these 2 days. Xiao Fangpian is really sorry. It was naturally the Soldier King who stopped Liang. He is now Ziming's bodyguard. Of course, Ziming's safety is the first consideration. Even if the opponent is just like Liang Shao, he will be extremely careful. As far as the military is concerned, his unit is a special force, and the tasks performed may be diverse. After all, special operations are not as simple as sweeping with a gun. There are many political factors to consider, and sometimes they may not be impossible. Going abroad to protect an important person from returning to China. So when it comes to being a bodyguard, the police may not be as good as the Zhongnan High Guards, but they are definitely much more reliable than the ordinary boxing champion bodyguards. Liang was blocked by someone, so he would subconsciously scold his mother, joking, I was also a major overlord Linchu Machinery Company in the province anyway. Even if he was taunted by Ziming, he is also a figure that can be taken so seriously by the Tan family. Moreover, even the egg treasure porridge factory and the township industrial park he created were taken away by himself. It is normal to have grievances, but what the hell is it that suddenly pops out to block him? But Liang's cursing stopped abruptly when he came into contact with the eyes of the, for no other reason, is the elite soldier of the elite army, who has actually seen blood after shooting, and there is a wave of blood on his body that ordinary people absolutely don't have. Murderous look. Looking at Liang with a cold gaze, the coldness pierced into the depths of Liang's soul, making him feel a kind of fear as if he was facing an abyss, which made Liang believe in his heart that as long as he dares to move at this time, this person absolutely dares and is absolutely capable of killing himself. At this time, Ziming suddenly stretched out his hand and patted and said, "Okay, don't care about this kind of small character. He can't make any waves." Hearing Ziming's words, he only let go of his hand and withdrew to the side, but he did not step back. Instead, he stood a step back from Ziming's side. Liang was not completely lack of eyesight. He saw the location of the station, knows that this is a professionally trained guard, even the armed police guards in the province he has ever met. But the question is, how can such a person be willing to follow Ziming as a bodyguard? This is not a fuss. What kind of status is Ziming this time? Under these thoughts, Liang became a little frightened. But Ziming didn't bother to pay attention to Liang's thoughts. He called the police back and said to Liang, "You hurry up. Don't let me lose my temper." Ziming's words trampled on Liang's arrogant self-esteem, making him scream like a cat with its tail stomped on. "Ziming, what is your tone? I tell you, you just have to be crushed by the Dan family. Dead reptile, you won't be bouncing for a few days. Do you dare to be arrogant in front of me? You can roll out of line Yang once, and you will roll out of line Yang for the second time and the third time. You will always be a bereaved dog." Snapped. Snapped. This time it was 2 slaps on Liang's face. Suhan and Kong Xiaolin did their hands. They glared at Liang like 2 angry female tigers, and said in unison, "Put your mouth clean." Liang was going to be mad at this time. When did he suffer from this kind of loss? When did he have been taught this way on the site of Jingqiu? But he didn't dare to move, because he could clearly feel that the wolf-like eyes that made his scalp numb kept staring at him. "Xiaohan, Manager Kong, you are all coming back." This kind of person has thick skin. "Be careful that his face hurts your hands," Ziming said to Suhan and Kong Xiaolin. This sentence made Liang want to go violently, but in the end Liang's reason or fear of that impulse was firmly suppressed. He gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, "Okay, you all wait for me. I see when you can be arrogant." Leaving this sentence aside, Liang took his people and left the scene, and watching him leave, all the factory cadres and employees who followed Ziming cheered enthusiastically, as if they were celebrating the victory of the revolution. Hearing the cheers of the factory officials and workers around him, Ziming immediately jumped onto a high platform that Liang and the others had just set up in front of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, gestured to silence the following, and said, "Comrades of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, I know what happened today. This is something that none of us wants to see. For this, my boss bears a great responsibility." This is the end of Ziming's words, and someone immediately shouted, "Boss Zhu, this is not your responsibility." If there is the first one, the others follow. "Yes, this is not your responsibility, Boss Zhu." To say that the responsibility is also our own responsibility. We are not optimistic about our factory, and we are sorry, Boss Zhu, for your trust in us. But I am the boss. I brought up both the 8 Treasure Kanji factory and the Township Industrial Park, and everything behind it was also caused by me. Ziming suddenly raised his tone and said, this sentence suddenly ended the noisy scene just now, and everyone didn't argue about who was responsible. They just looked up at Ziming and waited for Ziming's next words. I know that a lot of things have happened in the factory and the industrial park in the previous period. Many investigation teams have come down in the provinces and cities. Many projects in our factory have been suspended. There are even people who want to take advantage of the fire. Come grab our project. Ziming said word by word, and the people below listened to it even more excited, because these people were in the factory during this period of time, and they even had a deeper understanding of these things than Ziming, especially when I saw it just now. The scene where Liang took off the sign of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory made them feel unprecedented despair. The kind of helplessness only experienced once is unforgettable. I also know that to you, this factory and industrial park is like your home, and it is the same to me. Ziming said, everyone is in this factory, so you should also know that I, Ziming, was born in this factory. From the moment I was born, my soul was deeply imprinted with this factory. Together, no one can separate and separate. Only when Ziming's words fell off, Wang Chen, the director of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory below, immediately answered, Boss Zhu, although I am from the Xiling Cannery, you have taken us out of our hardship and came here from Boss Zhu. From that moment on, I have been in close contact with the 760 factory. Not only me, but I believe all of our Xiling Cannery people have this idea. Following Wang Chen's words, everyone else said loudly, yes, Boss Zhu. We are all children of the 760 factory. Hearing the passionate shouts below, Ziming was also very happy in his heart. The child of the factory is a very special title. Because of the special era in the past, in order to build a national industry, the employees of a factory often moved from all over the world. Many of their hometowns are not in the same place, but they are tightly united for a lofty ideal. And they have the title of factory boy. At that time, the workers were all in rice bowls, and they were all masters of the factory and the country. They were very honorable, and their income was also higher than that of other people in the same place. Therefore, in the past, whoever was a factory child was envied and hated. But with the retreat of the older generation, with the rise of reform and opening up, and with the changes in the economic system, many state-owned enterprises cannot adapt to the new policy changes, and their thinking will always remain on the same lines, just thinking about making money, regardless of the quality of the factory and the life and death of the workers in the factory. As a result, the efficiency of the factory becomes worse and worse. The efficiency of the factory is poor and the life of the workers is difficult, so the children of the factory are naturally no longer such an enviable title. Especially when the 760 factory was tossed by people like Ma Jianjun and Huang Zheng to the bottom of its efficiency, the 760 factory people were ashamed to mention what kind of factory they were. But now, this title was called out again by Wang Chen and others. How could this not make Ziming, a child of the old factory, feel emotional? When thinking about the previous life, the 760 factory contracted Ma Jianjun and Huang Zheng at a very low price. After a few years of messing around, they sold out everything in the factory a little bit, fattening their own pockets, but completely ruined. After this factory, before the layoffs across the country, the factory's children were gone. But that is also the past. Now that I am back, the situation is naturally different. Not only did Ma Jianjun and Huang Zheng be killed, but also the benefits of the 760 factory were flourishing. A township industrial park was established with the 760 factory as the center. Let the old factory of 760 shine with its second spring. In addition, Wang Chen and the workers who came out of the Xiling Cannery have experienced the days of Walking Dead, so naturally they care more about the title of the factory's children. Thinking of this, Ziming also choked up. Yes, what Director Wang said to everyone is correct, we are all factory kids. Then Ziming adjusted his mood, and then said, then all the children of the 760 factory, since we are all the children of the factory, should we protect our factory and our home and do something within our power? All the people below said in unison. Ziming went on to say, now there are some conditions in our factory. Someone wants to target our factory. Whether it is the approval procedures or the sanitary conditions of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, as well as our other projects, they should not. There are so many problems. So now that someone wants to target our factory in this way, we must also do something that our factory children must do. Ziming said that everyone below held their breath and waited for the task given to them by Ziming. Since we are all reasonable and legal things, we of course have to use reasonable and legal methods to solve them. Our grievances must be responded to. Let the higher level leaders know, so the children of the factory, we join hands and go to the city to petition. Tell the city leaders all the grievances we have suffered. and let the city leaders decide for us. Is it okay? If someone else said this, Wang Chen and the people from the 760 factory would definitely sneer, but it was Ziming who said this, and everyone shouted okay without hesitation. There was no other reason, but they simply believed in Ziming and knew that Ziming was their last hope. No matter what Ziming said or did, they would surely succeed. Chapter 383 Response to the Municipal Party Committee? In the first chapter of the first day of 2015, the Small Square Film is here to wish you all a happy new year and good health and all the best. Thank you Feng Shenyu Shao for your support and monthly ticket support. On the last day of the 88th year of the Gregorian calendar, a sensational event happened in Lianyang. Even 20 years later, people always want to give a thumbs up when mentioning this matter, especially for some people who are working with Lianyang. Those who have grown up will recall that Lianyang's economy will take off in the future and become one of the most important economic cities in the central region. Starting from this day, at 9 o'clock that morning, a mighty team walked on the most prosperous road in the center of Lianyang. There were thousands of people in this team. Although they were wearing different clothes and overalls, they could still watch. It can be concluded that there are cadres and ordinary employees, but their expressions are very firm, and they walked towards the Lianyang city government with a petitioning banner. This team is the cadres and employees of the 760 factory. The cadres of Ziming and Yuan Zigang and Wang Chen are at the forefront of the team. This time Ziming didn't take Suhan and Kong Xilin with him when he petitioned for the higher authorities. It was not that he was afraid of accidents, but that it was really unnecessary. The two women were also very sensible and didn't have to hang around. On both sides of the road, pedestrians who came and went involuntarily stopped and cast a curious look at the team. Some people even followed them all the way. Fortunately, this is not the era of information explosion in 20 years. Otherwise, in a few minutes, the internet will definitely explode. However, in this era, there is no network for later generations, but the information is not blocked. The public security system has already received news. Not only did the police follow along the way, when Ziming and the others came to the gate of the Municipal Party Committee building, there were already hundreds of public security officers. The police officers are here. Seeing this posture at the door of the Municipal Party Committee, Wang Chen immediately became nervous, because some concepts are deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Chinese people. If something happens today or annoys the leaders of their municipal party committee, they will have nothing to eat. With this thought, Wang Chen said to Ziming, "Or else, Boss Zhu, you can go back first, and we will do this." Ziming smiled. He understood that Wang Chen said this for his own good. After all, the law does not blame the public. The punishment must be the leader of the punishment. It is Ziming, so Wang Chen said that Ziming would not show up. But at this time, how could Ziming leave everyone behind because he was afraid that the public security organs would catch him? Ziming didn't think he was an indomitable hero, but he didn't want to do such an innocent thing. In addition, Ziming also understands that things have already progressed to this point. It doesn't matter whether he leaves or not. If the police really want to arrest him, they won't let him go just because he is not here. Tui would naively think that this petition incident was not organized by him, and running away at this time can only be a foolish act of deceiving himself and others. Of course, the most important point is that Ziming had already discussed with the two central leaders when he was in Yanjing, and he would go abroad immediately after finishing all these things. There is no other reason. The Dan family has been pulled out, but some of the effects are difficult to eliminate in a moment. Moreover, the Dan family is not a simple government-dealed group, which involves the interests of many people. Now the Dan family is down. These people who have lost their interests have no way to blame the central government. They can only spread their anger on Ziming. As long as Ziming is still in the country, some things will be difficult to do. Only when Ziming goes abroad can these effects be eliminated. Regardless of the reason, Ziming is going to leave. So no matter how the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee will be held accountable afterwards, he is not afraid. Anyway, the master is going to leave. These words were not good for Ziming to talk to Wang Chen, So he had to say to him, "Don't worry, Director Wang. We have to have confidence in the party and the government. We are legitimate demands, and the higher level leaders will support us." Wang Chen was not ignorant of some thoughts, but at this time he saw Ziming still standing with them on the front line of petitioning, and he was still very moved. Wang Chen nodded and said to Ziming, "Yes, you have Mr. Zi like this. I believe that the party and the government will not fail to see the good leadership of the People's Republic of China. They will definitely support us, and they will not let those people do whatever they want." In fact, what Wang Chen said was very illogical. No matter what, Ziming was just a businessman. How could the quality of his personal qualities affect the government's decision-making? But logic is not something to be said all the time. At this time, when these words come out of Wang Chen's mouth, it makes people feel natural. When they came to the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee building, Ziming and others had not spoken yet. A police officer came over and covered his face with a series of questions. "Which unit are you from? What are you doing here? Who did you apply for? What is it? Who made you? Are you here to do this? Who are you standing behind? What is your purpose? What are you trying to destroy?" Faced with such a string of questions, Wang Chen was confused at the time, and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Not only him, but the other factory officials were also a little scared, because the police officer was a bit scared. If you buckle down a big hat, it is a counter-revolutionary and you will be shot. Compared with these factory cadres, Ziming once experienced it in Yanjing, but said helplessly, "Why is this series of questions again? Can't you change it for something fresh?" Those who don't know thought the author was lazy. All the cadres and employees of the factory focused on Ziming, and they blindly believed that since Ziming brought them, there must be a way. Of course, Ziming would not let them down. He stood at the forefront of the team like a benchmark, and said to the police officer, "Hello, comrade, my name is Ziming. I am an elected representative of the Provincial People's Congress. I am here this time. In some cases, the reaction to the city is a righteous act in support of the revolutionary cause. Here is a letter we wrote to Secretary Chen Da of the Municipal Party Committee, as well as the relevant materials of our 760 factory and the entire township industrial park, hoping to be handed over to the Municipal Party Committee." Ziming took out a letter and a thick file bag and handed it to the police officer. Seeing Ziming's behavior, the police officer took a step back subconsciously, looking like he was in a dilemma. It's normal for this police officer to behave like this. After all, when he was in Yanjing, even the chief of the capital didn't know how to face such a situation, let alone the police officer of an ordinary prefecture-level city. After receiving instructions from a superior, he even dare not act rashly. This time it's no better than Yanjing's meeting. Ziming didn't want to cause trouble. He wanted to end the sanctions on the 760 factory and the township industrial park in the shortest possible time and restore the normal operation of the factory and the industrial park. I had to choose such a path to petition. With this goal, Ziming made a suggestion to the police officer, "Comrade, you can contact your superior first and see how the instructions are." The police officer glanced at Ziming and the mighty petitioning team behind him, gritted his teeth and said, "Well, you are waiting here, don't make trouble, or you will be arrested." Ziming smiled and replied relieved. The police officer looked at Ziming's smile and instantly felt that he was threatening to be. Obviously, this young man understands political routines very well. He has a clear mind and knows he should do it at this time. What should not be done, and I understand that in the face of so many petitioners, let alone his police officer, even the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee dare not easily give orders to arrest people. Seeing the police officer leaving in a hurry, Wang Chen came over and asked, "Boss Zhu, would it really be useful for us to petition like this?" Ziming didn't answer this time, but instead asked him, "What do you think?" Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Wang Chen was taken aback at first, but after a while, he came back to his senses and replied firmly, "I believe it will be useful, and the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee will definitely support our legitimate demands. That's it. If we don't have this confidence, we won't have to do this," Ziming said with a smile. After a while, The police officer came back and said to Ziming, "Hello, Representative Zhu. Please wait here for a while. Secretary Chen Da of the Municipal Party Committee will come over immediately." The police officer's voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by many people. Although everyone wanted to let the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee hear the demands of the 760 factory, when they heard the news that the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee would come personally, they still felt uncontrollable excitement. After all, that is the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, the highest presence in Lianyang City, and even the call to join the Provincial Standing Committee is heard. For ordinary people, that is a very big man. After another while, a group of middle-aged people in suits and shoes came over. These people are not unfamiliar. They are all seen on TV and newspapers. They are members of the Standing Committee of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee. The Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Chen Da, walked in the forefront. He came to Ziming and said to Ziming, "Hello, on behalf of Zhu, I am the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Chen Da. I heard that you have something to respond to the city." Ziming nodded and said, "Hello, Secretary Chen. We are cadres and employees of the 760 factory. Recently, some projects in our factory and township industrial parks have encountered great policy resistance, and many projects have been inexplicably called stop. I think some officials are deliberately targeting and making things difficult for us, and our project has no problems, because our projects are all hand-picked by the province and valued by the country. Lianyang A Treasure Kanji is also a well-known brand in the country. It is unlikely that there will be so many problems. Therefore, we hope that the city can organize an investigation team to conduct a strict investigation and return us 760. The factory and the township industrial park are innocent. Here are the materials of our organization. Please also ask Secretary Chen to have a look." Ziming took out the envelope and the document bag and handed it to Chen Da. Wang Chen and other factory employees behind him suddenly shouted at this moment, "Chen Secretary, please call the shots for us." Chen Da took over and said to Ziming and other 760 factory cadres and workers, "Dear 760 factory comrades, I can understand your feelings. Please calm down and trust the party and the government. We will definitely organize special. The staff of the People's Republic of China investigated the ins and outs of this matter, and if they find any officials who violate the law or use power for personal gain, they will definitely be punished severely, and will give everyone a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible." After receiving Chen Da's answer, everyone cheered immediately. Chapter 384 Demolition of the House. Please continue. On the first day of 1989, there is no such a holiday arrangement for later generations in this era. New Year's Day is not one of the small long holidays. Although Ziming has already set the factory's first weekend rule, it is nothing more. After all, the age is here, and some things should not be too advanced. Because of this, the factory goes to work as usual on New Year's Day, but Ziming as the boss still wants to sleep in at home. But unfortunately some people are unwilling to give Ziming this opportunity to relax. Early this morning, Wang Chen, the director of the 8 Treasure Kanji, came to Ziming and knocked on the door of his house. "It's not good, Boss Zhu. Mr. Liang from Linshu Machinery Company is leading people to destroy our new plant." Wang Chen ran into Ziming's room in a hurry, and said to Ziming very anxiously that Ziming had already sat up from the bed and was ready to put on clothes. But when he heard Wang Chen's words, he made another "oh" and he went back under the bed. This moment made Wang Chen dumbfounded. He hurriedly said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, what are you doing?" "I'm telling you that someone is destroying our new factory building for 8 Treasure Kanji." Ziming was so quarreled by Wang Chen that he had no choice but to mumble and ask, "Okay, how is the situation now?" Hearing Ziming's question, Wang Chen hurriedly replied, "Then Mr. Liang from Linshu Machinery Company brought people here early today. He has already started to tear down the door and the fence at the door. The factory has been dismantled into rubble. He must have known the news that we went to the city to petition yesterday, and now we must act first and cut our way." Director Wang, Don't worry, Ziming said. Well, then, Director Wang, first go and summon the cadres and employees of our 8 Treasure Kanji factory. Let's go and see. Wang Chen agreed with a good cry and immediately ran out to gather the cadres and workers of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. Ziming had no choice but to get up. Then when he went out to the factory monument, he saw that more than 400 people in the 8 Treasure Kanji factory were already waiting. When they were there, they immediately let out a warm cheer when they saw Ziming coming over. They cheered, but Ziming was a little dumbfounded. Of course it was not because of this number. Ziming knew that there were so many people in the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. He originally brought more than 100 people from the Xiling Cannery. Later, because of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, with the continuous development, many family members of the workers and people from the surrounding villages have come to work. And there are so many people. So Ziming was not surprised by this number of people, but what Ziming didn't expect was that some of these people were carrying things like wooden sticks, and they all looked indignant, and they were going to fight in groups no matter how they looked. Status. Ziming asked them dumbfounded, Director Wang, what are you going to do? Of course it is to protect our plant, Wang Chen said as expected. From this sentence, Ziming understood that these guys really planned to fight in groups. It is probably the people who called Wang Chen to the assembly factory in the morning, so that he would be wrong, thinking that he meant to do it at all costs. To keep the plant, they don't know that they have other plans. Thinking of this, Ziming said to everyone, don't get excited. Violence will never solve the problem. Please believe me, we don't need to have any conflicts with those people. We can resume production just as well, and even better, to resume production. When Ziming said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at each other and didn't understand what Ziming meant. It's easy to understand that he can't conflict with the people from Linchu Machinery Company. After all, it's a legal society. What's wrong? No one can escape the relationship, but if you can't say it, you will do bad things with good intentions and make the situation worse. But what makes them confused is how can they resume production without conflict, and how can they resume production better? Seeing everyone in this state, Ziming had to add another sentence, please believe me, our 8 Treasure Kanji factory will not have trouble. We are not going to the 8 Treasure Kanji factory to make trouble, but to go to the theater. If Ziming's words just made everyone wonder, then Ziming's words now make everyone completely messed up. They break their heads and they can't figure out that the people from Linchu Machinery Company at the 8 Treasure Kanji factory are doing sabotage. They are still what play can I go to? But at this time Ziming didn't have time to explain so much, and hearing was fictitious and seeing was believing. Ziming waved his hand and took these people to the new 8 Treasure Porridge factory, and they arrived a few minutes later. At that time, a sabotage operation was taking place at the entrance of the new 8 Treasure Porridge factory, and a group of workers in the overalls of the Linchu Machinery Company were under the command of a cadre, tearing down the factory's gate and fence. Take it down, take it all down for me. These things are simply too eye-catching, and they are not in line with the future development situation. All these things must be removed. A young man yelled at the door, commanding the movements of the workers with his arms and legs. He was no one else. It was Liangan, the young treasurer of the Linchu Machinery Company who had only met with him a few days ago. Ziming brought so many people over, it was impossible for Liangan to fail to see it. He saw Ziming coming, and immediately stopped the command, turned his head and said provocatively to Ziming, huh? Boss Zhu is here? Very not. I am embarrassed to tell you that the construction plan of this factory is very unreasonable, and there is a fundamental conflict with the plan of our Linchu Machinery Company, so I decided to tear down this factory and rebuild it. What do you think? Liangan's words made all the cadres and employees of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory furious. They clenched their fists and looked at Ziming. As long as Ziming gave an order, even if they were to be arrested and sent to jail, they would first beat this arrogant guy. Let's talk about it if it's disabled. But Ziming just nodded Liangan and said, yes, every factory has its own architectural plan. This is normal. Ziming's words made everyone's eyes wide open. They didn't understand why Zhu Ming said that, including the arrogant Liang and over there. They were all taken aback. They didn't believe Zhu Ming would say such a thing at all, but Zhu Ming's next words made them even more puzzled. Zhu Ming said, "But young Master Liang, let me remind you one thing. Our country is a country under the rule of law. If I remember correctly, deliberately sabotaging or instructing others to deliberately destroy public and private property, but you will be jailed." Listening to this, Liang An burst into laughter. He pointed to Zhu Ming and said, "I thought you would say something." Zhu Ming, did you go outside and be caught by the Tan family? Are you stupid? How can you say such naive things? Who doesn't know if you damage other people's property and go to jail? But the point is that I am rebuilding my own factory. Liang An pointed to the new treasure porridge factory behind and said to Zhu Ming, "This is my factory now. I have a policy, so I can do it whatever I want." Speaking of this, Liang An seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He suddenly patted his forehead and said to Zhu Ming, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I heard that Boss Zhu yesterday brought the cadres and workers of the 760 factory and the 8 treasure porridge factory. Go to the municipal party committee to make trouble and say that you want the municipal party committee to let go of power, and want to take these factories and other projects back, right? That's why you are so naive. Boss Zhu, that's really unfortunate. I didn't think of it for a while. After all, this plant renovation was something that we had planned for Linchu Machinery Co., Limited long ago." Liang An said pretendingly, "You also know me. People are not smart, and I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least today, the factory of this treasure porridge is owned by our Linchu Machinery Company. I can remodel it as I want. You have no right to intervene. You just wait. Take over a ruin. Ha ha." Liang An's previous words were still concealed, but in the end he directly expressed his thoughts. In fact, Liang An Hui chose to start today to demolish the factory building of the 8 treasure kanji factory. He knew that Zhu Ming had gone to the city to petition. He was not sure whether the factory would remain his in the future, so he had to put the factory in front of Zhu Ming. It was demolished, not for anything else, just to humiliate Zhu Ming face to face. Of course, Zhu Ming knew this well, otherwise Liang An would not come to demolish the factory with such a big fanfare early this morning. As a result, even the gate has not been demolished yet. This is not to wait for himself to come. Fortunately, do you embarrass yourself in front of yourself? What Zhu Ming could think of, the cadres and workers of the 8 treasure porridge factory behind him could naturally also think of it. This made them furious. Everyone looked at Liang An and wanted to cramp him. Faced with a look of hatred for himself, Liang An raised his chest this time. "What do you people want to do? Is it possible that you are trying to violently threaten the personnel of our company? Tell you, this is illegal. Me. Once I brought my mobile phone out, I can call the police at any time." Hearing what Liang An said, Zhu Ming couldn't help laughing anymore. Liang An immediately asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Of course you are laughing at your innocence. You want to tear down the 8 treasure kanji factory and leave ruin for me and the cadres and employees of the factory. But how can you be sure that this 8 treasure kanji factory is yours now? You can call the police whenever you bring your mobile phone. You think too much of yourself. First of all, let's not say that we are all grown-ups. Will you do this kind of childish temper like your young master Liang? Even if you put you here, how long do you think you can do it? This plant has been demolished," Zhu Ming went on to say. "In addition, you told me so many things, so let me tell you something too. The municipal party committee has already filed a document this morning and revoked the previous wrong decisions. That is to say, the factory has returned to our 760 factory. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I spent more than 1 million to build this factory. If you break it, you will not only go to jail, but you will also have to compensate the loss of 1 million in the 760 factory." Liang An said with disdain, "Zhu Ming, who the hell are you deceiving? Do you think I need to lie to you? Anyway, if you want to dismantle, please continue. I'll watch it here. When the working group in the city comes down, You should pay compensation and go to jail. Everything is subject to the judgment of the law. Ziming say. Chapter 385, Call the police to catch yourself. I said, Ziming, your head was burned out. What else should you obey the law? You should be compensated. You should go to jail. Are you telling me a story here? Liang stared at Ziming with an inexplicable expression that listened to mythology. To him, Ziming's words were nothing short of a fantasy. Of course, Liang who is thinking this way is not to say that he is so arrogant that he thinks he can be above the law. I think yesterday that Ziming also brought so many people to the municipal party committee to petition, and the municipal party committee secretary personally gave a reply. This matter is affirmative, to be resolved. And most importantly, Liang also learned about other things. He knew that the Tan family had been taken down by the central government, and that the biggest shackles on Ziming had been taken away. The matter of the township industrial park itself was important, and it was impossible. It has been dragged on. It is precisely because Liang thought of this that he chose to dismantle the 8 treasure kanji factory today, thinking that today the factory is still his own, as long as the factory is destroyed before the municipal party committee's documents are released, causing the established facts. Even if the municipal party committee documents were released after the event, it would not help. Even if the central authorities were to make the judgment, Ziming would suffer this dumb loss. Liang was determined to this point, so he dared to be so confident, but now Ziming actually talks to him and everything is subject to legal judgments. Aren't you telling a joke? Who do you think you are, Ziming? Secretary of the municipal party committee, secretary of the provincial party committee, or the president of the state? What do you say about this matter? Not to mention Liang, even the cadres and workers of the 8 treasure kanji factory besides Ziming, no matter how much they believe in Ziming, they are all staring at Ziming in a daze at this time, all with incomprehensible eyes. Ziming did not explain this, but just said to Liang, you who are not a joke. Young Master Liang, just listen to it. If you want to dismantle this 8 treasure porridge factory, you will continue to dismantle it. My people will take pictures and video here. It is the evidence that we will go to court in the future. Liang subconsciously turned his head and looked over, and saw that a few people from the 760 factory TV station were indeed holding and carrying cameras, shooting at the entrance of the factory that was being demolished, which made Liang suddenly feel a kind of creepy in his heart. He looked at the camera and the camera lens, as if it was not a lens, but a devil who devoured souls. But young Master Liang will not be overwhelmed by this fear. He insisted on saying to Ziming, who the hell did you scare? I was so scared. What kind of license video is going to court? I think it is indeed going to court. But I want to sue you. You and your people here seriously interfered with the normal work of our unit. Does the demolition of the factory buildings of other people's units also call it normal work? Then it seems that Mr. Liang's situation in your unit is very serious. Ziming said meaningfully. Fuck your mother. Liang jumped and yelled, I'm a legitimate factory renovation. It is you who are in serious condition. I will call the police to arrest you now. Liang clamored to call the police when he took out his mobile phone, but Ziming said at this time, I will persuade Xiao Liang to call the police. Liang raised his brows. What? Boss Zhu is scared. Ziming smiled. What am I afraid of? I just feel that young Xiao Liang, you call the police and arrest yourself, which is not very good. Liang thought Ziming would say something, but he didn't want to wait until the end was such a word. This almost didn't make Liang blow his lungs. He pointed at Ziming and said angrily, Ziming, what do you think you are? I will report to the police and arrest myself. Today I must report to the police to arrest you. Talking about Liang immediately dialed the police call. But what happened immediately afterwards surprised everyone. When Liang dialed the police call over there, sirens came from a short distance away. What's the situation? Now that the technology of using mobile phones to alarm has become so advanced, but no matter how advanced the technology is, it won't be so fast, right? The police call here was dialed out. Before even speaking, the police car would arrive right away. Liang stood there as if he had been petrified with his mobile phone. His face was incredibly hard to believe. He didn't even respond to the phone. Police cars roared over there, one after another, stopped at the entrance of the factory, and then more than 20 police officers and a few young men in suits and leather shoes got out of the car. Many people in the factory knew the young man who was in the lead. It belonged to the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Secretary Xiao Zhao. When they saw him, people suddenly realized that among these police cars, there was an ordinary vehicle with a Municipal Party Committee license plate. Xiao Zhao came over and took the initiative to shake hands with Ziming to say hello. Ziming said to him, "Director Zhao, you can count it. If you don't come to my factory again, you will be destroyed by criminals." This made Xiao Zhao stunned for a moment. He immediately saw the factory building that was being demolished over there, and immediately asked in surprise, "Boss Zhao, what's going on?" "Stop. Stop. That's why I am looking forward to Director Zhao. You will come and preside over justice for me." Ziming sighed. Xiao Zhao had nothing to do with Ziming, so he turned his gaze to Liang and over there. "President Liang, I don't know what you are doing here. Why do you want to destroy Boss Zhao's factory?" Liang and opened his eyes when he heard this. "His factory? Did you make a mistake, Secretary Zhao? Hasn't this factory been sold to us Linchu Machinery Company?" This was a decision made by the province at that time. At that time, Secretary Zhao, I also saw the red-headed document. Why is it now his? Ziming's. Secretary Zhao, aren't you biasing Ziming and bullying our foreign businessmen? After listening to Liang An's words, Ziming could only shook his head. How could he say that? At any rate, this Xiao Zhao is also the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee secretary. If he can be the leader of half of the family, how can you question others like this? In addition, Xiao Zhao is indeed a secretary, but how bad is it to call a secretary? So people who can talk usually call him Director Zhao by his job title. This sounds more or less like a leader, and a little more stylish, unlike a secretary, who just listens to others. Liang comes from a very good background, and it's impossible for him to understand such simple rules. It's just that he has been messed up by Ziming now, so he ignored it for a while. However, Liang An ignored it, but Xiao Zhao couldn't ignore it. His expression became cold when he heard this, and he said to Liang An, "Mr. Liang, I don't know the specific situation before, but the document on the 8 Treasure Kanji factory was yesterday. It was already out in the afternoon. Starting today, this plant is still collectively owned by the 760 factory, and the province has agreed. I am here to issue this notice." This is a red-headed document issued by the province this morning, Secretary Zhao said, and took out the red-headed document he had brought. "If Mr. Liang has any questions, you can write directly to the province to inquire." Seeing the red-headed file that Secretary Zhao took out, Liang was completely shocked, and he also fully understood what was going on with the creepy feeling in his heart before, and he also understood why Ziming was so unhurried. It turned out that I knew the news a long time ago. It can be understood, but Liang can't figure out what the matter is, because in Liang An's consciousness, the work efficiency of government agencies has always been very slow. Why is it so fast this time? Yesterday morning, Ziming brought people to the Municipal Party Committee for a visit. In the afternoon, the Municipal Party Committee completed the redhead file and sent it to the province. This is incredible. Looking at Liang An's dazed look that had been subverted by the 3 views, Ziming couldn't help but feel pity for him. Ziming knows what he is thinking. In fact, his idea is okay in common sense. According to common sense, no matter how much disturbance he makes, no matter how urgent the situation is, the Municipal Party Committee still needs a reaction time. No, it may be said that it can be resolved on the day of the reaction, not to mention that this matter still involves the province. It is more difficult to make a decision, it must be communicated. However, this is only limited to common sense. But now that he is bringing something outside of common sense, he can't get the pulse at all. I am afraid that Liang would not even think of it. In fact, before he took people to the Municipal Party Committee to petition, He had already contacted the provinces and cities. The petition was just a gesture, so the city's response was so rapid. The reason why Li would cooperate with him in this play is even more that Liang could not even dream of it. Pity belongs to pity, but Ziming still has to do what should be done. With this thought, Ziming immediately said to Xiao Zhao, Director Zhou, I want to report to you Liang instructing others to maliciously damage our campaigner's property, and request the public security organs to deal with it immediately in accordance with the law. At this moment Liang became scared, and he immediately said, No, Secretary Zhou, I didn't know that such a red-headed document came out in the city. I will stop immediately. Ziming said, If you don't know, just forget it. Don't I know that Liang, you are the manager of Linchu Machinery Company, so I can sit in your seat? The murderer can kill casually if he doesn't know the crime of murder. Have you been punished by the law? Mr. Liang has lost you to such a big person. Why don't you even understand the most basic principles of being a human being? This is different, because the previous document really allocated this plant to our Linchu Machinery Company. Liang wanted to explain something, but Ziming didn't bother to listen to his explanation, and interrupted him directly. But haven't I told you before? I also reminded Mr. Liang that it is illegal and criminal for you to destroy other people's property at will. But Mr. Liang, you insist on going your own way. This is a violation of the law. Ziming also pointed his finger at the camera crew of the factory TV station. Just now, Mr. Liang and I have all recorded all the comrades in our factory TV station. Don't be fooled, Mr. Liang. At this time Liang and I had an urge to vomit blood, but the facts were indeed as Ziming said. He had indeed told himself that the factory had been returned to the 760 factory, and he had indeed reminded himself. Thinking of this, Liang suddenly realized that he had been completely invited into a bureau by Ziming. Only then did he want to understand why Ziming persuaded himself not to report to the police, and what he meant when he said that he should report to the police and arrest himself. But at this time, knowing that it was too late, Liang said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, I will evacuate people right away. This. Facing Liang's explanation, Ziming was too lazy to listen. He turned to look at Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao also guessed their situation at this time. He turned to a police officer and said, Director Go, you can give an order. Chapter 386. Our goal is to dominate the country. Let go of me. I really don't know that the policy has been changed now. No one has notified me. No one has notified Linchu Machinery Company. I don't know who is not guilty. And the people who demolished the house are they and not me. Ziming, my boss of Zhu, Boss Zhu, I beg you, my lord, don't remember the villain's past. You just let me as a fart. Don't care about me. Amidst the howls of ghosts and wolves, Liang was taken away by the public security organs. Watching Liang being forced into the car by the police, Ziming could not help but shook his head. This young man from Linchu Machinery Company, the shopkeeper, is too boneless, and the IQ is so worrying. At this time, as long as his brain is a little bit bright, he can tell that he has gone to death, and he can't let anyone go unless his brain is caught by the door. Of course, the most important point is that this incident was caused by the fact that the government agency's news was not notified in place. It would not make sense to put all the responsibility on him, then relying on his family's relationship, he could just move around. It will be able to come out, just as the current situation in the country and Jingcha province is to focus on the overall stability. How can it really go to jail? That's the trick to scare children. But how can I think that this kid Liang actually believed it? I am afraid that this is also the result of his spoiled life as the youngest son of Liang Tan, chairman of Linchu Machinery Company. He has never suffered a loss. Don't look at his usual arrogance and domineering. But once something happens, the weakness in the heart is exposed, just like those officials who are usually hungry. As long as they are caught by the Commission for Discipline Inspection and immediately pee their pants. So Liang didn't really believe it. It was just that when he saw the public security police handcuffed his dazzling handcuffs to his hands, he suddenly lost his most basic ability to judge. After Liang was sent away, Ziming said to Secretary Zhao, "Director Zhao, thank you so much this time. If you didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid my treasure porridge factory would be in danger." Boss Zhu is overwhelmed. "Originally, I was sending you documents for the leader this morning, so I should have come here to say that. Boss Zhu, you have a foresight. Let me bring the County Public Security Bureau over," Secretary Zhao said to Ziming. From the look in Secretary Zhao's eyes, Ziming knew that the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee also saw his intention to dig Liang deliberately, but he could see it and it did not make Ziming surprised. After all, he became the head of the treasure porridge factory in the morning. After Wang Chen came to report to himself about Liang's demolition of the house, he called Secretary Zhao himself and asked him to bring the police over. Ziming shrugged, and said in an indifferent look, "I can't help it." "Director Zhao, you didn't see the situation just now. How arrogant is Mr. Liang's arrogance? If you don't call the police, you can't stop him." "I have evidence of this arrogant energy." Secretary Zhao shook his head and said On the one hand, he believed in Ziming, and on the other hand, there was no difference between the evidence and the absence of evidence. Anyway, Liang was unlucky. "I will report today's matter to the leader. I believe I will give you a satisfactory answer to Boss Zhu," said Secretary Zhao. "Boss Zhu, in order to avoid such things from happening again, I will also notify Linchu Machinery Company as soon as possible." In addition, Secretary Zhao continued, "The leader asked me to convey instructions to Boss Zhu. Now everything about the 760 factory and the township industrial park has been investigated, and some relevant responsible persons have also been punished. The policies and projects have also been reopened. I hope you can do a good job in the restoration of all work in the industrial park as soon as possible." Ziming nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Secretary Zhao, I promise to fulfill the entrustment of the party and the government, and use my own practical actions to support Liang's modernization work." After some remarks, Secretary Zhao got in the car and went back to the city. When Ziming turned around again, he saw Wang Chen and the other cadres and workers of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory looking at him excitedly. The excitement in their time made Ziming think of the religious fanatics he saw on TV. In this atmosphere, Ziming couldn't help saying, "Comrades, I have already obtained the redhead document from the Municipal Party Committee, which means that from now on, this treasure porridge factory is back in our hands." Ziming only had a short sentence, still a very common sentence, but when he said it, it was like a spark thrown into gasoline, which immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm and made them shout with arms. Sound. The scene is like a carnival after the victory of the revolution. "Boss Zhu, you are amazing. You are the fire, you are the light, you are the greatest hero in our factory." Someone was yelling desperately. His words were just a drop in the collective boiling ocean. Didn't even the factory director Wang Chen be so excited to dance? These people are excited because the 8 Treasure Kanji factory that they regarded as life has returned to them, and more importantly, Ziming has created another miracle for them. When they saw Liang and organized the staff to demolish the factory there before, their hearts were broken, especially when they knew that Liang did this but they had no right to obstruct it, and their obstruction was a violation of the law. They all felt that despair. But at this moment, Ziming stood up. He did not threaten or beg for mercy. He simply advised Liang not to destroy his property. A gentleman told him that it was a crime to do so. Such an approach is undoubtedly naive. None of the people present at the time understood why Ziming wanted to do this. Isn't it clear to give Liang a chance to laugh at himself? Liang did indeed do this, but who knew that when Secretary Zhao came to the scene with police officers, he not only brought Ziming the redhead documents proving the 8 Treasure Kanji factory but also Ziming's redhead, but also accused Liang of destroying property, and was caught. This turning point can no longer be described by a twist of the wind, but it has completely exceeded the imagination of the brain, leaving them stunned and can no longer think. Of course, if it was just such a turning point, it would be easy for people to accept it. What really staggered was that Ziming had told him that the illegal behavior at this time had told him not to do so, but Liang An still insisted on doing it. Such an approach is like Ziming set up a game. He has already told you and even pulled you to tell you not to jump in, but Liang An still jumped without turning back. Needless to say, the result is naturally going to be pitted. It's just that he is completely responsible for this result, and he has nowhere to cry. Throughout the ages, this kind of Yang Mu, who clearly tells you that there is a pit ahead, and you are still jumping in, has always been the most challenging and exciting. It was originally only seen on TV, but now it's happening in front of your own eyes. Don't let these people get so excited. However, Ziming never thought that he would be a super idol. That thing was too illusory. Although it was said that fan consumption would become a very successful sales method for some companies in the future, for Ziming, he still felt that no matter what kind of business means, first of all, your product is excellent is the first criterion. As it is now, if you want your employees to worship yourself, you must create miracles. Ziming stretched out his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. After seeing Ziming's gesture, everyone quickly became quiet. Ziming said, "It is our credit to keep the 8 treasure kanji factory today." In the first sentence, someone immediately said, "Boss Zu, this is all your credit, Boss Zu. If you weren't for Boss Zu, we can only watch those people demolish our factory." Someone took the lead, and others echoed, "Yes, Boss Zu. Thanks to you we can keep the factory building." Listening to what you said and what I said below, Ziming still insisted, "No, this is everyone's credit, because if I am alone, let alone keep the plant and drive away Linchu Machinery Company, I am afraid that the talent will come here, I will be driven away by them. I don't have the ability to fight against the mountains and rivers." An ordinary ridicule, followed by a kindly laughter. Ziming immediately asked the question, "But we just keep the factory. Can we continue to work here to produce a treasure porridge?" This question was asked in everyone's minds, but Ziming didn't intend to make them think, so he immediately answered for them, "Of course not. Our treasure porridge is a best-selling treasure porridge throughout the country. No gifts are accepted during the Spring Festival. The gift only accepts a treasure porridge. So our goal from the beginning is to dominate the country and be the strongest in the country." Everyone has a strong heart. Even if they can't make it for various reasons, they also hope that their company can do it. Perhaps in later generations, everyone hopes to enter a big company in order to get better treatment. But now, for the cadres and workers of these 8 treasure porridge factories, they have only one simplest and most simple idea, which is to build a good treasure porridge factory. After all, it is enough to taste the taste of the Xiling cannery. It was precisely this idea that after hearing Ziming's words, they all raised their fists one by one, and followed Ziming loudly to shout for dominance in the country. And this Chima classmates slogan melted into everyone, in the hearts of factory cadres and workers. Inspiring the enthusiasm of every factory cadre and worker, Ziming went on to say, "I believe that Director Zhao's words have been heard by everyone." He said that our factory projects and the entire township industrial park have returned to normal, and all the policies have also been restored. It's all restored. Director Zhao is the secretary to Secretary Chen Da of the Municipal Party Committee. His words can represent Secretary Chen to some extent, so his words are completely fine. Ziming said, "This shows that the party and the government still place unlimited expectations on us. High hopes, and we must not live up to the high hopes of the party and the government." Ziming finally said, "I believe everyone. Although some words are superfluous, I still want to tell you that everyone must work hard to build our factories and industrial parks, so as to welcome a company that belongs to us. The great moment is here." All the people below uttered enthusiastic cheers again, but at this moment their cheers were only because of the excitement in their hearts, and no one realized what Ziming's last great moment meant. Chapter 387 This fee is reimbursed. On the morning of the 4th day of the Gregorian calendar in 1989, Ziming drove to the entrance of the new factory of Babaukenji. At this moment, scaffolding had been erected at the entrance of the factory. and several masons were climbing up and down the scaffolding. When Ziming got out of the car, Wang Chen, the director of the A Treasure Porridge, rushed over. Without waiting for Ziming to speak, he took the initiative to report the situation to Ziming. Boss Zhu, after these 2 days of overtime work, the door of our A Treasure Porridge factory is basically after the restoration is completed. All you need to do is to paste the tiles on it and put the signboard on it, and our A Treasure Porridge factory will be completely restored to its original condition. Wang Chen's tone is very excited. He can't help but be excited. As a leader who once watched a unit getting worse and worse under his leadership, and the employees of the unit were starving to death, his mood was not ordinary. Comparable. Like other cadres and workers from the Xiling Cannery, he also regarded the 8 Treasure Kanji factory as his own. He knew that the new 8 Treasure Kanji factory had been given to others, and his heart felt like a piece of meat had been dug out. It was very painful. Now that he has recovered with the loss of the new factory, the joy to him is the same as winning the 5 million lottery. He is ecstatic. At the same time, he cherishes the feeling of losing. It is precisely because of this that when the new 8 Treasure Porridge factory was returned to the 760 factory, part of the factory's gate was demolished by Liang and on number 1, and now it needs to be repaired back. Wang Chen, the factory manager, can often watch from the door the repair situation, so when Ziming came over, he saw it for the first time before he could get out. The repair here in such a short period of time is the result of Director Wang, who personally urged you here every day, Ziming said to Wang Chen with a smile. Wang Chen hurriedly shook his hand and said, I don't dare to take the credit for Boss Zhu. As the director of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, I am in charge of the construction of the factory's gate. This is within the scope of my duties, and on the other hand, if it weren't for Boss Zhu to find a way to get the new factory back, I'm afraid I won't even have the opportunity to urge you. Boss Zhu is your biggest credit. Ziming smiled and said nothing, and then Wang Chen said, by the way, Boss Zhu, this time it cost more than 50,000 yuan to repair the factory gate. More than 50,000? Ziming asked. Wang Chen immediately said, yes, Boss Zhu, because I think this is the gate of the factory, and according to your plan, Boss Zhu, our 8 Treasure Kanji factory will dominate the country in the future. The damage this time is also serious, so just ask someone to redesign it. I have already reported to you, Boss Zhu, and the design drawings have been shown to Boss Zhu. You also approved the redesign plan. Ziming smiled and waved his hand and said, Mr. Wang, you have misunderstood. I don't think you spend too much money, but I think you are saving too much. For this gate, you have to spend 2 to 3 million! What? Wang Chen stared at Ziming blankly. His first reaction was that his ears had a problem. He didn't know that he was serious until he saw Ziming's serious expression. But this made Wang Chen messy again, because no matter what you do, everyone will only worry about spending too much money. Why would anyone think that money is spending less? Let alone businessmen, it is more cost-effective and cost-calculating for the enterprise. Ziming is the most successful entrepreneur in the country. Everyone agrees. Then he should also understand such a basic cost algorithm. Why does he still say this? Is it possible that this Boss Zhu is really rich and headstrong as the rumors are? There is really too much money to spend. Is he looking for places to spend money everywhere? Looking at Wang Chen's dumbfounded expression, how could Ziming not know what he was thinking? So Ziming said to him, Director Wang, you don't have to think about anything. I can tell you that it's because we have someone to repair the cost. For reimbursement, we are spending other people's money, so we don't have to do it for nothing. I think we can build a golden bull made of pure gold at the entrance of the factory, which symbolizes that our 8 Treasure Kanji factory will be bullish in the future. Although Ziming's last sentence was just a joke, Wang Chen was still taken aback. He shook his head and said, Boss Zhu, this is no good. This is the degenerate way of capitalism in the past. We can't do it. What can't be done? Maybe the countryside can do it like this in the future, Ziming said. If Ziming's previous remarks only surprised him so much that he couldn't speak, then Ziming's remarks left him out of ideas. because the original golden bull made of pure gold is very and incredible. Rural, can you do it like this? Isn't this a fantasy? Wang Chen would definitely sneer if he wanted to change to someone else, even if the person in front of him was Ziming. He didn't know what to say. Ziming did not give too much explanation. After all, for people nowadays, the countryside is synonymous with poverty and backwardness. Who can think of those villages that will be rich in the future? Who would have thought that farmers in the countryside can live in villas and open them luxury cars, so that all the beautiful girls in the city are rushing to marry to the countryside, even if the marriage partner is just a farmer with a broken arm? Wang Chen shook his head and threw the extra thoughts out of his mind. He asked Ziming, "Boss Zhu, you said someone will reimburse the repair cost of the factory gate. Does this mean Linchu Machinery Company's compensation?" Ziming nodded and said yes, then moved his hand to one side. "Look, Director Wang, someone has sent us money." Wang Chen looked in the direction of Ziming's finger, and he saw a car with the license plate of the provincial capital Danzhou, which was galloping over here, and finally stopped at the entrance of the factory. The big and the small got out of the car. The younger people Ziming and Wang Chen are very familiar with them. They are the young Master Liang An of Linchu Machinery Company. However, Liang An is no longer arrogant as he used to be, just a fight. He looked decadent as if he was defeated by a rooster, and the one who was older and very similar to Liang An was obviously Liang Tan, the chairman of Linchu Machinery Company. Wang Chen was taken aback first, because he remembered that Liang An was not number one before he was arrested. But when you think about the energy of the Liang family, you can understand it, and it's not a big deal on their side, so it's not surprising to get it out so quickly. Liang Tan brought Liang An over to Ziming. "Boss Zhu is really sorry, this kid is too naive, and it's causing you trouble to Boss Zhu. Liang Dongyun is serious. Liang Xiao is also a disaster caused by his youth. I can understand, but there are some things I hope Director Liang will tell Liang Xiao more about first." Fortunately, Director Zhao of the Municipal Party Committee arrived in time. Otherwise, Linglan will be really in trouble. Ziming said earnestly. It must be said that Ziming, a young man in his 20s, taught a man in his 50s and 60s to face. This picture should have been quite contrary to him, but now it is both in the eyes of Liang An and Wang Chen. There is no problem, as if Ziming should have said this. What Boss Zhu said is that I will pay attention to this point in the future. Liang Tan said, "I'll talk about the future things later." Ziming sighed suddenly when he said that. But Dong Liang, things are very troublesome now. Hearing what Ziming said, it was obvious that Liang Tan's expression over the stiffened unnaturally. Then he asked Ziming what was wrong. Ziming said, "It's not just the stall in the factory. I'm afraid Liang Tan has some things. Dong also knows that my 760 factory and the entire township industrial park have been involved in accidents. Although I am back now, many things have been delayed. If I think about it again, it takes a lot of time and energy." Ziming waved his hand at this point and said, "I shouldn't be nagging this with Dong Liang, but there is one thing I can't tell Dong Liang. Boss Zhu has something to say but it doesn't matter." Liang Tan said, "It is the cost of repairing the gate of our 8 Treasure Kanji factory." Ziming said to Liang Tan, pointing to the factory gate that is being repaired behind him, "Dong Liang, you also know that this 8 Treasure Kanji factory is an important direction for the reform of our 760 factory, but now it is not. After this mess, although no one wants to see it, it still makes our 760 factories already struggling seem even more unsustainable. It turns out that this is the matter. Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, since this matter was caused by our Linchu Machinery Company, our unit will naturally take this responsibility." On the surface, Liang Tan patted his chest and promised Ziming, but he felt a kind of sadness in his heart, because Liang Tan knew very well that when he said this, he basically stretched his head out and waited. Ziming came to kill, but the more sad problem was that he still had to stretch his head. "Thank you too much for Liang Dong. Liang Dong, you are really sending charcoal in the snow. I will thank you on behalf of all the comrades of our 8 Treasure Kanji factory." Ziming was very excited and shook Liang Tan's hand. Seeing the smile on Ziming's face, Liang Tan unconsciously felt a pain in the egg, because he could feel it. It was definitely not a gratitude smile. It was definitely the big bad wolf sharpening the knife, and Huo was about to kill the little white rabbit. Demon smiles. Boss Zhu, don't be so excited, let's talk about how much it costs to repair the gate here, Boss Zhu. After all, our Linshu Machinery Company is not rich either, Liang Tan said. Ziming just slapped his head. Yes, Dong Liang. You see that I forgot when I was so excited. I am afraid that Dong Liang still needs 2 million yuan to repair our gate. Huh? 2 million? Liang Tan said with wide eyes. Yes, it is 2 million. Ziming blinked a pair of innocent eyes and said to Liang Tan, Dong Liang can't do anything about it. I'm afraid, Dong Liang, you also know that this gate is a signboard of a place. And ours, the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, is also the signboard of the Township Industrial Park, which means that this gate is the signboard of the signboards here. Since it is so important, of course it is to get the best. Dong Liang, don't you think? It's your mother B. Liang Tan couldn't help but scolded his mother in his heart, but on the surface he cautiously said, Boss Zhu, how come these 2 million are too much? Right? You know. Ziming didn't bother to listen to Liang Tan's long-winded words, and then said, of course, Liang Dong cannot give so much money. In fact, if the door is broken, it will be broken. Anyway, it will not affect the normal operation of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. It is a bit ugly. Okay, Boss Zhu, you don't need to say any more. I pay. Can I pay the money? Liang Tan said with an expression of crying. Thank you too much for Liang Dong's generosity, Ziming said excitedly, holding Liang Tan's hand. Chapter 388 Preparation for the Great Moment. Great. I know that Liang Dong, you are a model for all of our Jingchu entrepreneurs. Liang Dong, your behavior just now inherited the glorious tradition of the great revolutionary martyrs, Kongtsai, bitch, and bitch possess soul. At this moment, Liang Dong, you do not represent you alone. You represent the traditional virtues of our great nation for 5,000 years. You are not alone, Ziming said to Liang Tan very enthusiastically, although the excitement seemed to others to be a life-saving grace in the snow, but in Liang Tan's ears, it was a heavy hammer hitting his heart and making him there is an impulse to vomit blood. Needless to say, the reason is 2 million. It's not 200 yuan. This money is a huge sum of money no matter which unit it is put in. Although Linshu Machinery Company's benefits are very good now, 2 million yuan is not unavailable. But what will happen after the money is taken out? I have to tighten my belt and live my life. Besides, what are you talking about, Ziming? Perhaps these words sounded very emotional, and very exciting. Kongtsai can also understand that he was deliberately homophonic because he was afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble. But what the hell is a bitch? And the last sentence is not alone, and what the hell is it? How can I hear a curse? At this moment, Liang Tan clearly wanted to take out a knife to stab Ziming to death. He was so painful to the egg for that huge sum of money, but on the surface, he still wanted to make an indifferent appearance. Boss Zhu is also a little bit of our heart. After all, our Linshu Machinery Company has a solid family background. Such a small amount of money is not a problem. The most important thing is to help the boss last week and support the construction of the 760 factory and the Township Industrial Park. I am the happiest. Ziming shook Liang Tan's hand vigorously again and patted a few vigorously. Good guy. Have you seen it, Director Wang? This Liang Dong is definitely the person who helped our 760 factory the most. Ziming said this to Wang Chen, the director of the A Treasure Porridge factory, and Wang Chen would definitely not hesitate to reply in normal times. But today he did not reply for a long time, because the director Wang has been blinded by the whole person. For Wang Chen, everything that happened before him had subverted his outlook on life and world. He couldn't understand why this happened. How could Ziming dare to ask Liang Tan for 2 million repairs? How could Liang Tan agree? All of this is very abrupt even in the plot, but now in front of me, it is so normal, it makes people feel that they are not living in the same world. Of course, Ziming didn't really let Wang Chen say anything. After all, Wang Chen didn't know many things. so he couldn't figure it out. Okay, Boss Zoo, there is still something in my unit. I can see Boss Zoo here today, and I can contribute to the construction of township industrial parks with Boss Zoo, and make atonement for the unit's previous wrong policies. I also feel very much satisfied. After a mutual compliment, Liang Tan could no longer stand the torment in his heart, and took Liang An and fled, because if he had contact with Ziming for a while, Liang Tan could not guarantee that he would still be able to hold back the anger in his heart. But after riding back in the car, Liang Tan vowed that he never wanted to meet Ziming again. This was simply a nightmare. Of course, it was his child Liang An who caused this right and wrong, and the meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. After Liang Tan left, Wang Chen slowly recovered. He turned his head to look at Ziming and muttered dreamily, "Boss Zu, what trick did you change?" "What trick? I won't do any tricks. But Dong Liang has a reason to have to give us money," Ziming said. Wang Chen asked if it was related to his son Liang An. It was reasonable for him to ask this way. After all, this incident was caused by Liang An leading people to demolish the gate of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. Liang An was also arrested by the public security organs before. Then there is only one reason for Liang Tan to do this. But only Ziming knows that this is not the case. It has nothing to do with Liang An and it has nothing to do with him. Ziming thought for a long time and finally gave Wang Chen such an answer, which almost made him depressed to death. But Ziming didn't have the habit of cheating on his own people, so he went on to say to him, "I don't know, Director Wang. Do you remember what I said last time? We just want to welcome the arrival of a great moment. Today is January 4th. This great moment is about to come. Because of this incident, our Liang Dong has to pay if he wants to pay, and he has to pay if he doesn't want to pay." If Ziming's words just made him depressed before, then these words directly short-circuited his whole mind. Ziming patted Wang Chen on the shoulder and said, "There are some things that are not to be said, but cannot be said, and will not be said at the time. Anyway, as long as you work hard, Director Wang, you will see miracles happening in this land." Yes, Boss Zu, I believe that our 8 Treasure Kanji Factory 760 factory and the entire township industrial park, under your leadership, will continue to innovate and create miracles one after another. Wang Chen believes. But Wang Chen doesn't know if he is lucky or unlucky to follow such a boss. Fortunately, he can continue to lead the company to create various miracles. He is also good at creating various miracles. In addition, unfortunately, it is as a cadre and employee under Ziming, to accept these miracles created by Ziming, he must have a very tough heart, otherwise one day he will not be able to withstand the miracle that Ziming brings, and he will be embarrassed by a heart attack. At this time, no matter how high Wang Chen raised Ziming in his heart, how powerful he thought of the miracle Ziming brought, when the miracle hit his face, he still found that he still underestimated Ziming. Time passed quickly, and soon arrived on the 17th day of 1989. On this morning, Ziming drove to the new factory of 8 Treasure Kanji. When he reached the entrance of the factory, Ziming's car stopped and he looked up at the new gate. Compared to half a month ago, this gate has now been renovated. It is still Wang Chen's original budget of 50,000 yuan. Of course, this does not mean that Linchu Machinery Company's funds have not arrived, but this gate really does not need so much money, and being too extravagant, may not have much benefit, especially for the thing that you are about to meet. It is better to do more infrastructure construction in the industrial park by comparison. Thinking of this, Ziming looked back, and saw that the road he came was straight and spacious, and it was still a grey-black asphalt road. On both sides of the road, sidewalks and blind paths were set up like later generations, and trees were planted at fixed intervals. There is a dustbin set up as far away as possible, and everything is based on the basic standards of the later industrial parks, and there is no such thing as the messy phenomenon common in this era. This is just a little bit like. The development of this thing is not only the completion of GDP, but also the development of spiritual civilization is the top priority. Ziming said to himself in the car. In fact, he still supported the later state leaders' adherence to the development policy of focusing on the construction of material civilization on one hand and the construction of spiritual civilization on the other. If the country had not been focusing on the construction of spiritual civilization, it was simply in when it comes to material construction. This country still doesn't know what the chaos will be. You must know that the slums and gang conflicts in many countries are not fun, at least in the country. In addition, if the central government had not been insisting on the construction of spiritual civilization, then certain people who got rich first would only behave even worse after they leave the country. The most obvious point is that in this era, people absolutely do not have the concept of queuing, and no one feels ashamed of jumping in line, because everyone has always been crowded. As for spitting and throwing peels and confetti everywhere, it is even more so commonplace. So now that I'm back, let's start with myself. Maybe from the textbook in the future, we can also know that our country's spiritual civilization construction started from the township industrial park in Lianyang, and from Ziming. Think of it this way. I'm really a little excited. Boss Zu, you are here. May I ask Boss Zu, what's the matter with you here? A voice interrupted Zuming's Yi mercilessly. Zuming looked up and saw that it was a staff member of the communication office of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. He saw his car parked at the door and took the initiative to ask. It's okay, it's just a sudden thought. You can go busy with your work. Zuming waved his hand, then restarted the car, drove the car into the factory area, and came to the administrative building of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. The factory director Wang Chen and several other factory leaders greeted him at the door. Seeing Ziming's car approaching, they immediately ran up to meet him. Ziming said hello. However, Ziming didn't mean to be polite with them. He just said meeting in the meeting room and hurried upstairs with them. Knowing in advance that Ziming would come, the meeting room of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory was already prepared. When Ziming came, he sat in the meeting room with the cadres and employees of the factory. Just like when he was downstairs, Ziming was not polite, and he said straight to the point, "Today we suddenly called a meeting. There is a very important news to inform everyone, that is, the 2 working groups of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Propaganda Department will meet in the future. Stationed in our factory to investigate the security situation in the factory and the ideological situation of every factory cadre and employee." Ziming's words came to an end. The cadres of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory below immediately blasted the pot. They exclaimed, "Boss Zu, why is this? Is anyone going to target our 8 Treasure Kanji factory again? They are still there forever. Why is our 8 Treasure Kanji factory so miserable?" Ziming gestured to everyone to be quiet. "This time please rest assured, I can assure you that this time the city's working group is stationed. It is definitely not a malicious act, but a work need. It is to welcome someone. The great moment is coming." So, Ziming said, "I hope everyone will cooperate with the work of the city's working group, and there will never be any mistakes, no deliberate exceptions, guaranteed to complete the task." Everyone below said in unison. Ziming was uneasy and called Wang Chen's name again. "Director Wang, I need you to supervise yourself." Wang Chen keenly caught what, and assured Ziming, "Please rest assured, Boss Zu, I will definitely supervise you and will never disappoint your high hopes." Boss Zu. Ziming nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the north, took a deep breath, and secretly said in his heart, "At this time, I am afraid that the train has already left." Chapter 389, January 18th. Thanks for the new cover made by the Suobao girl. January 18th. This day is a very memorable day in Ziming's memory, because in the previous life, it was from this day that the land of China opened a new era of reform and opening up, and it was also from this day the entire country began to develop a general momentum of development. Of course, in the previous life, this matter had to wait 3 years, but now, due to the appearance of Ziming, the day has been advanced by 3 years. Ziming had already got up before dawn on this morning. He drove the car around the entire industrial park. After confirming that there were no problems, he satisfactorily went to the cafeteria for breakfast. It was already dawn at this time. Of course, The news that Ziming drove around the factory in the morning couldn't be kept away from the cadres in the factory. By the time Ziming went to the cafeteria for breakfast in the morning, Wang Chen, the director of the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, Sun Ji, the director of the office, and other factory cadres were already waiting here. When they saw Ziming getting out of the car, they hurriedly greeted him and asked Ziming, "Boss Zhu is early, is there something wrong in the factory?" Ziming did not answer. He just greeted everyone to eat first. After they all sat down in the cafeteria, Ziming asked, "Director Sun, how is the investigation of the security situation in the factory and everyone's ideological and political situation?" Hearing Ziming's question, the office director Sunji immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks to answer Ziming. "Boss Zhu, please rest assured that the comrades in our factory are very active and healthy. Sometimes there are individuals with extreme personalities or criminal records. In cooperation with the Municipal Public Security Bureau, all were cleared out, and the situation in the factory is now very good." Ziming said to Wang Chen again, "Director Wang, where is the 8 Treasure Kanji factory? Is there any problem?" "No problem," Wang Chen answered Ziming, patting his chest. After getting Wang Chen's answer, Ziming nodded and said, "That's good, but no matter how good we are, we must never relax our vigilance. At least today and tomorrow, in our factories and industrial parks, we will never allow anything to question. If someone is in charge of the situation, don't blame me for not showing affection. Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, we promise to complete the task." Everyone said in unison. There was a bit of excitement in their words, as if they felt that something might happen today, which was the great moment. Ziming said. At 9 o'clock, Ziming ended the breakfast meeting. When he took a ticket for factory cadres to go around the factory again, he followed Ziming's to pull Ziming and gave him Ziming's mobile phone. Up. Ziming took a deep breath and put it in his ear. He immediately heard the voice of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Chen Da. "Ziming, come on, Governor Sun personally called and asked us to go to Danzu immediately. There is a big man who is making a short stay in Jiangxia City, and he is about to come to our Jingcha province soon." "Okay, Secretary Chen, I'll leave for the city and go with you right away." Ziming hung up the phone after speaking, and then said to the surrounding factory cadres, "I am going to Tanzu soon." The various tasks in the factory must be carried out quickly, and there should be no delay at all. Then Ziming Kai and the police got into the car, and the police started the car proficiently, and then drove Ziming towards Lianyang City. Sitting in the car, Ziming was very excited, because he was about to witness the arrival of a historical moment, even though he had auctioned off the country's first land before, started the Nanjian stock market, and witnessed the stock market craze. Hekabang also went to Hong Kong with the Nanjian delegation, but its influence was still very limited, and it was definitely not of the same grade as the historical moment I was going to witness this time. The 92nd Southern Tour is a major historical event that cannot be bypassed by history. It is something that everyone cannot fail to mention when they bring up reform and opening up. This is when a national leader was in the South when the reform and opening up were in confusion. The series of speeches are important historical events that brought the entire country back on track. This is what Ziming will face now. But what made Ziming tremble with excitement was not only because this southern tour was 3 years earlier than the previous life due to his own existence, but also because this matter was brought up by himself. I still remember that when I was called into Zongnanhai, facing Chairman Du Zongyuan's question about the situation in the country, I asked Lao Yang to go out. The meaning of walking refers to this southern tour. Of course, perhaps Yang Lao and Chairman Du had discussed this matter before they proposed the southern tour, but their own words gave them a reassurance, and the route they originally discussed was only from Lingnan to Bnhai. Because of that, Bayan is the bridgehead of reform and opening up. But now, this time the southern tour has one more place, and that is the industrial park in Nanhui, a small remote county in Lianyang City, Jingcha province. This was not proposed by Ziming. In fact, Ziming believes that the operation of his township industrial park is above the times and does not need the highest leader to build momentum, but Lao Yang and Chairman Du are indeed the highest leaders of the central government. At a glance, I can see the advantages of the industrial park, and they need to use their actual actions to affirm this advantage, and then take the initiative to come to the industrial park to have a look when they go south to Jingxia province. This proposal is not as simple as where you are passing by. You must know that today, Mr. Yang's train stopped in Jiangxia for an hour. Mr. Yang came down for a walk. He just talked to the local provincial leader in the reception room of the station and worked in that province. Support and affirmation are even more important for the future work. Then Yang Lao is going to leave the station and come to the industrial park. This is definitely not a trivial matter. It is for this reason that Ziming dared to bring cadres and employees to openly petition when he came back. Only after seeing Liang and dismantling the 8 treasure kanji factory, Ziming had already talked with the provincial party secretary Jiang Wenxing before he returned. Long Sun Kingping passed the phone call. In order to welcome the arrival of Yang Lao, they will fully support Ziming in all the ways to make the industrial park well. Liang and couldn't figure out why the reaction in the provinces, cities, and provinces was so fast, why Ziming's problem could be solved on the first day he petitioned, because he didn't know the news. Otherwise it would be strange if Ziming's problem was not solved. In addition, I don't know if it's a coincidence or that the Prince of History is so headstrong. Let's talk about the day of the southern tour, because it was January 18th in the previous life. I didn't expect it to be 3 years in advance, but it's still on this day. There are factors such as staying in Lianyang and 2 days late for the Spring Festival, but it cannot be said that it is a very interesting thing. In Ziming's random thoughts, the car quickly arrived at the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee and drove to the front of the Municipal Party Committee building. Ziming saw the city's party secretary Chen Die's car parked downstairs and his secretary Xiao Zhang was waiting anxiously. Here, seeing Ziming's car coming, Xiao Zhao hurried over and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, you can count it. The leader has been waiting for you. I will notify the leader immediately." Leader he said he would leave for Danzu immediately. After Xiao Zhao finished speaking, he took his cell phone and called Chen Die. After a while, Chen Die hurried downstairs. Ziming took the initiative to say hello. Chen Die said, "I didn't let Xiao Zhao tell you not to get off the car. We are in a hurry. Can we just go directly to Danzu? You see how troublesome it is." Then Chen Die turned around and criticized Xiao Zhao, and Ziming said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I come out to get some air. Otherwise it will be more troublesome if motion sickness is on the road." Chen Die gave up after hearing what Ziming said. Ziming didn't know if Chen Die really told Ziming not to get out of the car, but whether that was the case, Ziming had to get off the car and wait. This was not because of Chen Die's power, how tall it is, but a courtesy. Chen Die said that you don't have to get off the car to be polite, and you're really stupid if you want to be serious. Ziming and Chen Die got in the car, to make it easier to talk on the road. They were in the same car. A few hours later, when they arrived in Tanzu, Xiao Zhao drove the car directly to the provincial party committee. The treatment was the same as that of Lin Yang. The secretary of the provincial party committee secretary was waiting downstairs. The only difference was Ziming. When they arrived with Chen, they led them directly to the train station. As the provincial capital of the hometown of the great leader, Tanzu railway station is very magnificent, but today's Tanzu railway station is very different from the past, because not only one platform was completely emptied, and even every entry and exit people at the station are subject to stricter inspections than usual. Even underground passages and exits are guarded by armed police with live ammunition, making everyone who comes to the station feel a sense of tension. However, none of this has anything to do with Ziming. He just followed in the footsteps of the secretary to the VIP room of the station. The provincial party committee secretary Jiang Wen and the governor Sun Kingping are all here. When Ziming and Chen Die came in, they first greeted the two great officials in Xinjiang. Jiang Wen and Sun Kingping also nodded and smiled at them. Jiang Wen waved to Ziming and motioned them to sit. When Ziming and Chen Die sat down, Jiang Wen looked at them. He glanced at the time and said to them, "It will not be an hour before the old man we are waiting for is coming. Don't be nervous." Both Zhu Ming and Chen Die said that they were not nervous. Jiang Wen went on to say, "One more point, I also want to make it clear to you. When the old man arrives, we will not be busy going out. After all, the old man is also very tired after such a long journey. He needs more rest. Let's not bother him rashly." Zhu Ming and Chen Die both nodded their heads and said yes. All actions were directed. Zhu Ming has heard of Jiang Wen's statement. Generally, when the superiors in the officialdom meet with the subordinates must be passed on and not passed on. Perhaps this statement is very strange to Jiang Wen. Why? It is said that he is also the first person in Jingqiu, but in front of old Yang, he is still a subordinate. But just like Zhu Ming and Chen Die before, although the rule is this rule, whether Yang will stay in Tanzu or ask them to meet, Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping still have to be prepared to wait. Here, if Yang Lao couldn't find someone, it would be embarrassing. With Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping's sophistication, naturally, this embarrassment would not happen, and we would have to wait here. This is the knowledge in the officialdom. Many people always think that promotion can be done by slacking off the beard. In fact, there are many things you have to pay attention to. Almost every detail and every leader's idea must be thought of. Everything must be done without leaking. In order to be appreciated by the leaders, can they be promoted more quickly? Zhu Ming didn't feel a headache when he thought about it. It seemed that he was fortunate not to enter the bureau. Otherwise, the rules of going around in the officialdom would not torture people to death. How could there be the wanton joy in the market? When Zhu Ming was thinking about this indiscriminately, Jiang Wen's secretary walked in and said, "Secretary, just now there was news from the Ministry of Railways that the train has passed Bazhou, and it is estimated that it will arrive in at most half an hour." Stopped. Hearing this news, everyone in the room breathed dignifiedly. Chapter 390. Danzu takes line Yang from one side. Bazhou is to the north of Tanzu and is the main road guarding the important town of Danzu. Every train from Jiangxia to Danzu must pass through here. Because of this, Jiang Wen got off at Bazhou station very early. Death order: let the other side pay close attention to the movement of each train. And now I have received the news for the first time. This news is undoubtedly very exciting. I haven't seen Line Yang City Party Secretary Chen Die clenched his fists. Is the whole person trembling slightly while sitting there? This is also normal. After all, Chen Die is just the secretary of the municipal party committee of a prefect-level city, and he has not yet been appointed to the provincial standing committee. At present, he is only a department-level cadre. The secretary of the municipal party committee is the largest official in Line Yang, but there are thousands of officials in the whole country. With so many department-level officials, most of them must have no chance to face the top leader of the central government. Chen Die now has. How could such an opportunity keep him from getting excited? Every official has a dream of becoming more and more prosperous, and Chen Die is no exception. He will also think that if he can perform well in front of Mr. Yang today, maybe he can get any support. If he doesn't think about it, even if he has a chance to meet, will Mr. Yang be willing to talk to him? Compared with Chen Die, Jiang Wen, Qingping and Zhu Ming looked much calmer. Needless to say, Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping, as members of the provincial party committee, are very good at nurturing Qigong, let alone in front of Chen Die's subordinates. It is even more important to maintain his leadership. As for Zhu Ming, even though he was a little nervous on the way here, it was entirely due to the fact that he was about to face this historical event that was changed by himself, and he was excited about the history that was changed by such a little girl in his previous life. Zhu Ming had also been to Zongnanhai and had face-to-face talks with Yang Lao many times, and he also received honors and commendations from Yang Lao himself. He would not be so gloomy when he meets Yang Lao. Jiang Wen waved his hand to let the secretary go out first and then snooped on the news and said, "Comrade Qingping, Comrade Zhu Ming and Comrade Chen Die, the elderly will be there in less than half an hour. Although we are not sure whether the elderly will see us, I think we still have to from now on. Make all preparations and use the best mental outlook to meet the possible summons of the elderly. All three said that it was okay. Half an hour passed quickly. With the roar of a train, Ziming and the others could see a green train slowly stopping on the scheduled platform from the window of the VIP room. After the train stopped steadily, the door opened, and several people in grey tunic suits walked quickly out of the car. Judging from their posture, Ziming recognized those Zongnanhai bodyguards who had once protected him. These Zongnanhai bodyguards made a gesture to the carriage after confirming that there was no danger. After a while, a grey-haired old man slowly walked off the train with his support. The old man's face was too familiar. He is the current supreme leader of the central government, Yang Dingo, Yang Lao. At this moment, Mr. Yang is walking on the platform accompanied by his wife, daughter, and other officials of the central office. Mr. Yang has a habit of walking. He likes to insert his left hand into his trouser pocket and swing his right hand back and forth. As far as Ziming knows, it is a habit left by his right ear for many years. The left ear that listens to things makes it quiet, and the right ear that doesn't listen makes it noisy. That's Mr. Yang, and indeed Mr. Yang is here. Ziming heard the mumble beside him. He turned his head to look, and saw Chen Dazing staring at the platform over there. Although his expression on his face could be stretched, his eyes were already very excited. Look at Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping. Although these two provincial officials are not as excited as Chen Da, they are also staring at the station platform unblinkingly, unwilling to miss anything. Ziming turned his gaze back to the platform over there, and saw a secretary of the central office quickly walked to Mr. Yang and whispered a few words to him and then left. Ziming could clearly feel this scene. In the quiet VIP room, the breathing of Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping changed over there. Obviously this was arranged. Sure enough, after a while, Jiang Wen's secretary quickly ran into the VIP room and reported to Jiang Wen, "Secretary, please, Mr. Yang." In just one sentence, the two provincial officials, Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping, stood up at once. Jiang Wen said and knew, and they walked out of the VIP room with Sun Qingping. Ziming and Chen Da also stood up and walked out with them, but when they arrived at the door, Jiang Wen's secretary came over and said to them, "It's good if you stand aside when you meet with Lao Yang." The leaders of the central office have instructed Yang now that he is getting older. He needs enough quiet and rest. If too many people come to him and make a noise, it will not be good. Chen Da nodded eagerly to say yes. Ziming glanced at him and didn't say much. A few of them quickly arrived on the platform through the special passage. Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping walked quickly to hold Yang Lao's hand and said, "Lao Yang welcomes you very much. I will not see you again after the party congress." Old Yang smiled and said the same. Later, Old Yang and Sun Qingping shook hands again. After a short greeting, Old Yang suddenly pointed his finger at the station and said, "Comrade Jiang Wen, our Tanzi station is newly built, right?" Jiang Wen nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Yang, this station was built to commemorate the great leader and to relieve the pressure of passenger flow. This is very good. So I think this station is much better than other old stations. Our reform and opening up is to innovate and become bigger and strong like your Tanzu station." Yang Dinguo's eyes gradually became serious when he said this, and he went on to say, "But when it comes to reform and opening up, Comrade Jiang Wen, I am going to criticize you." Jiang Wen immediately lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. Some comrades in Jingxia province did not let go of their ideological concepts, and could not keep up with the pace of reform and opening up." Yang Dingo did not point out anything, but said, "Since it is reform and opening up, then we must be more courageous, but we must also seek truth from facts. We must proceed from reality and strive to make Jingxia's economy even better in a few years. Step up." I hope Comrade Jiang Wen will listen to what I said, and I don't want to criticize you on this issue anymore. Although Yang Dingo was still smiling, Jiang Wen saw seriousness in his eyes and knew that Yang Dingo was serious. He hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Yang, I promise to complete the task." Hearing Jiang Wen's answer, Yang Dingo smiled happily. He patted Jiang Wen's shoulder and said, In fact, when it comes to reform and opening up, whether it is comrades in Lingnan or Bnhai, even our central comrades, envy you, because you have the talents we dream of. Yang Dingo paused when he said that, then looked around. Why didn't he come today? Jiang Wen didn't know who Yang Dingo was talking about. He immediately turned around and found Ziming. Ziming was standing behind his secretary. He didn't even have time to wave his hand and call Ziming to come over. He walked over by himself and brought Ziming over. Why don't you invite Ziming over? This was the first sentence Jiang Wen asked the secretary after he came over. He clearly saw that his secretary did not let Ziming come out. This question was immediately overwhelmed by his secretary because this secretary did so. Did he really think about it for his leader? And what is Ziming? Seeing Mr. Yang at such an important moment, what excitement should he join in the past? Therefore, the secretary is always the secretary. No matter how close he is to Jiang Wen, he doesn't know or knows some things. Now he can't see the real reason why Yang Lao came to Jingqiu. Okay secretary, I will ask Comrade Ziming to go over immediately, the secretary said anxiously, and then asked Ziming to come over. Ziming didn't show up at this juncture. In fact, he didn't need to follow a little secretary, even if he was the secretary of the provincial party committee secretary and the first secretary of Jingqiu. The secretary looked at Ziming's back view of Lao Yang, and she didn't understand that Lao Mao Yang was about to call such a person by name. At this time, I'm afraid that the secretary would never think of it. Yang Lao's call to see Ziming is only the beginning. And there are more things that surprised him later. Ziming came to Yang Lao and greeted him quickly. Yang nodded and said, last time I was in Yanjing, it has been almost a month now. I know you are still upset after you come back to the province. Many things have happened. Yang Dingo's remarks made many people shatter their glasses. In fact, this question does not sound like a big deal, but combining the previous dialogue between Jiang Wen and Yang Lao is very surprising. Because before Jiang Wen that's how we greeted Lao Yang, so how could it not be surprising that Lao Yang actually said this to a young man like Ziming? Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Lao Yang, you are wrong to say that. I'm doing this according to your instructions. If Lao Yang's greetings were surprising, then Ziming's answer was still humbling. You must know that you are facing Lao Yang, the highest leader of the country. How dare you talk so much? But Lao Yang was not angry. He just reached out his hand and at Ziming and said, you little comrade, you are not honest. Yang Lao and Ziming are both a little foolish, but Jiang Wen and others dare not let this momentum continue, because once something goes wrong, the central board will fall directly on him. So Jiang Wen hurried over to interrupt them and said, Lao Yang, I know that you have taken a train from Yanjing all the way to Tanzhou for a day and a night. It must be a tired journey, or you are in Tanzhou. Stay and rest. Take a look at our reform and opening up and economic development, and by the way give us some instructions on the development of Tanzhou and Jingqiu. I must watch your development here, but it's not here. Yang Dingo said. Jiang Wen's heart jumped and asked, Lao Yang, where do you want to see? Of course it is the township industrial park created by the young comrade Ziming in Lianyang. Yang Dingo said, I can just walk around on the platform and go directly to Lianyang. Chapter 391 Straight down the industrial park. A green-skinned train without a license plate and date of manufacture, nor a station plate of the departure station and terminal station, rumbling southward on the tracks. This train is the special train of the country's first leader Yang Dingo. This train has no difference in appearance from ordinary passenger trains, but the contents inside are very rich, ranging from bedrooms, bathrooms, reception rooms, conference rooms, activity rooms, restaurant guard rooms, attendant rooms to luggage compartments, specially set up for national leaders. The speed of the train is always kept below 120 km per hour. The fuel uses a special diesel to ensure that no matter how cold it is, it will not freeze even at -30 degrees. At this moment, Yang Dingo, Ziming, and other cadres from Jingqiu province were all sitting in the conference room, But the situation was slightly different from that of ordinary state leaders. The general state leaders are usually accompanied by the secretary of the provincial party committee. Now Jiang Wen is indeed sitting next to Yang Dingo, but there is another person here. He is Ziming. It is precisely because of the existence of Ziming that the scene where the secretary of the provincial party committee accompanies the national leader to inspect the place becomes a little strange. The officials accompanying the central office and the governor Xun Qingping and others were all sitting nearby. There were no reporters in the car who had been accompanying them. There were only 3 photographers from the propaganda department. This is because Mr. Yang said that he would just leave this time. Take a look. It is not a tour in the true sense. But no matter what the original purpose was, these people are already there now, staring at the strange scene in front of them with a pair of eyes. Even the 3 photographers who were lucky enough to get in the car have forgotten for a while up their responsibilities. Of course, if it was just such a strange scene, these people would certainly not have such a performance. What really kept them from coming back was the scene on the Danzi platform before. Most of these people do not know Ziming, even if Ziming did so many earth-shattering things in Yanjing and Nanjian, but for the system, especially at the provincial level and above, Ziming no matter how much he jumps. After all, he was a powerless little businessman, and he was not regarded by these imperial officials. It was not that they were arrogant, but that it was the case. Because of this concept, everyone was surprised when Yang Lao named Ziming on the Danzi platform, not to mention that Yang Lao couldn't say that he couldn't get out of the car to see Danzu and decided to go straight to Lin Yang. This decision is simply unimaginable, because anyway, Tanzu is the provincial capital of Jingqiu, the political and economic center of Jingqiu. And the central leaders usually start from the provincial capital when they arrive in Jingqiu. On Chu's side, he didn't even look at the provincial capital, and went straight to the prefecture-level city below. This routine was so psychedelic that people could not understand. Is it because Ziming built a township industrial park in Linyang? Could it be that this thing is some kind of Taoist fairy formation? Has the ability to confuse people's hearts? For others, Mr. Yang's decision simply surprised them. But for Jiang Wen's secretary, Mr. Yang's decision made him very embarrassed. When he recalled the words he told Ziming not to step forward, he was slapping himself at all, or the kind of crackling vocal cords, even with a rhythm that his chi cultivation skills could not make up for. And Ziming, who was so incredible in everyone's eyes, was just sitting respectfully in front of old Yang at this time, as if he didn't realize how much shock he had caused others. Of course he could feel it with Ziming's mental sensitivity, but he would not say that perhaps it was a bit too high to do so. But Ziming couldn't help it. Now Mr. Yang is sitting opposite. What can he do? Not only can I just make up I with B. It is not far from Tanzu to Linyang. The high-speed rail will arrive in 40 minutes after 30 years. But now, let alone there is no high-speed rail, the speed of ordinary trains has not been increased. Even the special train from Yanglao has ran nearly enough. It took 4 hours to arrive in Linyang at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I finally arrived in Linyang. I've passed by here many times before, and I've heard many stories here. This time I finally have the opportunity to take a look at it on the spot, and we get off the car. When Mr. Yang said this, he got up and got out of the car. Jiang Wen, secretary of the provincial party committee, came up and said to him, Linyang is indeed a good place. It is a transportation hub in the south of Jingqiu. It is very important. But it's getting late. Comrades from Linyang will send you where you live, and we will go down to the industrial park tomorrow morning. Jiang Wen's arrangement is a unified routine for the placement of national leaders, but Lao Yang disagreed. I think it's still early days. You always think that I am older and can't suffer. In fact, I am still very capable. I walked, the snowy mountains and grassland were all over, and now I'm not tired at all in the car, and this time I'm just going down and walking. I'll stay wherever the comrades live. I don't need to make any special arrangements. It's no big deal in the industrial park. Although when he was in Tanzania before, Mr. Yang loved Lianyang and the township industrial park so that everyone had a certain degree of psychological preparation, but at this time when Mr. Yang didn't live in Lianyang, he wanted to go directly to the industrial park. These people will inevitably feel messy. However, no matter what Yang Dinguo's thoughts are in his mind, since he has said this as a national leader, the people below have only one way to go. So Ziming and Jiang Wen accompany Yang Dingo to get out of the car. Xun Qingping and Chen Die are 2 steps behind. Xun Qingping told Chen Die, I should be ready for Mr. Yang to go to the industrial park immediately, and there must be no mistakes. Governor, please rest assured, I have prepared all the arrangements in advance, especially the 760 factory and the industrial park. Since half a month ago, I have arranged for the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Propaganda Department to do personnel investigation and ideological work there. There will be no mistakes. Chen Die said confidently. Unexpectedly, Comrade Chen Die can see far away. If this is the case, then you have done a good job in this matter. Xun Qingping complimented Chen Die, and then followed in the footsteps of the previous leadership. Chen Die looked at Xun Qingping's departure from the back, and he was secretly relieved, but at the same time he admired Ziming's eyes, because Chen Die still clearly remembered what Ziming said more than half a month ago. At that time, he got news from the province and discussed the method with Ziming. His idea at the time was to rearrange the city, but Ziming said there is no need to make too many layouts in the city, as long as the township industrial park is arranged. At the time, Chen Die thought it was Ziming's arrogance. Now it seems that Ziming had foreseen the current situation long ago. Chen Die didn't understand why Ziming was so sure that Mr. Yang would go straight to the township industrial park when he came to Lianyang, but Ziming's vision was absolutely enchanting. Lianyang and his party walked out of Lianyang station. Under Chen Die's prior arrangement, they left the station from a specially emptied passage, and did not cause any fluctuations at the station. There was a convoy waiting for them at the exit. According to Lao Yang's prior request, the convoy had only 2 cars and 2 minibuses. Yang Lao and Jiang Wen Qingping took 1 car, and the rest of the entourage took another car. After getting on the bus, Mr. Yang said to Ziming, I always heard that the development model of this township industrial park is different. Today I want to see how it is different. In fact, there is nothing different. That is, imitating the special economic zone of the capital and Nanjian, focusing on policy and capital advantages, first developing this area, and gradually driving the economic development of the entire place, Ziming said. Listening to Ziming's explanation, Mr. Yang laughed. He pointed at Ziming and said, this little comrade, he is not too big and his ambition is not small. He also imitated the capital and Nanjian model. You know whether it is the capital's high-tech industry, the technology development zone, or Nanjian special zone, is not that simple. It is either backed by higher education institutions or by the export seaport. Then I don't know what advantages you have here. Lao Yang, you don't know anything about it. My advantage here is greater than them, Ziming said. Yang Dingo asked curiously, where is the advantage? Because I traveled all over the country. There is only one Ziming and one township industrial park. This unique condition is the biggest advantage, Ziming said. Hearing Ziming's answer, Yang Dingo immediately clapped his hands and applauded. Comrade Ziming said too well. I have always emphasized that we must dare to be the first in reform and opening up, and we must be bolder, and we must dare to experiment. After all, development is the last word. If we cannot firmly seize the opportunity to develop ourselves and improve ourselves, how can the superiority of our system be reflected? Regardless of black cats and white cats, those who can catch mice are good cats. Regardless of their surnames, the key lies in whether they are conducive to the development of socialist society's productive forces and whether they are conducive to improving the people's living standards. In this area, I think Comrade Ziming just did it very well. Yang Dingo said, Although Comrade Ziming is not a party member and cadre, all he has done is to firmly support the country's reform and opening up strategy with practical actions. This is quite a must. Yang Dingo's words aroused warm applause at the scene, and then the minibus drove smoothly towards the township industrial park. The car was walking on a newly built asphalt road. Yang Dingo looked at the scenery outside and felt the smooth driving of the car. He said with emotion, "If you didn't get down and walk in person, I would never have imagined that there would be such a road in a small central city. Can develop so well." Ziming said to Yang Dingo at this time, "Lao Yang, I believe that as long as our country persists in reform and opening up, development will get better and better, and people's living standards will also get higher and higher. One day, every village will be able to pass this way of the way. I firmly believe." "I believe it too," Yang Dingo said. When the atmosphere in the entire CMB bus was very good, everyone was shocked by the words of the secretary of the central office in front. "It's not good, Mr. Yang. There are many unidentified people on the road ahead." Chapter 392. Arnold and a little stubbornly get out of the car. The secretary of the office of the Central Committee suddenly made the atmosphere in the bus become tense. From a distance, everyone could see a dark crowd at the end of the road, which aggravated everyone's tension. Mood. Of course, everyone's nervousness is not that anyone will kill the king, because national leaders' travel schedules are strictly confidential, and it is difficult to know in advance, especially this time. Mr. Yang still unexpectedly went down in the industrial park. Even these people did not expect them, let alone other people. How could there be time to organize so many to target it for them? What they fear most is the unopened petitioners, especially for Jiang Wen, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and Chen Da, secretary of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee. Comrade Chen Da, what is going on? Did you deceive the leadership of the organization when you reported that the situation in the industrial park is stable? Jiang Wen asked Chen Da in a low voice. Facing the two substantive gazes projected by Jiang Wen, Chen Da couldn't stop sweating outside. He wanted to say that Ziming was doing everything in the industrial park, but at the same time, he was also in his heart. It is clear that once he says this, his official position will end. There is no other reason. You, the secretary of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee, can't even control an industrial park. Do you want to push your affairs to others? What do you want, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee? Then, therefore, Chen Da can only answer honestly, "Secretary, I have arranged for comrades from the Public Security and Propaganda Department to come over half a month ago. I know that someone is coming. The preparation work must be complete." Jiang Wen was questioning Chen Da, and Yang Dingo also saw the crowd on the road. He did not get furious, but calmly asked Ziming what was going on. Ziming did not rush to answer, but looked at it for a while, and then replied to Yang Dingo, "Old Yang, those people seem to be employees of our 760 factory." Ziming's answer caused Chen Da to scold his mother in his heart. "Are you nonsense? The work clothes on those people are all clear at a glance? Or do you, Ziming, think your eyesight is better than everyone here? The key question now is why these people appear here. What is their purpose for so many people here today?" Not only Chen Da thinks so, others, including Lao Yang, also think so. Ziming saw their doubts. At this time, Ziming didn't want to sell Guanzi. He smiled bitterly and said to Yang Dingo, "Old Yang, I am afraid my car betrayed our itinerary and let my factory staff know that I am back." Before seeing the crowd appeared, everyone was surprised, but when they heard Ziming's explanation, everyone was at a loss. What did the car betray us? What's the answer to this sentence? Ziming's car is indeed the leader of the entire team. This is because in Lianyang, the best car is Ziming's Audi, and the Audi is not a very public car, so it was selected by Chen Da. It was the leader to clear the way for Yang Dingo. This is just a very common thing. How can it attract so many people to the front of the road for the team? Is there any magic in your Ziming's car? Lao Yang is like this, Ziming went on to explain, because when I left the factory in the morning, I told them that they must do everything in the factory well, and from this time I and Lin Yang, judging from the cooperation of various departments and agencies in the city, the factory carders can also guess that there might be big people coming to the factory to inspect the work, so now seeing my car driving back, they spontaneously came to the factory door to welcome me. Their location is where the monument of our 760 factory is located. You can see Mr. Yang from here. Ziming stretched out his hand and pointed it to Yang Dingo. Everyone immediately saw the stone stele that really stood tall in the crowd. Are you trying to say that you have won people's hearts in your 760 factory? Yang Dingo asked meaningfully. I dare not say that, but the carders and employees in the factory trust me very much, Ziming replied. When Ziming finished speaking, Jiang Wen, the secretary of the provincial party committee next to him, immediately explained, Lao Yang, there are some things you still don't know. There is a treasure porridge factory in this 760 factory. Most of the carders and workers in this factory come from a cannery that was going bankrupt. At that time, the cannery had a hard time. Zuming gave them a new job. The carders and employees of this cannery respected and loved Zuming very much. I think this is the reason. Really? Then I have to experience it myself. Yang Dingo said this, and then ordered the guard who was driving in front of him to stop there. This order frightened everyone, because the masses received by the leaders of the country are strictly screened. How can there be any reason to receive them at will? What kind of micro-service private visits and the masses are integrated? They are all things on the TV. How can the reality be so casual? We must know that national leaders have the heavy responsibility of leading the country. How can they be so casually placed in such a dangerous place? So everyone, including Mr. Yang's family, officials from the central office and Jiang Wen, the secretary of the provincial party committee, are persuading Mr. Yang not to get out of the car, and just wave to the workers in the car, even if something happens. Accidents can also be reflected in the first time. If you have to get off the car, it will be a lot of trouble. Yang Dingo didn't listen to their persuasion at all, and turned to ask Ziming, Comrade Ziming. They all advised me not to get off the car, because no one knows what these people are thinking. What do you think? I think, Mr. Yang, you can get off the car, as long as they are from my 760 factory. They can be completely relieved. Ziming said. Well, I believe what Comrade Zuming said. Yang Dingo immediately made a final decision. If Yang Dingo had to get out of the car before, it was only a stone that caused a wave of waves. Then Yang Dingo's current words were to completely explode the scene. The officials of the central office who accompanied him were persuading Yang Dingo, Lao Yang, this is absolutely impossible. Although I also believe in Comrade Ziming, I believe these comrades from the 760 factory. They want to see Lao Yang, Yang Lao, you fight them in the car. Just a hello. There is no need to get out of the car. You are the highest leadership core of the Central Committee, and you shoulder the important responsibility of pointing the direction for the future reform and opening up. Your safety is the most important. Jiang Wen, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, is severely criticizing Ziming. What are you doing, Ziming? Do you think that the inspection work of Mr. Yang is like a child's play? You can just urge Mr. Yang with one sentence. Are you in the car? You are such a big person. How can you still be so arrogant? You can't start from the overall situation and stand on the side of the party and the Central Committee to think more about it. Not only Jiang Wen, but also Governor Sun Kingping and the officials from the Central Committee who accompanied him all came up to criticize Ziming. Although they all said differently, they all had the same meaning. They were all reprimanding Ziming for his good work. Advocating, annoyed that Ziming didn't help Yang Dingo to speak, but accompanied him to fool around. Faced with the opposition and criticism of these people, the young and old are still stubborn. Yang Dingo said, what can't you get off the car? The chairman met so many people in Yanjing, and got together with the people, but he didn't see any danger. How could it be dangerous when I got here? Is it going to be high? This is absolute. Not allowing it is against the original intention of our revolution. As the leader of the country, Yang Dingo could of course say whatever he wanted, but Ziming could only accept criticism and reprimands from the big names, but he did not change his mind. As the car got closer, Yang Dingo didn't change his mind, and the people in the car had no choice but to let him go. When the car stopped in front of everyone, the workers immediately greeted them with enthusiastic cheers. Then the door opened and Ziming came out first. This is a compromise plan that the central office came up with. Let Ziming come out first. Whether it's thunder or give, the workers are good at getting vaccinations. Therefore, Ziming did not get out of the car, but stood at the door of the car and took out a horn to shout to everyone, "Comrades, I have told you that our 760 factory and this township industrial park will welcome you." The great moment came, so now is this great moment, because our national leader, the great chief designer of reform and opening up, Yang Dingo, Yang Lao, he is here to see us coming. Silence. When Ziming said these words, there was a deathly silence at the scene. The expressions on everyone's faces were frozen, and they all looked at Ziming with an incredible expression. However, this silence was short, and immediately followed by a string of cheers, and amidst this cheers, Yang Dingo walked slowly to the door of the car. Ziming let go. When everyone saw Yang Dingo, their enthusiasm has pushed this cheering craze to a higher level. All the workers and cadres were yelling desperately with their throats. They waved their arms and the expressions on their faces were so excited that many of them even shed tears. This is excitement, this is even more irrepressible excitement. Perhaps for ordinary people, they should be excited to meet the national leaders, but for the cadres and employees of the 760 factory, the national leaders bring them not only excitement, but also affirmation of their work without regret. Because before that, Dai Jinshan was the former, and the Dan family was the latter. They were all targeting them, especially the Dan family this time, which almost destroyed their confidence in work. Later, Ziming took them to petition, and with the support of the provinces and cities, the 760 factory came back to life, allowing them to see the future again. Now Yang Lao has come from the capital all the way. What else can be compared? Is this more important to them? This gave them the feeling that they had finally come to the end of their hardships, and that their daughter-in-law had become a wife for many years. How can this feeling stop them from crying with excitement? Of course, there is more important thing, that is, the eyes they look at Ziming are firmer and more admired. It turned out that they knew very well that Ziming was a leader who could constantly create miracles for them. Now that this miracle is even more profound, even the leaders of the country can invite them. What other leader can be trusted and admired more than Ziming? Chapter 393 Chu Manzi. When I came to Linyang and saw the thriving development of the township industrial park here, I was very happy. Concentrating the advantageous resources and new policies may seem to be taking the old path of the special zone and high-tech development zone, but in fact the content is but they are similar and different. After all, the various resources and support in the industrial park are much smaller, and the development is much more difficult. In the past, when people in Jingchu were mentioned in the country, they would say a Chu Manzi. This is not a curse, but a saying that Jingchu people have courage and daring to venture. It was the characteristics of Jingchu people that led us to revolution. The victory of China. Today I see this feature in everyone again, which is also in full compliance with the pace of our reform and opening up. That is, we must increase our courage and be bold in forge ahead and innovate. Now is a very rare opportunity for development, and the future will also be a moment of great economic development in the world. Our country has been poor for too long, and we must not lag behind now. We must not let this opportunity pass. We must concentrate our energy on improving the economy. Development is the last word. A development model like Linyang's Township Industrial Park requires bold attempts to innovate. I know that due to the sudden changes in the domestic and foreign situation, the thinking of comrades is very unstable. Many people, including the central government, are discussing the question of surnames, but I think it is not important, because regardless of the surname, Reform. The purpose of opening up is always to liberate and develop productive forces, to eliminate exploitation and make everyone rich. This trip to Lianyang, I think it's too worthwhile for me to come, because I have seen the vigor and vitality of the township industrial parks. Such an environment and such a development cannot even be achieved by many prefecture-level cities. It has strengthened my belief in reform and opening up. Standing on the steps of the 760 factory steel, Yang Dingo spoke to the hundreds of factory officials and workers below with a loudspeaker. The accompanying officials of the central office and the provincial party committee secretary Jiang Wen accompanied him. When Yang Dingo finished speaking, the cadres and workers in the audience suddenly cheered. Ziming was also standing next to Yang Dingo at this time. He was very surprised. Ziming's surprise was not how Yang Dingo wanted to talk to the factory cadres and employees on a whim, but because of the content of his speeches. Ziming doesn't have any legendary memory chips, and it is impossible to remember everything, but he can still remember some major events, including this time Yang Laonan tour. He clearly remembered that the core idea of Yang Laosnang's speech was to encourage local governments to make bold innovations, accelerate the pace of reform and opening up, and focus on economic development, and even more so with both hands. So at this moment, the speech of Mr. Yang to the hundreds of cadres and workers in the township industrial park basically meant this: if I said that I had only caused a deviation in the direction of history, then I was completely changing the course of history at this moment, and even the original speech on the Lingnan side was actually spoken in advance when he arrived at the industrial park. Needless to think, Lao Yang would have such a move, and he must have felt it after seeing the development of the industrial park. Just like the series of speeches made by Lao Yang in Lingnan and Manhai in the past, perhaps Yang Lao snorted Washan not to report it. But how could it be possible to hide such a big thing? I'm afraid that the more Lok Yang Lao appears, the greater the sensation it will cause later. Originally, it was already very exciting to change the 92nd Southern Tour to the 89th Southern Tour. Now the focus of this Southern Tour's speech has moved from Nanjian to his own industrial park. Of course, this Southern Tour is because he lives in the industrial park. It's unrealistic, but being able to become like this still makes people wake up from a dream. At the end of the speech, Yang Dingo walked down the steps with the support of his family and officials from the central office. Their Zong and high bodyguards in front helped him to clear the way from the crowd. Yang Dingo moved forward with steady steps. Regardless of ancient and modern times, it is very exciting to see the leaders of the country with their own eyes. Therefore, the cadres and employees of the 760 factory desperately came around to see Mr. Yang and Mr. Yang shaking hands. This made the officials of the office of the Central Committee and the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Jiang Wen and Governor Sun Qingping terrified. Faced with the turbulent crowd around them, they did not know what to do. After all, this was not an arranged extra, but rather an extra. The real people, thinking that Mr. Yang is so old now, if something happens, none of them can bear this responsibility. What they were worried about certainly did not happen, because the cadres and employees of the 760 factory had experienced too many things with leaders like Ziming, and their psychological quality was much higher than that of ordinary people, and they would not be so easily impulsive to have a stampede. Not to mention that the Lianyang City Public Security Bureau and the Propaganda Department sent a working group here to do so long preparations. New City Hotel is a newly built hotel in accordance with the 4-star standard after the establishment of the Township Industrial Park. It is also the best hotel in Nanhui County. It is usually used to receive those Lingnan bosses who come to the industrial park. Now Mr. Yang is here. Looking at the entire industrial park, only here can receive him. And Mr. Yang himself also said that only by living in an industrial park can he better feel the pulse of development of this place. Regarding the old man's stubbornness, neither the official accompanying the central office nor Jiang Wen, the secretary of the provincial party committee, had any choice but to take the order. For this reason, Chen Da not only dispatched the entire City Public Security Bureau, but also transferred a team of armed police. After all, the national leaders are here, and safety is the top priority. The journey was exhausted. The old man just took care of his dinner and went back to his room to rest. Jiang Wen and the others could only fulfill the old man's wish. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a secretary of the central office came and knocked on Ziming's room door, saying that Mr. Yang had invited him over. Ziming had been prepared and didn't talk much, so he nodded and followed him to Mr. Yang's room. At the door of Lao Yang's room, Ziming happened to see the secretary of the provincial party committee Jiang Wen and Governor Sun Qingping coming out of Lao Yang's room. They were stunned when they saw Ziming coming over. Obviously, they didn't expect Yang Lao to be so late. Please also Ziming come over. But who are both Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping? The gaff disappeared in an instant. Jiang Wen came over and said to Ziming, Yang is old and old. Yesterday and today I took the train for a day and night. You are already very tired. You must control your time and don't delay Yang's rest. Ziming nodded and said yes. Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping left. Ziming followed the secretary into old Yang's room. The room where Lao Yang lived was old-fashioned, and Ziming was taken directly into the reception room. Ziming looked down and saw the 2 cups of tea in front of Lao Yang, and he suddenly understood why Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping were so surprised just now, because judging from the heat rising from the teacups, Jiang Wen and Sun Qingping did not stay here for long. They thought that Mr. Yang was really going to rest, but they didn't want to see themselves at the door. This made them not calm. Why is it that the 2 provincial officials are not even as important as Ziming? It is for this reason that Jiang Wen just exhorted Ziming to say that, and he didn't know whether he was just saying it casually, or whether he was really unbalanced in his heart, or both. Ziming first greeted Yang Dingo respectfully, and then sat opposite Yang Dingo under the guidance of the secretary of the central office. Yang Dingo sat on the sofa and squinted his eyes. The secretary of the central office removed the teacup from the table and served Ziming in a cup of tea. Ziming thanked him for taking the tea ceremony. Actually, the date of going south can be pushed again, whether it's a day or 2 days, or a year or 2. Yang Dingo suddenly opened his eyes and said, as if he was muttering to himself. But Ziming knew that he was talking to himself, so Ziming immediately took the conversation and said, but Yang, you finally chose to go south now? Yang Dingo smiled and nodded and said, yes, didn't I just listen to your kid to walk out? These words made Ziming feel a little bit dumbfounded, because Yang Dingo is the country's actual #1 leader. Can he decide whether he will leave the Central Committee and when he will leave the Central Committee? It's just that Mr. Yang's ridicule is too unreasonable. After teasing a sentence, Yang Dingo continued, if I can, I don't want to come out in such a hurry. It's just something that is about to happen in the north. I have to make preparations in advance and straighten out the domestic situation. Otherwise, wait until the world structure changes before you make preparations. I am afraid it will be too late. It is better to do a lot of things in advance. Yang Dingo's words shocked Ziming's heart, because major events in the north would also change the pattern of the world. If it was in a previous life, no matter how big the matter was, it would be the same for Ziming. But in this life, Ziming has done so many things. He is no longer the petty man in the previous life. Especially now Yang Dingo said it in front of him. This matter is definitely more purposeful. I didn't expect the situation over there to deteriorate so quickly. Ziming said, I just don't know what Elder Yang needs me to do. In fact, some things should have been broken a long time ago. If we stick to the rules, we will be the next victims. In fact, the situation on Big Brother's side is also a wake-up call for us. When he said this, Yang Dingo expressed a feeling of regret, but this was only a moment, and then Yang Dingo said to Ziming, but seeing the construction of your industrial park makes me very happy, because this at least proves that our development direction is right. As long as our general direction is correct, the final result will be good. After speaking, Yang Dingo added, in the next few days, you will list out all the important points that need to be paid attention to how to develop the industrial park, and hand it over to the central office. Yes, Mr. Yang. Ziming said it well. but his eyelids were picking. He obviously realized something. He asked Yang Dingo, "Does Mr. Yang want me to go abroad?" Yang Dingo nodded and said, "Yes. There will be an undisclosed meeting in Hong Kong in the next year. We need to send a representative to the meeting in China. I think you are the most suitable candidate, Ziming, a man of Chu." Chapter 394. He is a legend. Bow. Thanks to book friends 3,565,784 inches and book friends 1,666,413 inches for their support and monthly ticket support. The 21st is the second day after the Lantern Festival. According to traditional customs, the official Chinese New Year is only after the Lantern Festival, so this day is also the first day after the Spring Festival. On this day, Lianyang Station was crowded with people inside and outside, and there was a lot of darkness everywhere. As a train stopped on the platform, a few young people wearing thick coats walked out of the train, and a young girl got out of the train first, looking at the moon. There was a stop sign with 3 characters in Lianyang Station on the stage, and she let out a sigh of relief. Finally in Lianyang, beside her, there was an older woman who also said the same thing as her. Behind them, there were gay men carrying luggage. One person came up and said to the 2 women, "I said Sister Ping to O Tao, let's go out and live first. Otherwise it would be difficult for us to carry out so many things." Yeah? The speaker was in his early 20s, and in his chest pocket, a CCTV reporter's card proved his identity. In front of him, the 2 women he was talking to were CCTV hosts Fang Ping and Zhu Tao. After Ziming's recommendation in Yanjing and their own efforts, they were already very well-known potential stocks in the station. Even when they were selected for the Spring Festival Gala, they were considered. These 2 future gold medal hosts of CCTV must come to Lianyang this time for a very important interview task. Zhu Tao turned around and glared at the man with dissatisfaction. "Are you leading the team or me and Sister Ping? Isn't this station not allowed for interviews? Can't these coming and going passengers not be able to interview you?" Knowing the changes in Lianyang, it is not only necessary to interview someone. As CCTV reporters, we should discover some very subtle things, and finally enlarge them from small ones. Also, Zhu Tao said again, "What's wrong with the things you brought? Do you want to say that you can't even endure this bit of hardship? Then I advise you to go back to Yanjing as soon as possible." Facing Zhu Tao's remarks, the little trainee reporter shrank his neck subconsciously, and said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, Tao Tao, I made a mistake. Everything will be arranged by Tao Tao and Ping." Hearing what he said, Zhu Tao raised her head proudly and snorted, making Fang Ping next to him look straight and shake her head in her heart. Don't listen to the accompanying trainee reporter named Tao Tao, but actually Zhu Tao's age is this time the youngest of all the people who came out, but because she was an intern at CCTV very early, and now she has received the attention of the leadership, other intern reporters can only call it that. The little adult is still a big sister. But compared to this, Fang Ping understood Zhu Tao's current mood better. She would come to Lianyang just for the man she admired. Fang Ping, Zhu Tao and his party walked out of the station with the flow of people and stood at the exit. They were shocked when they looked at the dark crowd outside. "Is this Lianyang? I remember that I only came here last year for a mission. At that time, there were not so many people here. Why are there so many people now?" "They have all caught up with Nanjing and the capital," the young trainee reporter murmured. Zhu Tao turned around and said to him earlier, "Should it not be normal?" The township industrial park itself is unique in the country. Not long ago, Mr. Yang lived there again and was still there. He delivered a very instructive speech. If it doesn't develop here, wouldn't it be strange that there are not so many talents? Yeah, I don't know what happened to Mr. Yang. Jiangxia and Tanzu didn't get off the bus, so they only had a soft spot for Lianyang. They stayed in that township industrial park for one night. The treatment is really good. The trainee reporter curled his lips and said, but he didn't know that his words immediately ignited Zhu Tao's anger. Zhu Tao went up and scolded him directly. The reporter is serious about seeking truth from facts. What are you doing so presumptuously? Are you trying to deliberately subvert something? Or are you going to write a special manuscript about this time Yang Lonan tour? Zhitao's words caused the trainee reporter to jump up. He hurriedly shook his head and said, Sister Tao Tao, I didn't think that way. I definitely didn't. Zhitao said, I don't know if you only know if you have it. The trainee reporter had to look at Fang Ping for help. He thought that Fang Ping would be the master for him, but he didn't expect that Fang Ping would also say to him, as a CCTV reporter, you are really wrong to say that. The trainee reporter was stunned. Fang Ping smiled at this and explained to him, we are not ordinary reporters. We are CCTV reporters. What we say does not represent us personally, so we must not comment on anyone. Yes, if you want to get to know the character of Ziming, as Tao Tao said, you only need to interview these people around you and you will understand. Hearing Fang Ping's support for herself, Zhitao immediately issued orders to the trainee reporter, so, the migrant worker over there, you can interview him. The trainee reporter had no choice but to follow the leadership and conduct his interview there. He took the initiative to ask a migrant worker, hello, I am a CCTV reporter. I am doing an interview now. I want to ask if you are from Lianyang. People, why are you carrying big bags? Where are you going? I'm not a native of Lianyang. I'm from Chuxi. And I worked in Nanjing a year ago. The person replied, really? Are you changing trains here in Lianyang now, waiting to continue to Nanjing? The trainee reporter asked again. Nanjing won't go anymore. The man replied. The intern reporter curiously asked why, and the man said, of course it is here in Lianyang. I have heard that there is a big industry here. In the park, many large companies from Nanjing have come here to invest and build factories. Regardless of the salary and future development, I believe that they are all very good. The most important thing is that it is closer to home. I'm more at ease. The trainee reporter thought for a while and wanted to ask, you believe so much in the development here, is it because Mr. Yang came here to inspect it? Of course, can it be a bad place that even the leaders of the country have come to praise? The person said, but I am not for this reason. In fact, there is a brother in my family who works in that industrial park last year. In May he called me to come together, saying that the development here is good, but I didn't believe him at that time. I thought there was anything good in Lianyang, but now I regret it. I should come earlier. Why do you think this way? The trainee reporter asked. Look at so many people here. If they all go to work in the industrial park, what can you do? Said the person. The trainee reporter was a little surprised when he arrived, but he was not convinced. Then he went to find another person and asked him the same question. The trainee reporter thought there would be a different answer, but he didn't think his answer would be better this time. Direct. I am a native of Lianyang. When mentioning Nanhui Township Industrial Park and Ziming, they are the pride of our Lianyang, and everyone wants to give a thumbs up. It turns out that Lianyang is just a very ordinary city. Regardless of the fact that we are still very poor here, we in Lianyang also have to go out to work outside, and many women have to marry outside, but since they have been out after Ziming, he set up industrial parks and some expressways. Now our development in Lianyang is doing well. Look at so many people, they are all running to us. The intern reporter interviewed several people in a row, and the results were the same. Everyone spoke highly of Ziming and the township industrial park. Finally he went back to Zhitao with his head down. This time Zhitao didn't scold him, but said to him, Ziming is such a charming man who is good at creating miracles. The trainee reporter looked up at Zhitao and opened his mouth as he was about to say something. He heard a noise on the road not far away from the station. They subconsciously looked over there, and after a while, they heard that the noise over there turned into enthusiasm, cheers. As the cheering craze slapped their faces, they finally heard the cheering voice over there, Ziming. This stunned everyone, because no one thought that Cao would actually be here, and what was even more surprising was the overwhelming cheers, which is the treatment that ordinary officials can't enjoy, unless it is very popular. The national leader loved by the people, but now Ziming, a businessman, can also enjoy this treatment, which is incredible. Compared with Fang Ping and the trainee reporter, Zitao was extremely happy. She clenched a pair of small pink fists, stood on her toes and desperately wanted to look there, her eyes full of surprise and excitement. The trainee reporter wanted to go back and ask what was going on, but when he saw Zitao's nymphomaniac expression, he was shocked and dumbfounded. Because it is not the first day that he knows Zitao. Maybe Zitao is not very young, but she has done very well in dealing with people, and she is also appreciated by the leaders of CCTV. Even the Spring Festival Gala even considered her. Many of the following CCTV, the newcomers also follow her as an example. But now is such a proud of CCTV's future, but now he shows such a little girl's expression. How can this not let people be surprised? Could it be that Sister Tao Tao admired that fellow named Zuming as much as everyone else? The trainee reporter was so puzzled, but then his doubts were solved, because the cheers were getting closer and the crowd had been separated. He saw a young man escorted by several policemen walk towards the station. Gosh, is he Zuming? How could he be so young? It seems that he will not be more than 25 years old at most. How could he build a township industrial park, raise funds to build highways, and be appreciated by the country's top leader? And he insisted on staying here for one night during his southern tour. What? And he was surrounded by so many people, and there was no proud look on his face, as if this was just a very ordinary thing. He was not proud of it, just with a faint smile, so damn contagious up. So with his own thoughts, he shouted together with the crowd next to him, Ziming. At this moment, there was one last thought left in his mind. This Ziming is definitely a legend. Ziming didn't know that because of his appearance at this time, a CCTV host he liked very much in his previous life would no longer be depressed. Written at the end of the volume, this is the last chapter of the first volume. In fact, it should be longer. But now that there are storms and storms, many things must be clicked to the end, so you can only write it up to this point. A total of 394 chapters. Xiao Fang Pian dare not say that every chapter is a classic, and everyone can like it. But at least Xiao Fang Pian writes every chapter very carefully. Xiao Fang Pian is not a full-time writer, and he comes back from work every day. When others are playing games and watching TV with their girlfriends, Xiao Fang Pian can only sit alone in front of the computer code word. Xiao Fang Pian will not say anything very hypocritical. Xiao Fang Pian just wants to be worthy of everyone readers who read the book. Thank you for your continued support. The small film also believes that Ziming believes that Rebirth of Business Tycoon will go further with your support.